Greetings. I bet what you didn't know is that we are actually looking at, in the background, is the game. The game was the game the whole time. Cutting edge technology. Anyway, this here is Noxol, the Shadow Knight. I'm here worshipping my god, the Motswar, in the far reaches of Night Harbor. Speaking of bones, let me introduce Jones. These tiny hands are responsible for the destruction of 37 souls. Souls of small dog people. Deserved. Anyway. Skeletoni and Jones, they probably would make good friends. So, this is yet again Monsters and Memories. They're doing a weekend playtest right now. I am in no way paid to talk about this game. I know it suddenly has come up a lot on stream recently, but because there's been a lot of tests, and I am genuinely excited for this game and have been playing it quite a bit. And it is free right now. When the game releases in early access, January 2026, it will become a subscription-based game. Currently, it is in alpha, I don't know. Pretty early, but you can play for free right now. And I'll post a link in the chat. monstersandmemories.com. And it'll direct you to their Discord, which then you click on the client downloader. One of the first channels is like Eminem Playtest or something like that. So you download that, and you just put your email in, and you can join. I'm on the REL server. I'll type that name in chat right now. RELLE. I think it's like US East 1 or something like that. It is the most popular server currently. It's the one that's been around the longest. But there's a lot of other servers, different time zones and all that. But experience is going to be somewhat the same across all servers, regardless of your region. You know, it is an MMO. So it's not like an FPS where the game would just be unplayable if it was too laggy. Yeah, things are still pretty laggy, mostly in the higher populated areas and stuff. But for people that don't know, yeah, this is a classic MMO-inspired indie MMO. Very much like EverQuest in the early years of World of Warcraft. Uses kind of older mechanics. And it's not really designed for everyone. Like, I can't possibly say that, oh yeah, everyone will be able to have fun with this. Because honestly, probably not. And the devs themselves even say that. Like, it is a niche game. So if you're like, I'm not even into MMOs in general, but I enjoy this. And currently, I'm a level 9 Shadow Knight. I was playing during the stress tests. And yeah, I crafted all of my own copper armor. I have a full set, including a copper battle axe. With honestly, copper sounds so weak. The copper is such a soft and malleable metal. Like, why would you make weapons and armor out of it? And I think someone lied into my worship of my god, and they're gone now. I think I terrified them. They'll leave us to our peaceful worship. But this test is going to be going on until tomorrow at midnight, US EST Eastern Time. So roughly, let's see if I can quick maths. About, like, what, 20, no, about 34 hours from now is when the playtest goes offline. Something like that. So yeah, tomorrow at midnight, US East. So I've done a bunch of streams of this already. What I'm going to try to do for this stream to make it a little different than what you're used to is because my character is quite a bit higher leveled. I can go a lot more places. I can do a lot more things. And go out and explore some scary places. And as a Death Knight, and Necromancers can do this too, but I can do this. Wait. Oh, there we go. Oh, let's try that again. Come on, you're embarrassing me. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. There we go. Skill in acrobatics increased by 4. What? That is the first time I'm ever seen that, and I'm apparently level 4 already. Let's try that again. There we go. But be not afraid, I am just pretending. I am not actually dead. Jones is tired of my shit because I often put all the aggro on him when I'm about to lose so that he gets killed again, and then I pretend to be dead while everything leaves, and then I leave. Something that you will notice if you play right now is that the main zone, which is Night Harbor, is going to be very laggy. There's at least like a 3 second delay or so. Let's see, let me test it. Click. And there. So I'm moving items as quickly as I can. It's about how much of a delay there is. You can still manage to fight low-level stuff and all that, but if you want a practically lagless experience, you can go to any of the neighboring zones. So because when you make a new character, you'll start by one of the gates. There's 2 gates, the north and the west. And if you just walk straight all the way down the path and just keep going, you'll hit a zone line and you'll load into a different zone. Sure, there's going to be some higher level stuff there, but there's fewer stuff going on, and it will be way less laggy, and you'll still be able to level and all that. And you'll also you'll have a note in your inventory, and you can right-click it, and it will tell you where to find your guild master, and you'll be given some, like, introduction gear, or like a quest, and things like that. And if you are completely new to this kind of old-style MMO, I'll put a link to this in chat. There is a quick start guide that will just briefly... I say brief, but it's like a giant wall of text. It'll kind of go over some of the basics. And it should be helpful. And feel free at any time to ask any questions, well, about anything. But about this game, I've been playing this all this morning, and I've spent so much of my time just helping new players, talking in the Discord, guiding people around. And I think I pulled someone off of the ledge of I'm never playing this game again to, okay, I'll give it a shot, because I was, they were talking in the out of character chat in the bottom right. That's what the green text is. You know, green text. And they were like, this isn't their exact words, but basically like, this game's shit. It is so unfriendly to new players. It will never take off. I don't know why anyone's playing it. And I got to talking to them for a while. I was asking like, so what are you having trouble doing? And you know, admittedly, it is not very friendly to new players. You will die a lot. It'll be discouraging. And the problem that this person was having is that they died right away, and it was really dark, and they couldn't find their stuff where they died. So I crafted them a torch so they could see in the dark, and then we wouldn't have found their body, and then they got their stuff back, and then I started telling them, like, because they didn't know how to use their spells, because they were a class that is very spell focused. So I was like, okay, so you open the inventory, and you go to the ability book, and you click, well, you have to memorize the spell first, like putting it in the book, and then you click the spell, and then you move it to the side here. And then that's how you use them. And then they actually started playing for a while. And then I saw them 2 hours later, and they were still playing. So I hope I managed to at least have them give the game a chance. And Sean, his Twitch name is A Loving Robot. I think he's streaming right now, but he's kind of the head of this project. The way he describes it is like, it takes a thorn in your ass to make you realize you're sitting in a thorn bush. So if you start a game and immediately you're faced with a big obstacle, it's kind of letting you know what you're in for. Like, you don't want to pretend like things are going to be okay right off the bat. You kind of want to like throw people into the deep end. And this is also not trying to make this be like, oh, it's a hardcore, real gamers only type of game. It's just kind of, it's open-ended and doesn't guide you, and that's about it. I'm terrible at games, and I'm doing pretty well for myself. So anyway, thank you to everyone who's watching right now. I saw Moth Friend in here, and Username, and Mr. Crits, and Inner Evil. A lot of the usual suspects. I see Riot. You said you're going to give it a chance. Nice. Yeah, if you have any questions or anything, I'm always down to help out. And, oh, and an Undio. Cześć. Jak się masz? And feels very old school D&D type rules. Yeah, it's like original EverQuest is very much trying to follow classic like D&D rules, but it's a little more automated in the sense that like you have auto attack, and you'll see all of like the dice rolling and stuff that's just kind of happening while you're engaging in combat. Like you have exchanges back and forth. It sort of feels like it's turn-based, but in a real-time environment. Like you could leave at any time the fight, but you engage in kind of the exchange of going back and forth with all of your stats. You know, we still got the classic strength, intelligence, stamina, wisdom, agility, charisma, dexterity, and all that. All of that's being taken into account, including, you know, the stats of your weapon that you're holding and how much armor you have and how it's going to deflect. So it's doing all the kind of behind-the-scenes RPG stuff, but it's just in a little more digestible of a format by being, you know, in a 3D environment like this. Obja. Ah, yes. Good, good. So let's see. Actually, let me check something real quick. For some reason. Checking phone. Checking phone. As soon as I started streaming, I got like 100 text messages. Not really, but... My mom sent me a bunch of pictures of weird sigils they found in the woods. Nice. Conversion is almost complete. So anyway, the priest of the Matswar. What does he have to say? Anything? Hello? He says, "Friend, I am but a humble priest of the Matswar, but perhaps may I be of assistance to you?" And then I say, "How may I assist?" And he says, "The Matswar is a mysterious and misunderstood god. Some believe that the Matswar are a collection of the first souls of the dead gathered together to form a great spear that monitors the passage of souls onto their way to salvation." And then he says, "When I see the Matswar in my visions, I see the great figure you see before me, the god of death, thus connected to all life, waiting for the correct time to guide us on our transition to the realms beyond this one." Whoa, jump scare. My mom feeding into my interest. It's, my parents still don't understand why I like horror and scary things, because like really nobody else in my immediate family or barely my extended family cares about like just the occult and spooky and weird and all in horror and all of that. They're like, "Where did you get that? Where did that come from? I don't understand." So they aren't really interested in any of it, but anytime there's something like weird, they'll be like, "Hey, you'd probably like this," and it's just like a weird thing. I'm like, "Yes." So I am lost and afraid as bats lie underground. Hey, this place had a cool name. I'm trying to remember what it was. Ah, and a place I'm going to visit, which is a place I had never been before. I would rate it 9 out of 10. It's called the Deep Dunes. It is a part of the world which is probably the least complete, but it's going to be the future home of the deep races, which are all of kind of the spooky underground alternate universe types of versions. There's the deep elves and the deep gnomes and deep dwarves. The deep dwarves are like stone figures. The deep gnomes look like a Miyazaki weird little like imp kind of characters with gigantic eyes because they live in the dark. And the deep elves are basically drow. Which I love drow. I don't know, I have a thing for like gray skin. Oh cool. I wish I had gray skin. Can I like eat graphite or silver or something to turn my skin gray? That'd be a life goal. And part of my reward for venturing so far away is I acquired an exotic item called a deep beetle eye. When I turn the eye on, I glow blue. Just sort of like the color of the deep is just sort of like turquoise-ish, bluish color. Laggy rats all around me. Gray with a slight purple tinge. As I always say that like my favorite color is like a slate gray. A bluish gray. See, this is how I aspire to look in real life. I'm part of the way there. You know what I mean? You know. But I am not bald, okay? I just shaved my hair very short, okay? I don't want a mustache, though. Dead goblin. Also moths. There was someone in the server named Mothkin earlier, and I thought it was you. Anytime I hear the female goblin, that little jump noise, it like echoes in my mind, and it's just thinking like she's creeping around somewhere, watching far away. Far away, yet so close at the same time. Oh my god, speaking of which, right on cue, she slides in and out of existence mysteriously. And there was a, yeah, it's pretty laggy for me too. I mean, it's probably especially going to be laggy for you. We get out of Night Harbor, it should be a little less laggy. When I was playing during one of the stress tests, one of the guards from outside the gate got in a fight with one of the NPCs, this Everett, who they're supposed to be protecting, and the guard just like eviscerated this guy, no problem. And then he went on a rampage running around fighting other stuff. I think it was because someone trained a scarab through the door and over here, and then Everett used an AoE attack that aggroed the guard, and then the guard fought him and then killed everyone. It was devastating. And try to balance things out. Only things that's new for me, since everyone's just been dying to know, what have I been up to? Huh. Is I went to a cat festival. Uh-oh, Maz, what are you doing? You're killing your own kind. It's your average skeleton behavior. Not skeleton, your average goblin behavior. I don't want to harm my faction. I don't think I can help you. Ah. Great success. It was a cat festival. It was, so what happened is, trying not to completely dox myself, not that anyone cares, but there's a neighborhood in my city that is known for a cat festival. Well, it's more, they call it a cat tour, where you can sign up and say, hey, I want a huge group of people to come say hi to my cat during this tour. And once everyone has submitted that they want to be a part of it, they draw out a big map that goes around like multiple neighborhoods around the city, like a walking tour, and people decorate their windows and they theme it towards their cat. So they'll put like they'll like paint on the window the name of their cat, and then they'll have like funny pictures of them. Some people put up bullet lists of like fun facts about their cat. And this started as like a Twitter joke. People are like, hey, let's check out the cats of our neighborhood. But then this person's name is what? Very good. Started off as a joke, and then more and more people started showing up, and it became really popular, and they had the biggest turnout they've ever had this year, which ended up being like nearly 300 people showed up, and the previous year, last year, was like 100. So I went within a giant mob, and we went to each house, and we checked out people's cats that were in the windows. Some people were like up on a balcony, and then they had the big reveal where like they walk up to the balcony, and everyone's applauding as their cat is in like royal garb, like magical robes on them. Or sometimes people will walk out, and it just looks like they're holding just a ball of hair. Like you don't see any legs or ears or eyes. It just is like a nondescript ball of hair that is apparently their cat, and then everyone just like starts applauding, and then the cat gets like a royal treatment. And then we had a bunch of bonus cats where when the neighbors found out what was going on, they started like walking up to their windows, and people are like pointing at windows as there's cats standing in windows. But I think one of the funniest moments was when there was the audio is probably quite loud. Let me turn it down a bit. One of the funniest moments was when there was a guy that had 3 cats, and he had each of the 3 cats' names, like each one had their own window, and there was no cats in the windows at first, and then we showed up, and then he puts one of them in the window, and we're like, yay! And then he goes and tries to put the second one in the window, and then the first one jumps down, goes back into the house, and then the second one's in the window. We're like, yay! And then he tries to put the third one in, and then the second one just runs away. So we were watching this like game show of him trying, like just struggling to get all 3 cats, one in each window, all at the same time. And we were like sweating and cheering him on. He managed to get 2 of the 3, but he just could not get all 3 cats in the windows at one time. But it was a good time. So as you can see, this is an absolute bloodbath out here of dead bodies. But if you're playing the game, pro tip, type /hide all, hide corpse all. And that will hide all dead bodies except your own, and you'll gain like 15 FPS. But it's not as much the frame rate of like your video card rendering stuff that is struggling as much as it is just the server trying to sustain this many people all at the same time. And apparently they have a pretty good idea about how to fix this lag, but they didn't want to integrate it like a day before this weekend test happened in case it just completely broke stuff. Because they already had over 1,000 people RSVP saying that they want to play this weekend. They didn't want to suddenly be like, oops, we tried to fix something that broke it. So they say that the next test should be the most stable it's ever ran because of what they've learned. So unfortunately, that means there's still going to be quite a bit of like desync going on for the game right now. Specifically this zone. And this is, if anyone is new to the game, this is very important because this is one of the most asked about questions that when people play. So like, where do I sell stuff? Because this game has a vendor system going on where only certain vendors will buy certain things. So if you get a bunch of, you know, standard RPG affair of just having a backpack full of like skin and bones and teeth and what's it called, incarnal fluids and shattered femurs and all kinds of stuff, and they're like, where do I sell all this? The easiest place is this guy called the Shitty Gnome, and this guy right here. So if you can see, if you go outside the gate, you see my cursor? Yeah. So this is like the main front gate, and you just go down the path and it'll be on your left. And then this little ruined building here, this guy, you'll buy almost anything. So if you don't want to spend time going and getting maximum profit from all your stuff, you can just go here and just drop everything here, and he will take most of it. You're not going to get as much money as you could, but it's easy when you're starting out and you want to just play and not spend a lot of time running around. And there's other versions of them. There's like a shady elf or something. And there's also a secret goblin vendor by the north gate. It has an ogre bodyguard. But if you really want to take time and get maximum profit, you find vendors that are related to the thing that you're selling. Generally, any organic pieces like hair and teeth and things like that all go to cooking-oriented vendors. So there's like right behind the gate is a giant inn called like the Bloomin' Onion Inn, something like that. And the cooks there will buy just about any organic thing, you know, just pieces of animals. And that's the majority of it all. But then you take other pieces like weapons, like some skeletons have weapons or pieces of armor. You'll take all that into the night market, which is just, you just keep walking down the path. There's signs on the road, and the signs will point you towards the night market. And that will, you find a vendor that's called like weapons vendor or something. And you know, that's how you get the most profit from that. Definitely hold on to weapons and armor. That's like the most money for the least amount of effort. It's just selling weapons and armor. And then if you get really like fucked up sounding stuff, like poisons and weird fluids and things like that, you can usually sell that at either like reagent vendors, like the Necropolis, where the Shadow Knights and Necromancers are. I recently discovered, don't tell anyone, but if you sell zombie skin to the necromancer reagent merchant, you can get half a silver, so like 50 copper per piece of skin, which is a lot for one like throwaway item that most people only get what, like 10 from. And you can also bring like spider venom sacks and like poisoned things and diseased things. You bring it to reagent vendors and you can get that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you guys my new favorite zone called the Deep Dunes. It's also top secret, so don't tell anyone. Because in the future, when this game is in early access and they start adding the deep races, I'm like absolutely going to make a deep race because I'm a deep person with deep emotional, I don't know, something. Can't decide because at first I was going to feel really special because they sent an email out asking the dead bodies. Oh no, I haven't had this bug the whole time since I've been playing. This is a camera bug where you see like your name is faded out and I'm just stuck here and can't move. You just, fortunately, you just have to go to escape and push camp, which is quit. So it'll log me out and I'll log back in. But anyway, they sent an email out early on once they had decided what races and classes that they wanted, and they gave like little descriptions of all of them, or like, okay, here's a rundown of everything. What do you all think would be your most desirable combination of like race and class based on these descriptions? And I was thinking like, I think the deep dwarves are pretty cool because I've never played as like a statue race before, a completely inorganic character. And then I like necromancers. Necromancers are usually my favorite class in any game. Like, oh, I'll be a deep dwarf necromancer. And then we go and see the results of the survey, and the number one most desired race and class combination that people all want to play is deep dwarf necromancer. And I'm like, I'm way too unique and special and unique of a person that I no longer want to play that combination because everyone else apparently wants to do that too. So now I'm in a complete crisis mode, trying to figure out what is the next kind of weird combination that I want to be. Definitely necromancer, but I just don't know exactly what combo yet. But the deep races aren't going to be added until quite a bit later. Right as I'm saying, this giant crow just flew by my window and it made my day. I had 2 crows on my balcony yesterday. I have a video to prove it too. I really gotta upload my crow videos to my computer so I can show them on stream before I stream. But, okay, so as you can see, this is a lot less laggy here. Look, NPCs are consistently moving. They're not rubber banding. Look, there's a player, and they're not teleporting around. See how many people are in this zone? There's 25 people here. And there's someone named Corvid in this zone. Nice. Need crow content. Well, there's someone named Corvid. There's your crow content. Well, they're in the thing down here. So, where the secret place is that no one should talk about is at the base of this huge tower. And actually, the song that I played at the intro to the stream is the theme of the zone for that tower. So really epic music. But we're not going to go in the tower. I don't know if you can actually get up there. And I'm going to be a absolute badass, and I'm going to take a more dangerous route over there just so it can be more interesting on stream. Because if you want to get there, the safest way in general is to follow the borders. Like, if you go where the ocean is in the distance, you can follow the shoreline and get all the way over there without much encounters or mini encounters. Or you can follow the mountainside all the way up and get there also, or you can follow the path, but I'm going to go down the middle. And what's really cool and definitely won't kill me. Actually, let me enable all my stuff. Forgot I have a self shield buff. I gotta wait for it. There we go. I have so many spells now. I have 3 possible pets. I think necromancers might have this too, but there's not only do you have classic members of the Skeletonian Jones family of Skelefriend, tiny like child skeleton, but there's also, I could potentially summon a ghoul pet or a zombie pet. And I haven't been able to summon a ghoul yet because I need some of their skin to summon one, and I haven't found a ghoul to fight to get their skin. I've been offering a lot of money from other players, saying that I'll buy ghoul skin if anyone has it, but I haven't been able to find that. But the zombie, because each of the types of pets they have different abilities. So I'm gonna go to my pet window on the right here. Right now, my pet is set to taunt, which you really shouldn't, because I can take way more damage than my pet. So I'll turn that off. The other ability is strike. So at like every 8 seconds, there's a chance that my pet will do a bunch of extra damage, like direct magic damage, which really DPS is all that I really need in a fight. But the zombie had a strength debuff. So when you're fighting something, the zombie does like a weird poison thing to enemies that makes them a little bit weaker. Then the ghoul has a root ability, meaning that whatever you're fighting, the ghoul will cast a spell that causes roots to grab the feet of the thing you're fighting and hold it in place. So you could, in theory, whoa, these things won't fight me, but I'll pretend like they will to make it more exciting. So you can, the ghouls will root things so that they'll hold in place so that you can run away if you need to. But you got to be aware that, oh my god, okay, this is very high level thing with full aggro. A sickened Ashira. Oh my god. Actually, while I'm out here, I need to see what level the smugglers are. Because I know a thing or two about being smug. So I want to take a look at smugglers and see what their deal is. But a thing to know about when things are rooted, it might be the same in this game, but in EverQuest, if you do too much damage to something that's rooted, it will immediately break the root. So it's not just free reign, like, oh, they're holding still, just deal out as much damage as you possibly can, because it'll probably break the root and immediately attack you. So the use of the spell is more to give someone a break. Like if someone is taking a ton of damage, too much aggro, you can root them and give the person a chance to heal or be healed. And then you do little bits amount of damage until enough health is regained. Okay, now I'm trying to remember where the smugglers are. I think they're actually back here. And what's really cool is that, cool in quotes, there are some invisible enemies in this zone called ambushers, and I do not yet have the ability to see invisible things, so they'll be fighting me before I can do anything about it. Oh, here we go. No, these are still Ashira. Where are the smugglers? Okay, maybe they're further up. Jones is a long-distant relative to Bonard Bongeman. From his great-great-great-great-grand femurs. Very nice. Oh, hey. Speaking of which, I'm gonna play dead real quick. Good job, you guys. Blarg, I'm dead. Sorry, Jones. There, I'll give him a quick, painless death. He was totally gonna win that fight. It was my fault for telling him to self-die. No, these aren't cat girls. These are coyote girls. No, they're jackal girls. But they... some new lore was discovered recently that apparently at any moment a wild jackal could be a secret Ashira. And there's a spell or a quest or something where you cast a spell on certain jackals to reveal their Ashira form. They only offer pain and death. Yeah. I mean, Jones did kill like 40 of them a while back, because I was really close to getting to level 9, and there was someone already camping in a Shira camp. I didn't want to have to run really far away to go and level just a little bit, so I just said, like, this guy was quite a bit lower level than me, and I was saying, hey, would you mind if we shared the camp a bit? I can help split it up, make it easier for you. And he's like, yeah, sure, I'm kind of struggling with this. And I went in and just massacred everything. And he was like, damn, you hit hard, dude. And I was like, and I put my sunglasses on. And I was like, just doing my job. And then I walked away into the sunset after having gained level 9. And then the camp was split up, so he was more easily able to pull one at a time. Oh hey, a ghoul spotted. And it is way more powerful than me, and it's hanging out at a scary undead thing. So it looks like I probably won't have a ghoul pet for a while. I might be in the complete wrong zone. Well, the wrong zone for smugglers. I think that's going to be my next bet, is to camp smugglers. And I just love the design of these beetles. Excuse me, why do I hear another player? Someone invisible chasing me. A invisible GM viewing me from far away. Top secret. But if you guys think these beetles look cool, I know 4 of them that from across the ocean that are very talented, that you may think are also pretty cool looking. But when we get into the deep dunes, some of the coolest looking beetles. Oh hey, old man Johannes, welcome. Number 1 cool bro. Exactly, you've come to the right stream. Hunters. Hunter appears uneasy with you. Okay, that means that they technically won't kill me on sight. Hi. Hello. Hi. Guys. Well, look at this. It's like I call him Sabin, but I guess it's Sabine. Final Fantasy VI. What does he have to say? I've never seen him before. Hail to you, friend. We're hunting the nearby beach for crocodiles. If you have meat or skins for us, we're happy to purchase them. We also sell these items. Take a look. He's telling me to stay a while and listen. I had no idea this vendor was right here. This is a very quick and convenient way to make money. Oh my god, he pays almost 2 silver for a deep beetle eye? I can actually make some serious money relatively easily. Here. Huh. Alright, well, I just learned something new. So you can see we're getting closer to the tower. Now this camp. Oh, player spotted. Bastard. Oh, there's a group out here. I'm going to mine some copper real quick. Just MMO things. Don't need any stones, Luigi. I also have the silver-edged kukri. This is part of a Shadow Knight quest. It's not a very good weapon. Okay. But I'm more of an axe guy. Oh my god, it's John. And these guys, this group, is like, they've been out here for days. Look at this ogre crew. Ogre and elf. 3 ogres and an elf.avi. Look how cool they look going into the distance as this, running away from the shadow. As if to be a warning against something coming that I'm not aware of. Mind sharing where a goblin can get a pickaxe? I don't know about a goblin. You know, as currently playing as human. I don't know if I trust goblins to be in charge of shiny things. Sometimes they let their greed and their lust for riches overtake them. But if you were to not be a goblin, you can go to the okay, so there's the west gate. You know, the mountains are always the north. Go to the west gate, and then that big group of tents where there's like the lumberjack tent and the survivalist tent, and then like the bank is right there. All of that stuff, the sojourners. One of them is like the mining supplies tent, and you can get a pickaxe for like silver. So I won't do this now. I may do this once I What just attacked me? I love how I can see players like really far away. Like this is one big difference between this and EverQuest is being able to see players doing stuff or just things that far away. It's so nice. Drinking beloved human drink, hot cup of joe. Man, what did Joe do to make you admire him so much that you call him that you'd like to delve into a hot cup of joe? But this camp are a bunch of totally regular humans. Oh, these are the smugglers. Very normal humans that don't change into rat people once the sun goes down. And I have a quest currently where I need to get 4 of their heads. I already have 3 of the 4. And by some weird RPG logic, their heads are rare drops. I've killed at least like 50 of them when I was in a big group. And I got one head out of like 50 kills. Okay, so here's the top secret place. Nobody look. When you're up here, this is like the very far western corner. Like I'm underneath the castle thing. See the water from the ocean, follow it all the way up, and it winds around, and then this little place over here is a secret entrance. I'm gonna swim in full heavy metal armor over there. And I could also make some good money fighting these zombos, because their skin gets me like 60 copper apiece. Now at a distance, that secret passage is going to look a little weird. There's also like a crypt over here that I want to check out too, but this place is so much cooler. Sir Kerr. Oops. Almost closed OBS. It was a good time. All right. This is the most blue I've ever seen this water. I guess it's like the time of day makes it glow kind of strange. So I'm just gonna Metal Mario my way over here. Oh, hey. We got some copper. Special streamer blue, nice. I also got Flawless Malachite. Jones will make a return, but he's a bit laggy, and I'm going to blame him. Whoa! I'm going to blame him for why all those ambushers got me, because sometimes the pets path in weird ways, and then they aggro a bunch of stuff. Okay, so this is some of my favorite music in the game. Let me put the audio up. Okay, that's a little too loud. And I've been told that this is an extremely placeholder environment. Is one of the first ones they put together, so it's gonna be kind of crusty looking. You gotta see what the beetles look like over here. They're so cool. You visited a mushroom cave in Iceland? Hello, Kane. Welcome. So I think probably the only one here. What? Okay, there's a whole bunch of people here. I have never seen this many people here. Oh, I bet they are camping Wormsbane, which is a dungeon that connects to this. Oh, wait, no, there are people. What? This is so strange. Man, this used to be a nice neighborhood when it was just me by myself. Now there's people here. How dare they? And these are all will-o-wisps. Yeah, the rent in this place is going to be so high. All right, yeah, look at these beetles. They are so lovely. They don't look. Okay, let me, wait. Gotta make myself a little cutscene when I cast cool-looking spells. Oh, and I can turn my little eyeball on. Ooh. But I'm not the star of the show here. The environment is. Let me see. There are some weird pathing issues here where it says I can't see giant NPCs when they're walking on a slope because I think, I don't know, they end up pathing underground briefly. I kind of gotta do some jank stuff to be able to fight them. Here we go. Yeah, normally I'd want them to just be my friend, but it just so happens to be that their eyeballs can make me a lot of money, so I unfortunately have to make some exceptions. Oh, they have meat too. Might hang on to that. The Ringo star of the show. There is a giant named beetle here called Fungor or something like that, which was way higher level than me. But it makes me curious what treasures they withhold. To kill Fungor? No. Pretty sure I'm just gonna be I'll be unalived. Wait a minute. Are the people that are here? Okay, maybe not. Because there was a guy that I was grouped with earlier today. Actually, the same one that we went on an Ashira massacre with. He was asking about places to solo, and I told him about this place, and then I was going to show him where it is, but then he's like, oh shoot, I actually have to go. Can you just give me directions to it? And I told him about where to find it, and then he said he was going to check it out later. I thought it would have been funny if he was here with a whole bunch of people now. But I don't see him on the list. Hey there, Hexagon. Welcome. Ooh. For some reason, the giant, deep beetle eyes are not as valuable as the small ones. Like, they're considerably less valuable, so I use the giant ones as light sources, and then I sell the bigger ones. There was someone in this server named Hex. So I know that you're probably the only person to have the word Hex in your name, so that must be you, right? The like ogre or something named Hex that was in here earlier today. Yeah, this is a much higher level character. I'm now level 9. I think the last time I streamed, I was like level 4. I like the little patterns, the weird flight path of the will-o-wisp. Yeah, this is the Deep Dunes. This is actually a very old zone compared to the other ones. And one of the secrets that Sean, kind of the head of the project, that he revealed to us, as I brought up in his chat when he was streaming, I think he's still streaming right now, I told him that I visited this place and I thought it was really cool. I'd never been here before. And he said, do you guys want to know a secret about that zone? And then I said, yes, I'm all about secrets. And he said, the terrain here is just copy pasted from the zone above it, which is like the shaded dunes or the place where we just were, and he just copy the terrain here, put a ceiling over it, and then turn the lights off, and then here it is. I think they put some walls so, it doesn't go out into an ocean. It just has, like, stone wall. But he says that they have big plans for this place once they get back to it. And this was always meant to be a placeholder. So it's probably going to look nothing like this when they, get to the further development. Same idea, though, because I really like this idea that they have going where the deep races are all about the darkness and they fear the light. Whereas, the normal races, quote unquote, they thrive in the light and fear the dark. So while everyone's complaining about how dark the game gets when the sun goes down, that the deep races are going to fear when the sun rises. And they're trying to figure out a way to have a form of like sun blindness, so that when like a deep race is out in really bright sunny weather, that their vision is actually inhibited in a similar way that above ground races are when they're in the dark. So when everyone's complaining like, oh god, the sun's going down, it's too dark, the deep race is gonna be like, oh god, the sun's coming up, it's too bright. It'd be great. But they know that would potentially be really annoying to players, so they're not just gonna like, boost the bloom so high that it's just irritating to look at. There was a version of it in place where you could voluntarily give yourself sun blindness to see what the effect looks like, and I forgot to do it the last time I was playing, but I saw someone do it on their stream, and it was like sort of just turns the light world into Silent Hill, just like kind of a really close gray rolling fog where you can't really see the sky or anything, and there's just sort of like a haze around everything, but they're still experimenting with it. So that over there, I thought it was where all the people were going to be, because this is a secret like subterranean entrance into Wormsbane, which is the largest dungeon, or the most complete dungeon in the game right now. But little did I know that the subterranean version of Wormsbane is not connected to the above ground version yet anyway, even though they're in the same zone, and you can actually see like combat text appearing on your screen from people fighting in the above ground area. But they're not actually connected. So I was trying to get to the other part of it, and I was running all around there, and I fell into like a floor trap, and I almost died several times, and there's like invisible water and all kinds of just weird stuff going on. And then I was watching someone stream, and I mentioned that I was exploring there, and they're like, oh yeah, those don't connect, it's really glitchy, and you could get stuck out of bounds if you go there or something. So then I like, okay, I guess I won't be going back there. So it's very like placeholder. Hey, Robert, welcome. Creator of this game's music is here right now. You guys should go follow his YouTube channel. This is my, first time being in Deep Dunes on stream, but I visited this place earlier off stream, and I was like, I love the way this place looks and sounds, and I want to spend more time here. And I'm going to give Jones a scimitar, or whatever these are called. What is it? Yeah. All right, now he has a little curvy sword. Yeah, when I was here earlier, there was nobody here. And now I'm just like, oh, everyone left. Now I'm trapped. Just me and Holy Beard McFire, the level 8 dwarf cleric. Now, it's just a fact of life that if you and one other person are alone in a place, that one of you is probably creepily stalking the other one, and I'm not currently stalking him, so he is obviously trying to hunt and stalk me right now. So I have all the reason to be super paranoid that it's just the two of us. Just enjoying the lighting. I don't like that large characters or large NPCs like overlap you when they attack. Another eyeball. I'm trying to remember if it was worth carrying the giant carapace. If it's... I'll take it for now, but I might end up dropping it. Oh, they're resetting the servers. 10 minutes. That's all good. Well and good. Makes everything run smoother after they restart it. And as I'm watching other people stream this, I realize that I think I'm the only person that prefers to have my spells on the left side. Everyone else has them on the right. Or they use the hotbar to do all their spells on here. Like, I am just so, like, old and decrepit that I enjoy manually clicking the buttons. I don't like pushing hotkeys to do stuff. I like, it's just the muscle memory of clicking. It's slower, but I just like doing it that way. How has this playtest been since the last one? This is, well, the most complete and stable the game has been, I think, ever in a test. So it's been going really good. I mean, it's still a bit laggy when you're in the big main city, but you can definitely venture into the outer zones like I am right now, and I don't feel any lag at all. Everything is immediately responding, as you can see here. Like, there's no way you'd be able to do this in Night Harbor right now. It'd be like, click, and then it would move. And then click, and then it would move. But apparently they have a potential solution to that lag. I was saying earlier that they didn't want to integrate right before this test started in case it broke other things. But so I guess whenever the next test is, it may be even more stable. Oh yeah, there's always a lot of dead bodies around all the time. I'm constantly using the hide corpse all command, and I get like 15 extra FPS. Go from singles to 20s, everyone else is the opposite. Just cashier things. I'm gonna do a forbidden thing real quick. I'm gonna open my own stream. I always mean to do this, but I always forget. I'm going to clip myself to see what my audio sounds like. Because a lot of times I'll check the VOD later and I'll be like, oh my god, my mic was just peaking and extremely loud the whole time. Alright. Alright. So I'm talking and there's game audio going on, making noise, making lots of noise. Alright. clipping and extremely loud the whole time. Okay, I'm gonna mute everything real quick. All right. All right. So I'm talking and there's game audio going on, making noise, making lots of noise. All right. Okay. That seems all right, because I'm usually playing on speakers. That's the thing. Nearly everyone streams with headphones on and stuff, so I keep mixing my audio relative to speakers. Whereas it's like I'll watch a lot of streams and I won't be able to hear the game at all because people, you know, when you have headphones on, you have a better ability to hear very quiet things. So I'm trying to strike a balance between the two. All right, 5 minutes till the server gets reset. I'm gonna start fighting will-o-wisps who are stronger than me, but I think I can handle it. But I'll wait till the server resets. And I made my first wait, let me do this real quick. Oh, I forgot to go to the bank. I'm just casually carrying around 12 copper bars in my pocket. Meant to drop that off. I made my first Monsters and Memories craftsperson commission, where someone saw that I had a copper battle axe, or what is this called, a war? Oh, it is battle axe. And they're like, hey, what's your smithing skill at? And then I told them, and then they're like, is there any like way that I could pay you to make me a copper war hammer? And I was like, why, of course. And then I was frantically running around trying to figure out what the recipe was, try to figure out like, okay, what am I going to charge for this? And all kinds of stuff like that. And then I had to go find the rusty equivalent of it, so like the lowest level. And then I was estimating, okay, when you go from rusty to tarnished to copper, what's the stat difference? Because I have never made a copper warhammer before, so I estimated that it was going to be about like 1 damage increase with like 2 or 3 delay decrease. And then I asked them what their current weapon is, and I'm like, okay, I'll craft this for you, and it's no charge if it is not an upgrade. Well, I worded it better than that. Basically, if this wasn't going to improve from their current weapon, I wouldn't charge them for it, but it ended up being quite a bit better than the one they were using. And they're like, hey, you know what? You can have more. So they gave me double what I asked for. So they gave me 4 silver instead of 2 silver. And I'm like, yay. Yeah, so now I have 16 silver, 183, which is 100 copper in 1 silver. Just funny, because like compared to EverQuest money, this is like pitiful. The EverQuest is all like, you're getting into gold and platinum right off the bat. But in EverQuest, it's 10 copper per silver, 10 silver per gold, 10 gold for platinum. So like, I enjoy that copper and silver is actually going to be something you think about. Because like in EverQuest, like I said, like that's just like junk. Like you just literally destroy copper or throw it away because money takes up weight. And if you're carrying around thousands of copper coins, it's so little value that people literally just destroy it. But now it's nice that we actually have to think about the lower tiers of money. And I've been trying to like learn about crafting and MMOs and like how do you determine the prices of things in the economy and all of that stuff. And it's just like it's so tricky to calculate that because like what do I keep hearing walking? Oh, it's a bat. Okay. Because math and numbers are one of my biggest weaknesses. And I guess it just really comes down to supply and demand. So I was looking at, okay, so if you buy copper plate armor from a vendor, also I'm just, the server's resetting, so I'm not doing anything here. 60 seconds. If you go to a vendor, NPC, and you buy copper plate armor, how much would that cost? So what I charge needs to be less than that. So there's like a reason to buy it from me compared to just going and getting it from NPC. But then it has to be more than the cost of materials that it takes to make the thing, which didn't really leave much room um for like flexibility in the cost. Because it was like to make copper plate gauntlets was like just the pattern cost 1 silver, and then like to buy copper plate gauntlets from a vendor was like 2 silver and 30 copper or something. So I'm like, okay, I guess I'll just charge 2 copper because that would make up for the cost of making the thing, but it also would be cheaper than just to go to a vendor and buy it. But I could be a real entrepreneur and just take advantage of the fact that most people don't know the cost of what it takes to make stuff and just charge them a lot of money. And then they would just, you know, unknowingly pay way more than it costs, and then I would make more money. But I'd rather have a nice transaction than to just come out on top. The mono special. Yeah, you get mononucleosis when you wear this helmet. You can watch in real time as all the servers go down. Oh, look, they're all dying. It's so sad. Armor trimming scam, nice. The whistling isn't going to show up on the mic. Force everyone to listen to that. Wow, I see how it is. Only the EU server is still up right now. They're just trying to give them special privileges over the rest of us. It usually is no more than like 5 minutes at the most when they reset the servers. It's funny when you go to the When you go to the Monsters and Memories streaming category on Twitch, everyone is just staring at the main menu right now. It makes sense. I see 3 different BRB thumbnails. Everyone else is looking at this like pencil eraser meat that has been sitting over the fire for years now. Servers are back up. I'll wait a little bit longer because the zones individually reset as well. So you would just sit loading forever if you jump in immediately. So it's best to wait even a bit longer. I'm gonna go grab some water real quick while this is happening. All right. Going back in. Musical timing. Dun, dun, dun. Oh. Darn. Oh well. I forgot I put their logo in here too. Ooh. Here, I'm gonna put this down a bit. Okay. Yeah, they have a PvP server. PvP has never appealed to me, especially in an MMO. But this is the first time they've publicly tested them out, so it's interesting to see what people think of them. And if people are interested in like server infrastructure kinds of stuff with games, that like the head guy of the programming for this game is streaming right now, and it's just a capture of all of the like real-time analytics of all the servers. I'll put a link to his stream in chat if anyone wants to see it, but it's so you can see our server populations. Like right now, yeah, you can see there's, or I guess I'm not showing this right now, but Here, I'll capture my monitor so you guys can see this. There, so here's his stream. So in the bottom right corner, you can see the population of all the servers right now. 0, 5, 6, 2, 3, 10, 0. What's really cool is that when this test went live yesterday at around noon in like US Eastern time, that within the first 15 minutes, we reached 600 concurrent players in like the first 15 minutes. And then it rose up between like 400 to like 700 throughout the day. I'm sure they're keeping track of like total numbers, but it's been a really big turnout. I mean, for this to just be a little old indie MMO, that their numbers are growing a lot. Like their Discord gains like 10 to 20 new members every day. Even when there's no test going on, there's just constantly new members. They're up to like 8,000 something Discord members, and there's a total of like 11,000 player accounts have been made since they allowed people to make accounts, which I mean numbers could be a little skewed in that regard just because it's like, I don't know, multiple emails, a lot of different factors, but they've had really big turnout of people. Oh, US East 1 just jumped up to 28 players, 34 players. Yeah, it looks like US East 1 and US West 1 are both up. And the PvP US server is up. Alright, back to my game. To move all my windows around again. Wait, I'm going to check something real quick, as I'm sure some of you in this server may be aware of someone by the name of Vine Sauce. He and a lot of other Vine Sauce adjacent folks are all at the Too Many Games convention in Pennsylvania right now, and I think the Red Vox concert. Oh yeah, it's happening right now. It's live. I'll let Vinny DMCA my stream. Here we go. This is live right now. There's Mike. Someone's recording with their 3DS. That is legendary. Is he using the Telecaster? I don't know guitars very well. He has a Froggy Chair shirt on. But these are the... These are your fellow chat members, IRL, in the audience right now. Look at all these people with their hair and shirts and stuff. and shoulder cactus, apparently. Also, many of the songs that he's playing during this concert have not been revealed publicly yet. So this is like the first time most people are hearing this. Okay, if you want to continue... I'll wait till the end of this song, but if you want to continue watching real-time Redvox concert, here's a link in the chat.
Change. You're more than just a throwaway.
Yay.
Let's hear it for Vinny. So, I want to introduce the band while we're figuring this out. So that's Gerald. And Gerald played bass on Remember and on the album version, and has been playing a lot of good stuff for us lately. So thank you, Gerald. Thank you. We got Joe on lead guitar. Joe produces the albums. Got Bill on keys. We got Mike on the drums. And I am Kurt Cobain.
Wow. Learn something new every day. All right. As much as I want to sit and watch the rest of the concert, I'm going to go back to the game, unfortunately. But I did put the link in the chat if you want to keep watching the video, and it automatically records the VOD on that link, so it will you can always go back and watch it later. So back to Monsters Memories. You're the mod of a mod of Kurt Cobain. I know, we've all been touched by musical legends? I don't know. Sauce hit you so many years ago. Back to killing beautiful things that don't deserve to die, which could be a lyric in a Redvox song. My only claims to fame in regards to Redvox is binaural audio that I recorded of a crow roost, where there was like thousands of crows around me, and one of like my favorite life experiences. I had a binaural microphone and I recorded just the sound of tons of crows all around me. That recording that I made it into one of Vinny's songs. It was it was many albums ago. I don't remember the name of it. Shoot, it was like the song was called like Seasons of... I don't remember. But anyway, that recording made it into one of the songs. And then I did a lot of giant rat mocap VR movements for his most recent Garbage Land video. Took a lot of skill to put in full body VR trackers and stuff, and then put on a rat avatar and dance around to the music. Like when I do VR stuff? Well, thank you, because, like, my streamer goals are, let me take care of this real quick. Oh, this is not the Fungor or whatever. He'll actually have that name, and he's twice as big as a giant beetle, so he's even bigger. Oh, here he is. Fungivore. That's what it is. Look how big this guy is. I am being fungivored right now. Look, I can stand completely underneath. I'm gonna get a screenshot. Here we go. I can't, because look, Fungivore cons red to me, meaning that it's virtually impossible I could ever do enough damage to overcome Fungivore. And dying is a big deal in this game. So I know what I was gonna say is, like, I've talked about it on stream before, but like one of my streamer goals is that I really want to have at least once a week some kind of VR stream, preferably like a VR chat catch-up kind of thing where we go to McDonald's and we make a burger with no, but where I just go and look at whatever the latest stuff in VR chat, uploads of new worlds and things, and just walk around them for a few hours and just hang out and talk and all that. But I'd be all in, you know, full body VR, and putting a lot of like time and consideration into like the camera controls of it all too, so that that it's fun to watch. Because so many people, I think, when they stream VR, they don't really think about what it's like for the audience, and a lot of times it becomes hard to watch because it's just so shaky and all over the place. Like, one of my biggest complaints when I watch, don't tell anyone, but sometimes when I watch VTubers, because they often do stuff in VR chat, okay, don't judge me, is that when they're in VR chat, they just keep the camera frozen on their face, like really close, facing towards them, and they'll be going around exploring like really big, amazing worlds and be like, oh my god, well, guys, it's so cool. It's like, whoa, there's like a sunset and blah, blah, blah. And you can't see anything that they're talking about because they just leave the camera focused on their face the whole time. It's like, this is not a fun experience. I mean, maybe all their audience wants to do is just stare at their face. I don't know. But yeah, I want to put a lot of time into... there's not only just the regular default camera controls that you can mess with in VR chat and that you can control by hand, but also there's some additional things I can add to an avatar that will allow me to have sort of a drone camera that regularly, well, it follows me around and will do kind of like gradual movement from a distance. And I can swap, of course, between like first person and third person. And it would just make for a much better viewing experience, in my opinion. So So there's that. And what else I was gonna say? Oh, and yeah, I'm working on 3D models of custom avatars that I want, but one of the most important ones is going to be kind of a representation of myself that I would use during these kinds of streams. And potentially, you know, have this thing called Other Real People, where on stream, people could potentially join me during just casual Explore Worlds and VR chat and talk, which I've heard that sometimes people will do that. I don't know. I'm going to head towards one of the anomalies of this zone. As you can see in the distance, there's a bunch of torches. And I believe that that is like a placeholder entryway to one of the deep race cities, which I already know that you can't actually go anywhere there, but might as well, for documentation's sake, go check it out, because apparently this whole zone is going to get like a major overhaul before they actually officially release it. I guess they've just decided to allow us to wander around it for fun. I feel like this water probably tastes like raspberry or something like that. Or dysentery. I don't know, one of the two. Reminds me of Blackreach from Skyrim. The name sounds familiar. I can't remember what exactly it is. Is that the like alternate dimension of what's a big glowy mushroom biome? Oh, okay. What's the name of in the Elder Scrolls world where it's like the what are the God, I'm so bad at remembering all this lore. The race that has like the glass armor. Can't remember what they're called. They're like kind of end game angels or something, and they have like a kind of alternate dimension world that's very abstract looking, of like floating continents. I can't remember. Here we go. I'm entering the placeholder entrance to one of the deep cities. I can turn my light on. But as you can see, it just kind of leads to some scary geometry that I don't want to mess with, because I'll probably fall out of the zone and need a GM to rescue me. It's already kind of a dangerous zone to be in because it's all placeholder and I could just phase through the ground and die. Adra or Idra? Let me look real quick. Skyrim. Or I guess just Elder Scrolls. Okay, I think that is it. That name just doesn't sound familiar, but as I Google it, it looks like it must be it. And I know in English, like AE is always tricky to pronounce, because Americans, it's kind of like saying A when it's AE, but I know British and probably the rest of the world pronounce it as E. like encyclopedia, encyclopedia, they would say encyclopedia, which is strangely how like Americans say it also, but we don't say encyclopedia, yet when AE shows up, it ends up just, I don't know. The E is silent in American English. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to think. All right, well, this is kind of the full extent of the zone. Like that ramp over there is the far, I don't know what cardinal direction that is, but that's one part. And then where I came in is the other part. So now I need to run all the way back. I'm going to get closer to the zone line and then I'll fight some will-o-wisps. I just don't want to potentially die to one way out here because I would have to run so far to get my stuff back. High elves use glass armor? I don't know what made me think of it, but there's a funny video that was one of the few times in life where I laughed really hard. Because usually anyone who has known of me for any given time know that I'm not really the most laughy person because I'm very boring and unfun. That I can like remember distinct moments in my life that where I laughed really hard. And one of these moments was I haven't been able to find it again, but it was some strange student art project that was very concept heavy. I don't remember what the concept was exactly, but the idea was to make the most impractical form of transportation they could think of. And they came up with a glass bicycle. And they actually constructed it too. And I was imagining like, okay, maybe they had like a special glass blower that like was able to sculpt a bicycle shape out of some complex shapes or something. Like, I don't know. I was imagining something that looked more bicycle-like, but what they ended up doing was just like buying a bunch of just thick panes of glass that you would put like in a window and just like taping them together. It's like the wheels of the bike were just square pieces of glass, and then you would sit on another square piece of glass. And I don't know, it was just the most like wildly uncomfortable, impractical, and just horribly awful looking form of transportation. And I guess maybe they succeeded in what they sought out to do. I don't know, but when I first saw it, and this was like 10 plus years ago, I just remember laughing very hard. So you run a lot in this game. And I've already gotten a taste of the drug that is in this game called Speed of the Wild, which increases your running speed by quite a bit. And once you've tasted a bit of that and saw how much ground you can cross, how far you can travel, and all that, and well, under the influence of, I call it sow, but some people say so, you just become addicted. So there's two main addictions, and in EverQuest it was Spirit of Wolf, but in here it's Speed of the Wild. And then EverQuest there was Clarity and Breeze, which increase mana regeneration. But in this game, they have a spell called Tranquility. So now instead of people asking around for crack or the sea, they're like, hey, can I get some sea? And here, they're asking to get tranked up. Have tranquility cast on them. So they're like, oh god, I can't wait to get tranked. Tranqed. So we just become junkies. I think I'm going the right way. I do appreciate the subtle effect they integrated into here, which is the kind of, what is this called? Like caustics? Just so weird for me that this is the term used for it. But on the ceiling, how you see sort of like the refracted water effect as it animates on the ceiling. Which is nice looking. I mean, it's clear that it's just, manually placed there. It's not like actually physically accurate, but I think it gets the effect across. I think it's weird that it's called caustics, though, because I think that term refers to like acidic, acid-related stuff. So what does that have to do with the refracted light passing through water? Oh, cool. I'm almost out of food and water. And I don't get a spell called Gate, which would allow me to teleport back to town. This is the struggle that is being a non-robe caster class. You have to run even more. Sounds toxic, like to be full of foreign substance that alters the base thing. I mean, like the word caustic. Okay, while I'm running, leaving auto run on while you do something else on your computer is a great idea. Let me look it up real quick. Caustic is able to burn or corrode organic tissue. Okay, so that's what I thought. Or in physics, a caustic surface or curve. Okay, curves and refraction, maybe that. So if I Google what is caustic in physics, Google's trying to give me the AI response, which I don't trust like that. Okay, caustics. Here, let me be making progress while I read this, so I'll be swimming. Caustics may be defined as the envelope or envelope of light rays that have been reflected or refracted from a curved surface and projected onto a surface where they can be visualized. Okay, so that's exactly what he thought it was, but it's like, why does the word for acidic erosion and the word for bending light, why are they the same word? Caustics in optics are concentrations of light rays that form bright filaments, often with cusp singularities, mathematically. It's the idea of like focus light to a point burn. I don't know. I'm not physicsy enough to know. You've never heard of the Google AI thing, but I've heard lots of people talk about it. I'll show you what it is. Here, if you look on the stream real quick, all I did is what is caustic in physics, and it says AI overview, and it tries to scrape a bunch of results on the internet, and then it just tries to compile what it thinks is good information, and then it puts it at the top. Which, I mean, or a lot of just basic facts about things, it seems to be okay with, but for a while, and I'm sure they're improving this, but for a while it was like giving just straight up dangerously wrong results. Like people are asking things about like dietary questions. It's like, hey, what was it? It was, oh, the famous one was people getting advice on how to like thicken their pasta or something. And it said that you can put edible glue in your pasta to thicken it or something. And then it was like recommending just eating dangerous chemicals, and it was just doing all kinds of just like wildly wrong results. Okay, so I'm right by the exit, but okay, what time is it in game? It is 3 p.m., so I would be in the sunlight. Okay, let me fight a couple will-o-wisps. Oh yeah, there was one about it's okay to leave your dog in a hot car, and then it quoted a Beatles song. Incredible. Oh, hello, Moonshaped. Welcome. Yeah, it's just like with the amount of stupidity on the internet, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be like taken out or occluded from serious results, which I'm sure is not as easy to do as it seems like it would be. All right, so an even con will-o-wisp Jones, you know what to do. Actually, wait, let me buff myself. Cinematic. Very pretty. And then I'm going to initiate the pull with a dot. Noxious Deluge. Get him, Jones. And then I'll strength siphon. And I'll remove taunt so that he focuses on me. I'm swinging my axe at a ball of light. Whoa. Alright, that went pretty well. Burnt out lightstone. Only EQers would know the feeling. So there's a quest in EverQuest, believe it or not, in North Karana. North Karana is a zone with like the highest concentration of will-o-wisps in the whole game. And there's a quest that can make you a lot of money and give you quite a bit of experience that almost everyone participates in at some point in their character's life. Whoa. And only the charged light stones, like the non-burnt out ones, are of any value at all. So you're always crossing your fingers that you get one that isn't burnt out. But over and over and over again is burnt out, burnt out, burnt out, burnt out. It's just like a waste of time over and over and over again. So you just get you succumb to like emotional trauma of seeing that light stone and then it turns out it's burnt out. And then you're on really late at night and you see that you go to North Corona, you're like, huh, there's almost nobody here. Maybe I'll actually have a chance to get some good light stones here. Some greater light stones. I can make a lot of money off of it. And then you see that the only other person in the zone is a bard. And you're like, oh no. And then you walk around to the gypsy camp. And you're like, huh, I'm not seeing any will-o-wisps. What's going on? And then you see the one bard has aggroed every will-o-wisp in the entire zone. And has like 20-something wisps chasing them around in a circle for like 30 minutes as they kite them all. And you're like, it's over. My hopes and dreams have been shattered. Something I really want is that they need to have the minimal version of the combat here in the bottom middle, because it is so hard to read what's even going on with how much text is there. It was nice in EverQuest that you could turn on minimal mode, so it just only shows the numbers. Hoping to get some more regular-sized eyeballs, because they sell for quite a bit. Oh, here's one. And some meats. Took forever for you to do even with another person. Yeah, it's like, that's kind of one of the surprise things in EverQuest, is that if you don't do any prior research and you're like, maybe this little ball of light be an easy target. What could it possibly do to harm me? And then it turns out they're completely invulnerable to non-magical weapons. So you might just straight up do no damage at all to it while it sits there and kicks your ass. If you didn't know that you need to have a magical weapon to fight it. What I really want to see in this zone is that right now in Monsters and Memories, one of the biggest quests that people are aware of and participating in is the Scarab Armor quest, which you need to have specifically something just called Scarab Carapace. Not Giant Scarab, not Fire Beetle Carapace, not any other version. Only Scarab Carapace. And you hand that in with a certain amount of scarab legs, and you get this cool looking like green plate armor that I think every class can wear. So it's one of the few times that as a caster you can have plate armor, and it looks pretty cool. So that's very desirable. But what I want to see is that if you bring a deep scarab or deep beetle carapace into that same person, they'll give you a glowing version of that same armor. That would be so beautiful. I mean, I am an absolute sucker for anything glowing. Like, I love a little bit of glow in a dark place. Because that's all we really need in life, is just a little bit glimmer of light in the dark void that is our day-to-day mundane lives. But I love glowing stuff. I feel like it's an innate human quality to like things that glow. You know, that's why like fire is highly reviewed highly by humans. Yeah, glowing mushrooms, especially. It's just like fungi of all the various sorts. It's just one of the most alien things on this planet. They just don't seem like something that should ever exist, but they do. And what's really terrifying is that Holy Beer to make fire is still in this zone, and I just ran the entire length of the zone and I did not see him. So he's still out there, just watching, waiting. Another burnt out stone. No value at all. Yay. I would normally collect any weapons that I see on like a skeleton like this, but in this game they made weapons so heavy that it will like make me run at like a third of my normal running speed if I'm weighted down too much. And I'm a very strength-centric class too, and even then, well, I mean I have full plate armor, so that's like already weighing me down considerably. Okay, just one more beetle eye. With peace and love. I just need one more beetle eye. Watching, waiting, commiserating. There's so much procking going on right now. So it just feels so good when you proc. It's been a really long day. And you get home and you're all alone. And then you just proc. It's like, that makes it all worth it in the end. One more eyeball. Deep beetle carapace. I'll take it. Ah, I see you are a subscriber to Nathan Barnett. I was gonna say, I recognize that dance, and then it is Nathan. Or should I say, it is Dad. No. I don't know if it's a bug or what, but there's like... Sometimes in the game, stuff just won't leave a corpse behind when it dies. It just disappears. And I don't know if it's just because it doesn't have anything, so it just doesn't produce the corpse. or if it is just deleting the corpse and there could have been something on it. Actually, I think it might still do it regardless, because I had a moment where I saw a staff on a skeleton, which if you see a skeleton holding a weapon, it will always drop that weapon, and that body did not spawn. It just immediately disappeared when I killed the skeleton. So I'm pretty sure that it will despawn the corpse even if it should have dropped something. I wish I could just have a free camera that I could, like, move around freely. Like the photo mode in recent Bethesda games. I mean, a lot of games have photo modes now, they're so nice. Okay, I'm just gonna move on to the next thing anyway. It's 8 p.m. in-game, so it is now going to... It's going to be dark. But there's always a little bit of darkness inside all of us, right? Interesting is that this game has its own names for, like, days of the week and ages and stuff like that. So when I look at the time, it says the date is Matsden, the 29th of Sun Peak in the year of 606 after Reformation. And it's summertime. And then I get majorly doxxed by it showing my local time as well. So believe it or not, I live in a heliocentric galaxy. Do not dox. Ah, yes, yeah, the inner evil. So much darkness. Yeah, it feels like just yesterday that we had Reformation. All about that reform. Okay, we are on the way out through the Baja Blast. What's really funny is that in EverQuest, you could level up your swimming ability by turning on auto run and then just like leaving something pushing down your left key on your keyboard, or any direction for that matter. Okay. Oh, here, yeah. So your screen would just look like this. And you just sit somewhere doing this for like hours as you level up your swimming ability. But it was funnier when you'd come across someone else who was doing it. But I know some of the fan run servers would have like detection of that, so players couldn't do it. But I felt like it was kind of pointless to force players to level up their swimming. It's just such an annoying thing. Like, you don't swim that often in the game, but then the one time you really need to do it and you didn't spend any time doing it, so it just, you can't move at all and it's miserable. Okay, we are back in the shaded dunes. Ooh, and it's stormy. Whoa. I see some lightning. Alright, Jones. Hope you don't aggro bullshit on me. Gonna go check out the were-rat. Because I need their heads. Oh, there's a bit of a discovery that players made in this game that I thought was very exciting. Is not only are there giants in this world, like of course you've seen like the sand giants or the hill giants. I can't remember what they're called in here. There were some in this zone the last time I was here, but I don't see them. But not only are there those kinds of giants, but there are giants. Now I don't remember the exact name of them, but someone went really far away in a zone that most people weren't in, and they were looking out into the ocean very far in the distance, and there was like a absolutely massive giant, like so big that it just looked like an island sitting way out in the distance. And then one of the devs was like, ah, someone found it finally. And it was like, I don't think it moved, but it was just colossal mountain-sized giant out in the ocean. So cool. Like, I can't wait to see what they do with that. Alright, nobody else is here. So I get to die alone. Well, I'm never truly alone, because Bones Jones is always here by my side. As he teleports around. Okay, how about you stay here? And I'll sneak around. Actually, wait, I need to capitalize on this. So we can see him better. Ooh, lightning. Caught that one on camera. The lightning looks really good. When I was... Oh, before I mention that, there is a attention to detail right now that I see so many games that don't pay attention to. Like, I don't know if someone manually programmed this in or if it just kind of comes with whatever lighting system that they integrated. But notice how the rain particles around me are being illuminated by my light source. And that is so big. Like, if there was another player here, I'd be able to see it better. Actually, wait, if I turn this off, notice how the orange light of the fire, how the rain particles are being illuminated just where the source of light is. Like, that is such a subtle detail. I think it's really impactful. Like, when I think about rain in real life and snow and stuff like that, especially at night, that you really don't ever see the particles of that precipitation unless it's through a light source. And it just looks... it's so just cool and effective. And then you see it, like, on me right now. I mean, these raindrops are moving a lot slower than they would in real life, but I guess it's for stylistic effect. Yeah. What was that noise? Why did I just hear someone like whisper into my left ear? That was weird. You all heard that too? Okay, so it wasn't just me. That sounded like someone was next to me in real life. What the hell? What was that? I mean, I like it because it was spooky as hell, but I don't know where it came from. It's just a dead body here. No, there's no voice chat in this game. Otherwise, I would absolutely think it was voice chat, but there is no voice chat. Alright, well, cool. I like it. Give me some more of it. I'm ready. Was that a sound that the were-rats make? Like, I've killed so many of these before, and I've never heard that sound. It's actually just you stalking me? Well, do it some more. Yeah, part of me wishes I wasn't so high leveled, because now, like, Moss, if you and I were to group, I don't think you would get any experience at all. Or I guess I wouldn't get. No, how does that work? You can see how the lower level person won't get experience. Yeah, it's like to prevent really high levels from just grouping with lower and just dumping tons of experience onto them. I mean, if you want to run all the way out through this dangerous... Okay, so there is some weird noises happening. I heard some ghosts. Wait, do I have see invisible? I don't think I do. I have invis versus undead. I don't have any kind of invisible or see invis. Yeah, excuses. Yeah, I'm just actually trying to avoid you, and I'm just too nervous to say anything. It's like if she was here, like, what would I say? I would just spill my spaghetti and just, like... Where at out? Oh, that's right. I have a leather working kit with me right now. I could actually scrap some of this stuff. Okay, I've heard that sound before. That weird little scream. We all spill our spaghetti sometimes, yeah. What I would like to see in this game is This is probably asking a lot, but if there were small, subtle musical jingles that would overlay onto whatever theme is playing, according to if it's raining, if the sun is rising, if it's daytime, if it's nighttime. Like, what game was it? Oh, Animal Crossing. Where when it's raining, there's like an extra instrumental layer that is put on top of it. Or like the instruments of the song change slightly if it's raining. It's like, that is such a beautiful little effect. Oh. And during the playtest in December, there was the great sea serpent that killed like 10 guys. Okay, these must just be weird ambient sounds in this zone. Well, I am by a giant, like, scary fortress. Maybe that's why this is happening. There is a massive sea serpent out there, and someone pulled it into town, and it went on a rampage and killed like tons of NPCs that were at the harbor. And it was so cool. Oma the Two-Faced. You got a named? Well, I think I'm ready. I do have Grip of Agony, which is kind of my emergency nuke spell. No! Something spawned. Oh. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to like use all my mana to overcome this. I'm using it. Ooh, that did a lot of damage. Oh, I should have feigned. Got greedy. Darn. Wanted to finish off Toma and then feign, but instead I got down to like 10 health. You jumped off the boat in EQ and got attacked by sharks. Yeah, those were the days. Even better when you glitch through the boat. The real punishment is having to load into Night Harbor. Oh, and I get the camera bug, so I have to reset. Very cool. Let me check something while this is going on. Ooh, there's concept art for one of the deep cities. I love it. Love how there's like a bit of like a technological edge to it. Can't wait to see what those cities end up looking like. Oh my god, and then I get the camera bug again, so I gotta exit out of the whole game. Go back in. What is nice, at least, is that my feign death is not a spell, but it is an ability, so when I die, I can still use it. Yay. But I haven't died on this character, I don't think ever. Oh, I'm not even at the right gate. Oh man, I gotta run a long ways. Any sow available? Now I get to run for like it's probably gonna take me, I don't know, 10 minutes to get back to my body. That's the risk you take. Luckily, I've gotten to know the city layout pretty well. An auto run is a very appreciated feature. Yo, a cultist? Where are these people coming from? Yo, cultist. Where you at? Can I join? Oh. Person that I was just watching fight a cultist says, "A cultist just tried to kill me in town?" Question mark. Flag. A dud. Luckily, it doesn't look like I lost too much experience from dying. Looks like the Red Vox concert is over. Hope it went well. I'm sure I'll hear about it regardless. Oh no. Wait. Is it crashing? Wow. I got an error and I just closed the error and then the game successfully loaded. That's nice. Like, there was like some screenshot. Oh geez, so many dead bodies. There's that one famous like Windows XP error message that says an error has occurred, yes or no. And you just click no. Hopefully I won't be attacked by any invisible Ashira. Tons of dead goblins over here. Like how that person recording the Red Vox concert with their 3DS is like becoming a meme. Everyone's gonna want to know who that person is, what the video turned out like. Oh, interesting. The most recent server restart disabled fall damage because of a bug that's been occurring. I did fall in Wormsbane, where like I fell maybe like 10 feet and it did like 200 damage to me, which seemed insane for how little I actually fell. Already almost back to my body. I wasn't so bad. Sounds like Dark Souls 2 fall damage, right? It's funny that crocodiles and caimans and stuff are just very friendly. Like in EverQuest, they're friendly, and in this game they are too. Yet the jackal people are the real threat, not crocodiles. The crocodile. It is kind of like an RPG trope, I guess, where if there's animals that exist in in this fantasy universe that we have in real life, they're usually just not all that threatening and are like the lowest tier of creature. Even though I guess bears are always a threat in RPG universes. I see copper. Wonder what the electric bill is like for that spooky castle up there. They have some like heavy duty LED green bulbs that light that up at night. It's got to be really costly. Okay, now I gotta wait. Oh, there's another player here. Whoa, they're way higher level than me. They're 14. I'm 9. I might have to interact with another person. Like all the rat people turned back into people, the worst kind of people. I don't know if I'd even get any experience with this person. My own clone. Any heads drop lately? Asks Noxel, the Shadow Knight. I asked if any heads dropped, and they said they haven't seen any. Oh, only Shadow Knights can cause the heads to drop? Really? Look at that. That is an Inquisitor over there. Inquisitors are like the Sith Lords of fantasy universe. Whoa. Aren't LEDs very cheap to power, though? I just saw your comment. True. Yeah, I wonder if, like, evil wizards invest in green energy for green lights. They ask, I thought I was given a sword that makes the heads drop. I do have that sword, yeah, but wasn't sure if it was directly related to head dropping. I'll try. Alright. We're going silver-edged kukri build. Hold right click on it. Unhit silver tainted cut. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, a special. Alright, well maybe I've been doing this wrong the whole time. God, this weapon does so little damage, it's sad. They're asking if I have vampiric aura. Yeah, it's on right now, I think. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Now it is. It's weird that just this person is laggy. Maybe they're far away. Ah, raw human meat. Very nice. Shoot. Oh wait, there is wood here. Maybe I can make a fire. Oh, this person got the last of the items they were looking for? Yeah, and they're asking if I'm going to be okay when they leave. Yeah, I should be good. Thanks for the help. I say I should be good as I, like, died very recently. But I know exactly why I died. I'm going to make a... Do I not have enough? Oh my god. Alright, I'm back on my own. Do I have any money-making suggestions? What level are you, Max? Your human meat body is feeling very raw and undercooked. That is a vibe, as the kids say. Level 5. Some really good money-making things are selling pieces of armor and weapons. That's always going to be good, and make sure you're selling them to armor and weapons vendors and not to the shady dudes. Then, if you fight Ashira warriors, actually, those might be a little too high level, but Ashira warriors drop a thing called a Ashira warrior bracer or arm band or something like that. And that can be turned in for like 2 silver. Like you can sell it for a lot. Wait a minute. I think I need to re-summon Jones. Okay, let me, Oh, I already have a great sword. Got him. So heavy. Sorry, Jones. Oh, nice. Yeah, moss is, you sharpen the stones, you get like 15-ish more copper. And you can make sharpening stones by just getting a pickaxe and mining copper nodes, and you get tons of just stones from it. And then you bring a stone to a forge, just put 1 stone in it, and it will turn it into a sharpening stone. Or maybe it's an anvil. I don't know. The forge and anvil are usually right next to each other, so if it's not one, you just do the other. So you have the sharpening stones. And also, that's a good reminder that you can right-click a sharpening stone, and it will give you a +1 strength stat, which it doesn't matter what weapon you have or anything. It just gives you +1 strength, which will slightly increase the amount of damage that you do. And then, yeah, you combine rusty weapon with sharpening stone, and it will give you a tarnished weapon, which will sell for a bit more money. There we go, now we're making the fire. You can buy the pickaxe at the Sojourners Camp, which is when you're at the west gate, the one that, where like the shifty gnome is. Right inside the gate, if you follow the wall towards the mountains, there'll be a huge campsite where you see like survivalist supplies, lumberjack supplies, mining supplies, and you can buy a pickaxe from there. Don't buy any supplies from the shifty vendors. You'll get supremely ripped off from. Don't buy food from them. Don't buy anything from them unless you're gonna like flip it and resell it somewhere else. But buy food and water from the bartender at the tavern. It's much cheaper. Oh, you have no idea if monks use leather or cloth. I'm pretty certain they only use cloth or silk. That's kind of the trade-off that monks have, because monks, at least in EverQuest, and I assume they're going to be similar here, monks are one of these classes where their weapon and armor selection is one of the big trade-offs of them, because they're so good at everything else, except they can only use very specialized armor and weapons, because they need to have things that are lightweight. They can't just wear anything. So their starting armor is probably linen or cloth. And then your next tier is going to be like silk or something. Which I don't even know if there's silk armor in the game. I saw patterns for it, but I wasn't able to... Like, I've never seen silk materials. Actually, I'm going to see if I can sell all the stuff that I'm wearing that is weighting me down. Jones, you just hang out here. I'll give you a sword. Not just any sword, but a great sword. You 41 copper for a tarnished weapon of any kind. You don't need the skill, just a pickaxe. I was only selling them because I didn't want to have a searchable NPC to buy a specific item. Yeah, the whole thing with vendors and about trying to find what NPC buys what is much simpler than it initially seemed. Like, it's just, I have weapons, sell to weapon vendor. I have food ingredients, sell to the cook. The only time where it gets a little obscure is where it's like, oh, I have a venomous spider sack. Who do I sell that to? And that ends up being like necromancer reagent. So the more obscure things are harder to sell, but in general, it's once you know where those NPCs are, like, you'll know it's them. It won't be like, oh, John Smith only takes this thing, and then Jane Smith only takes the... You know, it's like, they'll be called weapons vendor. Like, it'll be pretty easy to recognize. Yeah, see, I'm getting 1.5 silver for these eyeballs. Oh, that is a very stereo sound of those coins. I like it. Well, I'm less overweight. Oh, and I can save a little more weight by... I have rawhide scraps in my leather working kit. Put 4 scraps. Combine it into... rawhide canvas. Which is only 0.2 compared to the 0.4 that the 4 scraps were altogether. These carapaces, though, are really weighing me down because they're like 2.5 and 5. New log back in, you'll check the suggestions. Must have been your issue. Rats, bat skeletons really don't drop many cooking ingredients. Yeah, I mean... Food right now doesn't do a whole lot. I mean, you need to have food and water in order to regen health and mana efficiently. So you need it, but I don't think specific food quality makes a difference. So I just buy the cheapest possible rations and water flasks from the tavern bartender person, which are like 3 copper a piece or something. And you don't, I would not buy a full stack of 20 because the weight will add a lot to you. And I think I don't know if this happens in this game, but in EverQuest, the more overweight you are, the more damage you take, or the harder time you have avoiding damage, which I guess is the same thing. So you don't want to be way over encumbered if you're going to be fighting a lot, especially if you're a tank. It's not as big of a deal if you're like DPS or something, but if you're a tank or a monk, it's will usually make a big difference to, you know, be overweight or not. There is a splitting technique that worked in EverQuest where you can feign death to split, kind of taking advantage of like a janky way that pathfinding works in the game. But I don't know if it's worth the risk. So I already know I can't really take two at the same time. So I'll just take one dude. Oh, and I have to use my weaker weapon too. Yeah, this is taking a lot longer with this weapon. Whoa! Oh. Give me your head, please. Gotta make sure I include the word your anytime I say that. One of these smugglers is a caster, too. I have to be wary. Oh. I can easily tell because when I click them, they'll either have a mana bar or not. Okay, neither of these are. Yeah, and if you make a bonfire like this, it will... I believe it gives you a little bit more experience. Like when you're under its effect and you kill something near it. You're thinking about how Han Solo is a smuggler. It means he smuggled drugs and weapons and killed people. The smuggler life. I'm sure he was very smug about it too. I'm going to be extremely extroverted and I'm going to call out in the zone that I'm looking for group members. Looking for more at Smuggler Camp. Level... eight-ish. Wait, levels... Yeah, George Lucas, the whole like Han shot first thing, yeah, was in order to make him look worse. Ah, Desert P Raid. It's the parade. Welcome, everyone. Thank you very much, Desert. So what was, here, let me, for anyone who isn't following Desert, you definitely should. So what was he playing? I'm guessing Elden Ring DLC? Oh, you finished the Elden Ring. Oh, so what have you? Oh, Paper Mario, nice. This is like the new thousand Paper Mario 1,000 Yard Stare remake master something or other. It's never really been my type of game, but it's a lot of fun to watch. And I'm sure Desert is doing an amazing job voicing all the characters. A man of 1,000 voices. Like, I've ran into characters in games, like voiced characters, and I'll be like, this sounds like Desert. I think I'm safe to pull this guy. Also, in a crazy turn of events, chat, I think Holy Beard McFire may be joining me. The creepy, completely unfounded claim that he was stalking me. I think he's now gonna be my friend and join me as I fight smugglers. Bug Fables voices. Oh, I forgot about that game. That was really popular for a while, I remember too. Now, what version of EverQuest is this? That is a very good observation. This is a very EverQuest-inspired game. It's called... Wait for it, wait for it. It's called Monsters and Memories. And they are doing a weekend stress test that ends around midnight US Eastern Time, Sunday. So still plenty of time to join. This is in like an early alpha version, but I'm not even really an MMO person, and I'm really enjoying this. I enjoyed the original EverQuest. I played that a lot back in the 90s, and then played a little bit more recently to realize how little I understood about the game when I was 12 years old. But I'll put a link to their site in the chat, monstersmemories.com, and you can download the client free from their Discord. You just put like an email in. And their concept art and just a lot of the art going into this game in general is all original. A lot of this is placeholder also that we're looking at, but like character designs and stuff are very much kind of that 90s, early 2000s era. Low poly, but with sort of like a painterly aesthetic to the armor. And they're just using, modern features of game engines to make things a little bit easier and just slightly better looking, like the view distance is a major thing, how you can see very far, whereas like EverQuest, you'd probably be able to maybe see a little bit across the river. So it's a good way, it's easier to track mobs and stuff like that from far away. And there's like lots of real-time lighting effects that are going on and weather and all that just makes it all more pleasant. Man, everything's an even con, and I don't have any water to regen. But kind of the thing with classic MMOs that differentiates it from like World of Warcraft and stuff is that they're much slower paced. And it's more about like camp based, like kind of sandbox gameplay. It's kind of the opposite of being on rails. There's very little direction. You're just kind of left in this world and you gotta like figure out how you want to handle everything on your own. There's no instancing. You're with all the players all the time. And this community has been very nice. It's mostly older people, believe it or not. Me being in my 30s, I'm actually like one of the younger people in this community. How old is Jones? Probably like 230-ish, going on 231. Yeah, Bones Jones. He's very self-conscious about his height. So don't even, draw attention to it. Man, where did, like, Beardy McFire go? He was gonna join me. What happened to him? He's still in the zone? You can play as goblins in this game, so if you're a fan of goblins... you can play as one. Okay, he's not even in the zone anymore. Let's see. Mick Beard. What? He's in Fallen Pass? Well, that's part of the cleric life. When you're a cleric, everyone wants you in your group because not that many people want to play as a cleric. And if anyone does decide to play the game, right now the starting city is pretty laggy with all the people that are there. So, if you want less lag, you just take one of the main paths and just walk as far as you can away from the city on the path, and you'll go to a neighboring zone where there'll be much less lag. Whoa, someone coming in hot to heal me. Whoa, they're saying that I am the man? Is this a... Oh no. Uh-oh, uh-oh. They disappeared. See if I can message them. Are you interested in grouping or just doing an amazing drive-by buff? Smile. Alright, look at the day-night transition here. This world has 3 moons. See, 2 of the 3 are rising on the horizon right now. And the stars are gradually appearing, and you got the nice ripples of the water. You got like the boat in the distance. And there's a spooky gamer tower up there with the green lights. Alright, they're just doing a drive-by buffing, which is always welcome because actually they gave me... what am I looking for? Speed of the Wild, so I can now run really fast. See, isn't this just so nice? I'm not going to use this... not going to use the C word. The, cozy, which is becoming one of the most abused words I've heard in the last few years. Like when you're looking at the, what was it, like the Indie Games Fest or whatever, it's just the amount of times people were saying cozy. If I drank alcohol, I would have been just completely hammered how many times that word was spoken. But this is a nice, comfortable atmosphere, especially we got like the fire and how the fire is like illuminating parts of the water at an angle with like, normal maps and such. It's very nice. And low fidelity. But the problem is that I'm not going to regen any mana because I don't have any water. Alright, I'm going to make the executive decision to use the speed up buff to run back to town. This is going to be quite a run. Oh, look at the reflection of the moon on the water. The moons. Yeah, cozy definitely is hit mainstream marketing terminology. Cozy Doom clone. Crocodiles are friendly in this universe. Let's see. Oh, look what was right in front of me that I didn't even notice. There's just a giant quietly tiptoeing through the desert. I like the music, but I want to see what just the ambient sound is like right now. This will make it more tense. Yeah, with how dark it is, I wouldn't have even seen that giant if I didn't suddenly look up. What level is it? A sand giant scout, and it is way higher level than me. I mean, I have this light source. Definitely want to draw attention to myself. The giant is right there. Oh my god. Thing is, though, is if I go around the giant in the back, towards the center of the zone are these, oh god, there's 2 giants. there are invisible enemies called ambushers that could kill me very quickly. Oh, he's coming this way. I'm gonna run over this way. One of my favorite things in EverQuest was fighting the sand giants, because like once you get to a high enough level where you can actually fight them, it's so satisfying to fight just a giant thing that can easily overpower you, because like I love playing as Necromancer any chance a game allows me to. And in EverQuest, you could do something called it's just someone whispering in my ear, no big deal. You could do something called fear kiting, which I'm sure maybe MMOs do more of that these days, but like with fear kiting, you continually keep a creature that is much higher level than you keep it feared, meaning it's always running around away from you, and you apply dots that slow it down so that it stays under your control, but you continuously fear it while just stacking poisons upon poisons on it. So over like 5 or 10 minutes of kiting this thing around, then you eventually can defeat the giant. The giants will oftentimes have like really expensive things on them that you can sell. Kind of wish that the game would do this on its own. There's the Gamer Castle, by the way, if you haven't seen it, where where at night there would be no music, just the ambient sound, or else like a very minimal track would play. Because this is great. It feels so much more tense to be running around at night with no music playing. And then when the sun rises, and you hear the music, it makes it that much more of a celebration for the sunrise. See, there's the city in the distance. See the silhouette of Night Harbor. Who is that? Am I being stalked? I'm hearing phantom huts. Hut. I'm going to raise the audio a little bit because I really enjoy this ambience right now. Ah, the Fisherman Shack. Imagine being born with the name Fishing Supplies. Okay, that was loud. No, he doesn't want any of my stuff. Spotted a halfling. Breaks Dar, the halfling. It's just a rule that when you come across a small race in an MMO that you have to jump over them if you pass by them. Just a rule. All right. Halflings, half bros. Yeah. And like I was saying, the the main city right now is going to be a little laggy. Takes a while to load into. Apparently they have a pretty good idea on how to make it less laggy, but they didn't want to integrate it right before this weekend test in case it broke other things. So hopefully in future tests we'll be able to experience it more stable. It's Jones, he's back. Bones Jones. Man, I love playing games with the HUD off. Like, it just feels so nice and immersive. Sure, I'm missing potential details, but big reason why I play games is to just feel present in a game. I don't really even need a game to be challenging. I just want to feel like I'm there, no matter what the style is. It doesn't need to be realistic. It's like existing in digital world. That's why I like VR so much. I want to feel like I'm anywhere other than real life. But if anyone watching chooses to play this game, you have until Sunday around midnight US EST. Feel free to ask any questions at all that you have about it. I know quite a bit about it. I've been following it since its initial development. There's actually a lot of players here right now, but they haven't loaded in yet. So let's watch as any second now, a horrible just field of dead bodies is going to load in. Got to give it some time. Oh, there's a... Hey! The person that loaded for a few seconds, that was the guy that... Whoa. There's someone... Oh, here comes... Everyone's loading in. Here's all the players. And the bodies. Lag. Rubber banding. I might have... That one guy, I might have saved him from rage quitting this game. Because he was... Which is a common thing. Like, this game starts out very hard. Like, it does not ease you into the difficulty too well. Like, you will probably be killed by the first thing that you fight. And it gets very dark. And if you die in the dark, like when it's night, it'll probably be hard to find your body to get your stuff back and all that. But anyway, he died somewhere, had no idea where it was. He lost all his stuff, and he was like, this game is just, this really sucks, and I'm not liking it. And I sat and talked to him, saying like, okay, so what happened? He's like, well, I died, I have no idea where my stuff is. So I helped him find his body, get his stuff back. And I was like, hey, if you go and you can buy this spell and you can memorize this spell, and that will give you some extra shielding. It'll make things a little bit easier for you. And then I gave him some money and he bought more spells. And I just saw that he joined a guild. So he's been playing long enough that he decided to invest in joining a guild. Oh, God. Oh, no. I think someone just tried to run to a guard to get help, but they accidentally clicked the guard and attacked them, and then were just immediately killed by the guard. That's why a lot of bodies are around, because people will accidentally attack NPCs that are way more powerful than them. This is one of the developers just hanging out here. Look how fancy they look. Ooh. I know Pattis here. I don't know if he's watching right now or not, but he's one of the level designers and 3D modelers. I'd say like the majority of all of the placeholder buildings, like this whole city, were all placed by him, and he streams, and you can watch. Like, it's a nice thing with this team is that so many of the devs stream on Twitch, so you can watch them make progress and work on stuff. Serafina Yingstone? I have never seen this NPC before. Okay, her response is going to be a bit lagged. Let's see if it filled it in for me. No, I guess not. Alright, so this is where you want to go to buy food and drink, is from this guy. Wait, I want to see if I turn the music up a little bit. Okay, let me buy 10 of this, 10 of this. Okay, let's get back to the tavern music. Ooh. Noel Claris is an often coveted NPC because he's a part of a Shadow Knight quest. A Shadow Knight, Noel Claris, is sitting in the tavern right now. Hint, hint. Oh god, he's gonna be a bit laggy though. I'll just inconspicuously follow him around. So, minor spoilers. There's a Shadow Knight quest where your guild leader wants you to deliver an important message to a person of interest, which is this Noel guy. And when you deliver the letter, he is very insulted and tries to kill you. And this is part of one of your trials as a Shadow Knight, is being able to suddenly be faced with hatred with no warning. You got to defend yourself against this guy. So if you follow him around, because if you are caught fighting him out in public, other guards or just guards will jump on you and kill you. So you got to wait until he's in a secluded spot. Okay, I don't think anyone's coming from. I already fought and killed him. I did the quest, so I don't need him. Noelle is in room 28 on the second floor of the inn. Oh, and he disappeared. He's patrolling around. Well, anyway. There's a goblin. Look at the little goblin. Okay, so thing with this game is that certain vendors prefer certain items over others. There are some vendors that take everything, but they rip you off, but you get more money for paying attention to what certain ones want. Which is pretty straightforward. It's like armor vendors will buy armor. Weapon vendors will buy weapons. And chefs will buy like any piece of an animal, including hair for some reason, fur, you know, famous culinary practice of cooking fur. So what I'm going to do to make money here is that this shady merchant is selling a pristine crocodile hide for 46 copper, which I can more than enough afford this. So I'm going to buy that. And I'm going to flip it, sell it to a nearby merchant that I know will give me more back, so I'll make a profit. I'll also buy a couple of these tattered clothing items. Yeah, hair soup is delicious. So I'm gonna go to the tannery. Take thee to a tannery. And I believe it is the tanning supplies that will buy pristine crocodile hide. Look, he's gonna give me 82 copper. So originally, how much was it? 46 copper is what I paid. And then, so 82 minus 46. So I'm earning 36 copper just by moving products from one merchant to another. Cool. Like, you can just hang out and transfer items between merchants to make money without ever having to, like, go and fight stuff. I mean, fighting stuff will by far give you more money, but there are multiple ways to be making money. Are you able to only buy a certain amount of things before you flip them? There isn't any limit, really. Like, one time during a previous playtest, there was like 120 flawless malachite gems that someone sold to a merchant, which was like when you're doing mining, you come across a lot of malachite. So I bought all of them, which was most of my money. And then I went and sold them to a specific gem vendor, and I made like a huge profit from it. So no, there's no limit to how many you can get. So if you just kind of take advantage of the fact that some people don't want to worry about all that, and then you can profit off of that. Okay, what else do I need to do? Oh. Gonna figure out who buys the carapaces. I think I have to go to the night market, which is over here. Oh, I didn't even notice. Thank you for the follows, Septic Punk and Zooty. I'm not used to getting follows. I don't have any alerts or anything. My streams are very boring, if you couldn't tell. I'm a very boring, unexciting streamer, so I have to actually pay attention to when people follow and stuff. But thank you. Here's another goblin in the wild. Oh, look at this goblin. This goblin is so cool. I'm going to take a screenshot, actually. There you go. Get full copper chainmail goblin with a, like, bronze warhammer. It's a quality goblin. Think... Do they take carapaces? No. Oh, here we go. 82. So practically a full silver for selling that. So I'm glad I hung on to that. Then almost nothing for the small one. Okay, what else? Okay, so I need to... Okay, Can I process my rawhide scraps into... failed. I'm too low level, darn. But my smithing skill is pretty high. I'm gonna go over here. Oh, everybody's using the stuff. Oh, maybe not. My... Whoa, I'm being suddenly messaged by people who want me to craft them copper armor. Let me process this stuff first. And this takes longer than it needs to because it's laggy right now. Copper plate armor. Okay, hey, yeah, I can make all the pieces, but the breastplate and legs are hit or miss currently. Okay, Tom the Bard is, can I make bronze pants? I can make copper plate greaves, yeah, but not trivial yet. Usually about a 50-50 chance of success. How much for a try on arms and gloves? God, it's so slow. Come on. There we go. There's no actual arms slot currently. It's being replaced with a tabard item, but I can make gloves easily. How does 2 silver sound? Wait, I'm hogging the forge. There's probably people waiting for me. Even though there's like 4 other forges, but everyone uses this one. because it's closer. All right. Perfect, I'll come to the night market in the future and to kill some more dune scarabs. See, they're asking for... They want... copper plate. Okay, because there's copper chainmail. I'll wait till they're actually here to make it, in case they change their mind. I don't want to just like pointlessly make armor that use my resources on it. So I'm gonna go run to the bank real quick while I'm waiting for this person. Sounds good. Let me know when you're in the market. Going to run to the bank real quick. Some nice classic MMO gameplay we're getting right here. You have to actually talk to people to buy, sell, and trade stuff. There is no, you know, UI that pops up for a market. Sure, that's more convenient and streamlined and everything, but you got to be a bit more of an entrepreneur to actually, like, make things and make money. Well, from crafting. And this game is so new that people don't really know what the prices of things should be. Like, I'm charging 2 silver, and it costs me about 1 silver to make it. Which, truthfully, I probably should charge like 4. But I want people to be nice. And I want to have them have a good experience. I don't want to, like, try to get as much money as I can out of them. Here comes the bank music. Nothing can prepare you. This is what I hear in my head when I'm like doing my taxes. I just have a human head in my bank account, in my bank vault. As you do. Oh, hey, Goblin. Nice to see you. You charge 4.99 silver. Yeah. I guess I'm too nice. If I started getting a lot of people buying stuff from me, I'd probably raise my prices. But I'm just like happy to help out. And I have a lot of copper bars. I have 47 right now, so I can pretty easily make gauntlets. Yeah, true. Goblins are going to want to get as much money as they possibly can out of someone. So in RP, I don't know, but this face doesn't really look like someone that wants to be nice and like wants to save people money. This is still my favorite face in the whole game right now. Like, I want to use it as often as I can. Oh yeah, and I have a really pretty deep beetle eye that I got from the deep dunes. Okay, so I was putting eyeballs in my bank vault. Come on, lag. Go, 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 go. Oh, it can't fit. Okay. Cloth. I haven't even done much with tailoring yet. Okay, put put this down here. Oh, I still have a full greatsword in my backpack that weighs 13. Oops. That's why I'm so overweight. I'm gonna go sharpen that and sell it. Is someone an ogre that's just named Leatherworking? Wonder if they're a craftsperson. Hashtag no HUD. Favorite way to go. Wrong way. You can't even see the deep beetle eye during the day. Yeah, famous fisherman. Ogre named Leatherworker. I love this, like, ominous water elemental that someone just put up there. It's so glowy. Oh. Oh, yeah, I won't buy the pattern yet until this person actually comes over here. Okay, so resin apparently doesn't weigh anything at all. Oh, they're almost to me, okay. You know what, I kind of know this person because I talked with them earlier. I'll trust that they're not just going to be like, never mind. So, I'll buy everything. Which is just a copper plate gauntlets. Not cobalt. And if you have dyslexia, which I don't, thankfully, but if you do, having dyslexia and reading these patterns will be kind of a nightmare. Because you want copper, and they're all in a row, they're all alphabetical, they look very similar, just a couple letters difference. There's cobalt, 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 and then copper. Like, I have accidentally bought the complete wrong recipe so many times because I wasn't paying fully close attention. Copper plate gauntlets. So when you buy the pattern, you can read it. 2 copper plates. Oh, there they are. Okay. I bought the pattern. Going to go make them now. Ah. Shoot, I think this is going to be in use. Oh, I need my... I'm such an amateur. I need my smithing hammer, too. Oh, they want me to make an attempt at the copper pants. The greaves also. Do you also want... Wait. You want the gauntlets too, right? Let me get my supplies first. The question mark smithing hammer. Wait, I'll take all of my copper bars in case I fail. Then I'm going to use a different forge that isn't being used by a dozen people at every hour of the day. I'm going to use the forge in the Mason Guild area. Since nobody's ever there, I'll meet you in the night market in a couple minutes. So you walk in here and you have this Death Stranding moment of like these figures sitting in the distance, menacingly standing there in front of you. And then suddenly forges. So I need to... First, of course, I forgot to buy the pattern for the greaves. So I'll get the gauntlets first. 2 copper plates, and it takes 4 bars in the anvil plus smithing hammer. Copper plate, which should be trivial. I should never fail making plates. It will lag, though. There we go. 3, 4. I think it is... Is it 3 plates for greaves? Let's see, 4... 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Wait, no. Remember. Maybe it's 4. I'll make 4 just to be safe. The only reason why I would not turn everything into all of my copper bars into plates is that chainmail requires you to make rings instead of plates. And I don't think you can turn plates into rings. Come on. Come on. Did you go? Oh, man. All right, there we go. I thought it failed, but it was just, there we go. That guy behind me? Oh, that's that's Bones Jones. Okay. So in a perfect world, I won't fail the copper greaves. But you know it's going to happen. But I'll take the chance in hopes that I can get this done quicker for this person that is waiting for me. So now, I just simply... 2 plates. And... copper plate gauntlet pattern. This should be guaranteed. Great success. Gauntlets are done. Now, I gotta go buy the pattern for the greaves. Oh my god. Oh, and the gauntlets are weighing me down. Every time a druid or a shaman gives me a speed of the wild buff, like if they're still around by the time I can whip my wallet out, I'll always donate to them because it's like literally a game-changing buff to be able to run slightly faster with how slow you can move sometimes. Alright, what do I charge for Greaves? Because they use like double the resources. So if I'm charging 2 silver for gauntlets, I guess just 4 silver? Okay, how... Whoops. Whoa, whoa, whoa. How about 4 before Greaves? I don't know why I'm hearing jumping. Alright, they're okay with 4 silver. There we go. Look at this magnificent dwarf. Is now gonna have pants. He's currently pantsless. Well, actually, no, I'm giving Greaves first. He accidentally gave me all of his silver. Well, was about to. Which I have done too. It is very easy to accidentally put all of your money in the trade prompt. Just the gauntlets first for 2 SP. Unless they actually want to give me... Oh, they're just paying me in advance, I guess. Alright, going to go make pants. Chat, I'm secretly just going to give him my own pants, just so I don't feel bad for him trusting me so much. If I fail. Copperplate. Greaves. Hopefully nobody's using the anvil. Everybody is using the anvil. Actually, I think they're using the forge. Maybe? Okay, oh, he's using it. Okay. Okay, well, I'm gonna wait a sec. So now the question is, do I want to run all the way over to the other forge or wait for Orf to be done using it here? Just Jonesin. Okay, well, actually, I don't want to leave. I was going to say in the meantime, I can go do something else, but need to establish a visible presence that you are waiting for something. Someone's asking if copper arms are a thing, and no, they're not. They're actually removing the arm slot to replace with a tabard slot instead. Because I think the idea is that, like, EverQuest, there was an arms slot, as in, like, upper arms, not shoulders, not wrists or whatever, but the spot between your elbows and your biceps. There was a slot for that, but in the way that they're doing the armor this time, I believe it was just kind of annoying to make sleeveless shirts all the time. So now sleeves are just going to be a part of a bigger piece, which is the big purple part that's going to be its own slot. So like I could have copper armor and I could have like a different sort of under armor tunic like thing. But currently it's all a part of the chest, but eventually this other slot is going to be there. There are more forges, yeah, in the Mason Guild near Sojourner tents. He slides in. There we go. Sorry, Orf, I'm going to grab this real quick. Greaves, take 4 plates. I was correct. Now let us pray that this works, or I'm going to give him my pants. And failed. I can do a second attempt real quick, actually, before I give him my own pants. For... It's just gonna take a while. Yeah, crafting will be so much nicer once lag gets reduced. I love having an odd number of resources. Okay. Oh no, someone's asking me to make a copper breastplate. If they give me all the resources, I'll do it. Right now I'm expending like all of my storage to attempt to make this. I have made one before, but I failed like 3 times to make it. Now the guy's offering to pay me even more for each attempt at the copper pants. Copper plate Greaves. Oh man, this other person is offering to pay me quite a bit to make him a copper breastplate, but I don't have the resources. Guys, these are the kinds of real-world MMO crafter problems you have to face. What am I going to tell this guy? And, yes! Successful bronze pants! So I don't have to lose my own pants. I'm not too worried about making a lot of money here anyway. So I'm just gonna give it to him. He's been nice and patient anyway. No need to pay extra. I need to skill up anyway. Yay! Alright, now he's insisting on... Wait. Oh, this is the other guy. Enjoy. You look great. I don't have the resources to make the breastplate right now. I need to go mine more. Unless you have the copper ore with you. Alright, Galanga, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoy laying in bed. It sounds fun. Okay, he has no ore at the moment. Okay, let's go take a look at the ore situation. Okay, if you find some, I will... Okay, let's see. I'm going to try mining some, but if you contribute any of your own ore, I'll gladly give discounts. Oh, hey, Lugnato, thank you for the raid. Shout out. Wait, Lugnu. If you enjoy watching Star Trek and crusty VHSs or tapes, you should follow Lugnato. For people joining right now, this is a weekend playtest for an upcoming indie MMO that is in, like, alpha right now. It's called Monsters and Memories. It's very inspired by EverQuest and the early years of World of Warcraft. Woo! And the city I'm in right now is a bit laggy, but all I'm doing are like trade skill stuff. So once I get outside of city proper, it will be a lot smoother. I'm like making a bunch of trade skill sales right now because I think people are starting to realize that there's players out there that can craft really nice armor. Like, I crafted all the armor that I'm wearing right now. But because the game is so early in development, a lot of stuff is prone to change in terms of, like, balance. Like, right now, it takes quite a while to get enough resources to make things. I think I've, like, reached maximum skill for, like, mining and refining, but it still takes a while. Or smelting, I should say. And I'm not completely sure how, like, the node placement works. I think what happens is each zone has a total amount of possible places where nodes could spawn, and then it will randomly choose a, like, percentage of that maximum amount for them to appear. So then once one of them gets mined, it'll just, like, randomly choose another one. I think because it feels that way. And if it is that way, it would probably be in order to prevent players from just, like, perfectly timing the you know, like, just putting a timer down and knowing exactly when all the nodes will spawn, and then they just run through and mine them all, you know, to just dominate it. So there's some randomness to it so that other players have a better chance. How much does this break down for? The guy that wants the breastplate is asking if I can break down other pieces to get resources. If anyone watching knows this, is there a way to break down plate armor? I have the chisel, which I thought was related to doing that, but I wasn't able to do it. Unless there's something I'm missing. I'm telling him right now is I don't think armor can be broken down currently, not from what I've been able to do. Ooh, other nodes just spawned. Okay, so I have 7 bars, 5 ore. And yeah, that's the correct pattern. I'll need, let's see. So it's 4 bars for a plate, and I need 4 plates, so 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 16. I need 16 copper to make the breastplate. And right now I have I'm telling them I'll need about 16 for 1 attempt, but I won't charge for additional attempts since that's a skill issue on my end. It will just take a bit for me to gather the resources. Man, all these phantom hooks. Don't know where they're coming from. Oh yes, and if anyone is deciding to give this game a try, the testing is going to be going until midnight Sunday, so tomorrow, midnight US EST. And I am on the REL server, R-E-L-L-E. And if anyone has any questions at all about the game, I know quite a bit about it, at least from, you know, a casual player perspective. I've been following it since the very beginning, really. I remember watching the first dev stream of a playable build of the game with all of the, like, placeholder pill characters. Okay, I currently have... about 20 copper, but I will get some extra. There's a guy named Gnarly Nugs that is out competing with me for copper. Ah, the beautiful sunset. Sunsets do look quite nice in this game. See if I can buy any copper. Sometimes people just throw it in the vendor. Yeah, there are some things that I could flip for some extra cash. People weren't here when I was talking about it earlier. There's a whole aspect of this game just about moving resources between vendors, and you can profit from it. So if you go to the shady vendors that will buy just about anything from people, you can buy it back from them. And then if you distribute those goods around the town for other vendors that will pay more for those items, you can gain a profit. So you don't even have to fight anything. If you just know where all the vendors are well, you can just use your commerce skill to flip the goods around. Which, I mean, it's not all that fun if you exclusively just do that. But it does add an extra element to when you're just running around town. You're looking at a vendor and you're like, oh my god, someone just, like, sold 20 malachite to the shifty gnome. Then you can buy all that malachite just on a whim and then go sell it to the gem vendor real quick, and you just made extra money. Unexpectedly. Okay, but after I get this crafting business done with this guy who wants the breastplate, I'm gonna go check out some of the dungeons to see if anyone wants to group. Because I haven't actually done any of the, like, more intense dungeons yet, like Worm's Bane, or apparently there's one that's just called Ancient Crypt. I might be a little too high leveled for Worm's Bane. I'm like 9. I think Worm's Bane is like for like level 7. I don't know. I'll have to see. Let's see who's there right now. Slash who all Worm's Bane Tomb. Oh, there's 12 people in there, so it's probably pretty fully camped. Oh, and there's level 15s in there right now, so I guess I am not too high level. All right. Have a lot of copper now. Going to refine it. Wait, I should get enough for 2 attempts. So how much would that be? So 16 plus 16 is 32. And right now I have 22, 23, wait, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 30. Oh, that would have been annoying. I have 31. Wow. So I need just one more node and that'll be enough for 2 attempts. Yeah, after one more node, I'll have enough for 2 attempts. And there are other places that you can mine copper outside of this zone, but it's so far away, it's not even worth getting. Oh, he's now offering to help mine. Can buy a pick from the mining supplies vendor in that tent area with all the in that tent area by the bank. I just saw Chinny run by. I think he's streaming right now also. He's someone who is the creator of the Only Goblins Guild. And also is very dedicated to this game. He's streamed way more of this game than I have. It would be... Ooh, the sun. Look at this sunset. We have all of the dead bodies. Isn't it gorgeous? Is there a way that I could just RP walk? Let me see. Is there just a walk button? Crouch. Oh, toggle keypad divide. That's a hell of a key. Okay. There we go. Kind of a brisk jog. Not quite a dramatic run, but let's look how nice this looks. Got the gamer castle in the sunset, or on the horizon. Got some screaming in the distance. The 2 moons are rising. What I've been doing lately is when it's nighttime, I turn the music off so it adds more suspense to it being the night. So I secretly wish there was a different theme for the night. Now we just get the crickets, a bit of suspense in the air. We got more phantom huts. I'm using the forges in the Mason Guild so I don't have to wait in line at the night market. Lol. You know, just keeping things lighthearted. A little lull here and there. I do wish there was sort of like a distant chatter sound when we're walking around the city. Just some kind of like muffled sounds of people talking. We're gonna get jump scared by the Masons any second now. Maybe not. Ooh. Okay. This always takes a while. Here we go. Scary noises. Nope. See, I like this. Just the sounds of the crickets. Frogs, maybe. Desert frogs. Come on. Funny that video games have really they lead you to believe that pickaxes are more common of a tool than they really are in real life. I can think of one time in my life that I've ever held a real pickaxe and used it on the ground. It was just at my grandpa's house, and I just like swung it into the dirt. It was very heavy, way heavier than video games make them look. Yeah, there's like a couple second delay every time I click. Sometimes it doesn't respond. Oh no, I just realized I'm not gonna have 32. Thought I thought I did the maths. I'm gonna have 31. Did I not get copper from one of those nodes? Sometimes people sell copper or bars on vendors. I might be able to just buy one. What I'm gonna do is I'll just give the guy my own copper breastplate if I fail the first time, and then I'll just use my own resources to go attempt to make my own. Okay, so now gotta make the plates. Got 4. Oh, I have to use the anvil, not the forge. Not the Geordie Le Forge. Come on. Wait, I might be able to trade with the leather working ogre. Looks like he's looking for leather scraps. Or rawhide scraps, believe it or not. Patch rawhide tunic trading for rawhide or... Oh. Leather working, let me check. Actually, no, I'm going to hang on to my own supply. I can get rid of this great sword while I'm here. Keep forgetting. Cool noise. Okay, finally have all the parts. Did you buy the EP pattern? You can buy one too, if not. You know what? I'm gonna just make the rest to save time. I don't want to... Oof, it's so loud. I want to just... I actually got kind of lucky because when I made this character, it was before they changed how much of a boost you get for choosing the smithing profession. Originally, it would give you um, 50 smithing skill. They lowered it to 25, and then after that change was made, it didn't retroactively change people who started with 50. So I still have the 50 skill, but now everyone moving forward only gets 25. So I have like a pretty big smithing advantage now just for having an older character. I think it's only leggings and breastplate that I am non-trivial with. I'm so digging the ambience of the city at night with the music turned down like this. This is such a good decision. I need more ambience. I need like I said, some like muffled chatter. Some like doors closing. Look at this. It's a female halfling named Pookie. Cute. And little goblin is also cool. Okay, NPCs aren't loading in. The wait a sec. If they take too long, I'll just... Okay, if they don't spawn in 10 seconds, I'm going to just do the force reload. Oh, this guy looks cool. He's got like the turban. He's dual wielding. Oh, he's a monk. Whoa. All right. I'm just slash reloading. It's going to take a sec. Like how the game looks as that early 2000s look with modern lighting. Yeah, that is such a good combination. I like old aesthetics with modern shaders. Like, does anyone remember, oh, what was that one game called? It was like Dungeon something, where it was one of the first games I saw that was 2D pixel art, but it used real-time lighting, so you'd see like sprites projecting onto the walls with shadows and stuff. It was really cool. Oh, hey, Pattis. Fancy seeing you here. I was talking about you earlier. It was like, hey, he's the guy that has probably placed most of the buildings in Night Harbor. You're like the architect. I'm here just doing trade skill things for the first time. You are going to go attempt it now. I've come to realize that because the smithing thing was reduced from 50 advantage down to 25, and I made this character back when it was 50, and now people are asking me to make the like higher end pieces that are a lot riskier for lower levels to do. So it's still not trivial for me, but I now have suddenly become a lot more valuable. Did a lot of it, but Baloo did the docks and the bends areas. Oh, okay. This is going to be a really random question, but I remember seeing some early concept art of like underground tunnels in Night Harbor where there was like some like wooden boards that were put over cracks and there's like god rays shining through the cracks. Those are underground tunnels. Are those in Night Harbor right now? It was like an older area that was real frantically patched up with wooden boards and it had a bunch of like sand everywhere. Oh. Just reading what this guy is saying. Apparently there's a character that drops a really valuable sword that sells for 20s. Not currently. Those are an older version will be added in the future. Okay. Yeah, I remember like Sean was talking about like the underbelly of Night Harbor, and that all sounded so cool. I know there's some underground stuff by the tavern area where there's like all those rats that people fight there now. Okay, what these? He said it was a. There's a named who drops a two-hander sword that when you vendor it, you can sell for 27 silver. Wonder if it's still like that. Um, Something I was mentioning too is that what I've been doing just for myself is that when it's nighttime, I turn the music down, and there's something about it transitioning to just the ambient sound at night that just adds a whole level of suspense and really solidifies the feeling of, oh, I'm out past curfew, or just it's like it adds so much to it. It makes me almost wish for there to be more ambient sound, like muffled chatter of people in buildings or something to make it feel like that there's people out there lurking around, so it's not just crickets. All right, here's the moment of truth. This I'm just going to give this guy my own breastplate if this fails. Oh. Wait, copper plate. Copper plate. Oh my god, it's 5 plates. Oh man, good thing I got extra. Holy. Oh, it failed. But Okay, damn, it failed, but I'll give you mine. Give you mine, and we'll keep working on getting the rest. Okay, how about 5 SP for the BP? It's the most expensive part. I charge 2 SP for the smaller trivial parts. Okay, Pattis, yeah, that sounds cool. You know, Robert often stops by here. It's always much appreciated. Oh. Alright, now I get to look super manly. Alright. Oops. God, I was hogging the anvil. Alright. Wait. I get to look super manly without it. Oh no, my pet lost its name. We need Bones Jones to make a return. Oh, sometimes okay, I have to do pet, rename Joan, singular, because he's only one. Oops. And then pet, rename Jones. There we go. And just about all of these buildings have interior spaces too. I don't know if you can access them all. I know eventually there's going to be plans for like player housing and stuff. But I imagine that would be an instanced thing. I don't know. I know they're kind of anti-instances, which I appreciate, but when it comes to housing, if there's like we had what, like 600, 700 people playing all at once. I don't think there's going to be enough room for everything to be individualized like that. Yeah, he's just a little Joan. We'll donate for Sal. Would be so cool, so beautiful if I could get my smithing skill up, but after failing to craft like, I don't know, 7 points or 7 more advanced armor pieces at this point, it still hasn't gone up. Yo, Chinny's offering to sell me. That would be currently farming ore. I'll meet you at West Gate. Sometimes tricky to do the math. Figure out, okay, I already have this many plates. I need this much to get the bars. Wonder if there's any positions in the world where the moon will align in just the right spot at just the right time. Like some kind of really prominent tower on the horizon that like at exactly midnight the moon will be perfectly lined up with it. That would be amazing. Okay, is Chinny streaming right now? Are we going to have a streamer on streamer interaction? Oh, he is. Oh, there he is. Hey, crossing the streams. But we're all lagging a bit. Takes a sec. As this elf just stands in my face. Whoa, calling me stinky. Ah, yes, the goblin tax. Oops. Yay. The elf fussy. Yeah. Elves are all about that. So now look at this. I'm going to be mining at the speed of sound. Got places to go. Gotta follow the rainbow. So I literally sold someone the shirt off my back, and now I'm trying to get it back. I was gonna go out and do some dungeon stuff, but how embarrassing would it be if a tank shows up with no breastplate? I would never be able to recover from the embarrassment that I would feel. Ah, the sun's coming up, so that means the ambience is going to come back. See, isn't that nice? We had a little break from it, but now it's back. Chinny was just dueling someone. Someone named Farts fled from Chinny and conceded their duel. Damn, we got some like goblin drama going on in the server. I won't steal their node. Craftsman's honor. They were there first. I'll let them take the rest of it. Though I would kind of secretly prefer if nodes were individualized so that everyone has equal opportunity, but I know that's kind of against the ethos of the game. The sunrise. Whoa. See, that looked like he was punching me, but he's not actually. Punched a rat. So many dead bodies. All those PPL. I'm gonna hide the bodies. I'm an expert at hiding bodies. Look at that. You would never have guessed that there was anything there. Okay, how much do I have now? Oh, okay, I have more than enough. Okay, I got a maths real quick. So it takes 5 plates, which are 4 apiece, which is 20 copper. So 20 copper for 1 attempt. And I have 2 of the plates. So I need 3 more plates for 1 attempt. Which is 12. So then I have 12 divided by 4. 3. So then 7. You know what? I have enough for 1 attempt. I know for sure. I don't know exactly how much until my next attempt, but I want to take advantage of having Thou right now. So I'm just going to run over, give it a try. So, is anyone else currently playing this right now? If not, and you're tuning in and don't know what this is, I will explain really quick. This Monsters and Memories title drop. It's an upcoming indie MMO. This is a weekend test. The game is currently in like alpha-ish state, and they plan on entering early access January 2026. So about like a year and a half away or so. But there's going to be more tests between now and then. And when it enters early access, it's going to become a subscription-based game. It is not going to have any kind of microtransactions or any other way to use real money. So the subscription is the only way that you spend real money on the game. But that won't happen until 2026. So if you want to give it a try in this earlier state, go to monstersandmemories.com. I will put a link in the chat, and it'll instruct you to go to the website or the Discord, and then one of the channels has a link to the client to download it. The whole game is just like 4 gigs or something. And it is very much inspired by classic MMOs such as EverQuest in the earlier years of WoW and at the classic time. It's a much slower pace, less guidance. It's usually the first thing people notice when they play is they're like, what am I supposed to do? Because there's no, exclamation points telling you who to talk to, what to do. You're just kind of dropped in the world and you figure out what to do for yourself. I mean, you're given a note that says, hey, Enchanter, come find us in the Enchanter Tower and we'll get you started. That's about it. And if you're playing and you think it's too laggy in the main city, you can walk to the neighboring zones. If you go out either of the 2 gates and just follow the path all the way down as far as it goes, you'll hit a zone line and you'll load into a new place that's either Thungreet Strand or Shaded Dunes. And there is close to no lag at all in those zones. And there's still low-level stuff to fight out there too. So just because you leave the main city doesn't mean that you're just going to get blown away by stuff. There's more deadly stuff out there, but there's still also very low-level stuff as well. Oh, and also on the website, there's a section that explains all the races and classes, so you can see what things sound fun to you. And all of the art in this game is original. All the assets you see were hand modeled and painted by various artists on the team. And you can see the concept art on the website as well, which is gorgeous art going into this game. Very charming. And I know this crafting stuff isn't the most thrilling to watch at the moment. But it is an aspect of the game. Just hoping I can successfully craft this booby plate. Okay. Gotta grab the pattern. What was the shortcut for skill menu? P. So here's all the skills. Okay, these are ones that I have put points into, but there's more than this. Like I started with an extra advantage of blacksmithing and master artisan, which is supposed to be that you gain trade skills quicker, but I feel like I've only gained 1 point after all of the smithing that I've done since like throughout the stress test, so I don't know if that is working as intended or if I just completely not understanding how it works. But yeah, there's like abjuration, acrobatics, alteration, bind, wound, blacksmithing, blocking, channeling, commerce, conjuration, defense, divination, dodge, evocation, hand to hand, language, leatherworking, lumberjacking, meditation, mining, offense, parry, skinning, slashing, smelting, survival, tailoring, tanning. And they plan on having a lot of others too. Like if you walk around the city, you can see that there are there's a lot of merchants that are selling supplies for trade skills that aren't fully integrated yet. I will patiently wait for this NPC to load in. Actually, I will impatiently wait. I'll type /reload. Here we go. Okay, that's a lot faster. Oh, we're there for a second. Come back, please. Here we go. Yep. What if I can do target, blacksmithing, pattern? There we go, got him. Copper plate, breastplate. Let us pray that this works. Someone's using the anvil currently. Wonder who it could be. I'll just stand here menacingly. As she T-poses. While I'm waiting, I'm gonna check something. Let's see. Curious how many others. Let me check the server stats. Right now, there are 131 people in my server. $147 in the West Coast server. 51 people in the PvP server. Only 5, 6, 2 people in the other servers and 0? Wonder if they're being restarted, because that's unusual for there to be that few. Interesting. Oops. Just pushed a bunch of random buttons in OBS. Looks like the stream is still going. Alright. I accidentally stopped the stream. Anyone that uses OBS, I highly recommend turning on this feature that asks you if you are sure you want to stop streaming when you click the stop stream button. That is so nice to not, like, if your cursor gets out of the window for a second and you accidentally click stop stream or something, that is so obnoxious. Okay, anyway, copper. All right, come on, crafting gods, please. Please. No. See if I can buy my way through. I don't even get a skill point. Yeah, my smithing has been sitting at 51 after so many different attempts. Well, I can sell this greatsword. Y'all got any copper? If I manually, if I pay to have my blacksmithing skill increase, it's going to be 14 gold. Just like more than probably anyone has in the whole game right now. The game prefers that you get everything, that you organically increase your crafting skill. Okay, what am I gonna do? Okay, let's see, how much would it cost to just buy the plate? Nothing, because there isn't one there. Hey, it's my female equivalent. Got another gray-skinned individual. Except I'm missing an armor piece. But I like seeing the same armor set in other characters. Looks really cool. I still win for smugness, though. Look at that face. Uh... Character in Star Wars? Tenebris? Really? Is that like a like Clone Wars character or something? Or Old Republic? Let's see if I can buy my way through speeding up this process. And ironically, the amount of time that I put into trying to speed the process up will take longer than just doing it the slow way. One of the Sith Lords before the prequel trilogy. Is that, yeah, that's Old Republic or something then, right? The name of Darth Plagueis' master. Oh. Hey, look, it's Willy. The, jackal? What she sees. Where are all these hups coming from? I love when you have speed of the wild and you move backwards. There we go. This is the optimal way to play the game. Okay, so how many more copper do I need? So I need 3 more plates. I need 12 more copper. Oh, it was spelled Tenebrous in Star Wars. Okay. I even know what that word means. Oh, that's right. What's the current Star Wars thing that's happening called? It's like Soul something? Oh, I'm just reading Discord, and apparently multiple people at Vinny's Redvox concert, multiple people recorded it on their 3DSs. Not just the one person in front. Okay, apparently there's a lot of weird stuff that went on during Vinny's concert. Someone has a Redvox license plate for Oklahoma. My God. Okay, anyway. No, there's someone else mining copper. Oh, and then my sow just faded. So, does the 3DS camera have any like special features that why you would use that instead of just your phone? I think it does it have two cameras? Like, is it able to take 3D pictures? I actually have a 3DS too. Funny feature. I genuinely enjoyed the 3D effect on the 3DS. I've always liked 3D things. So when I played Animal Crossing New Leaf? Yeah, that was it. I always played it in 3D. How much do I have? Okay, I have 10. It's just a low quality camera for nostalgic early 2000s photos. Ah. Oh, you have a 3D picture of your dog that you took on your 3DS before he passed away. Now you can't delete it. Oh. Yeah, there was a... I've had moments kind of like that, like strange technological things that ended up having way more meaning than you originally anticipated. where wait, why am I being attacked? Jones, take care of this. They're temporarily Joan. So one of my grandparents passed away a long time ago, like in her 60s. And when my brother was very young, I think it was before I was born, that he just had a tape recorder and he used to just record random things all the time. And he just happened to leave the tape recorder going when we were visiting a grandparents' house, or when they were. I don't even remember if I was there. And he managed to catch our grandmother singing, which there's like no audio record of her singing anywhere. Like, this is before video cameras were really a thing. And he accidentally caught her singing, and now it is like one of the most valuable pieces of audio to my mom because of that. And he just accidentally happened to catch it on his tape. I don't know if, because the tape itself is like in a box somewhere. I don't know if we've ever tried to transfer that audio over. What reminded me of this, but like in EverQuest, there was someone that once paid my enchanter for a Clarity subscription service. Because Clarity is a spell that increases mana regeneration, so it is like one of the most valuable buffs in the game. Because like mana being slow is kind of a big key quality of EverQuest that makes it stand out from other MMOs. But anyway, that this one person was just like, I'll pay you this huge amount of money if I can't remember, like every hour, if I checked back in with them and refreshed their clarity, and they paid me like, it's like 400 platinum or something insane. And I was like, sure. So, and I just did exactly that. Like for the next few hours, I would just get a port back to where this person was and would just keep refreshing their clarity over and over again. It's like, it's a living. Keep seeing my mic get really loud every once in a while. Just know I'm going to look back at the stream and it's going to be like, wow. Geeky. See, I panic when I hear the female goblin jump sound because I think it's moths. I have to like run and hide. Okay, how much do I have? Only 18? I like how I can see the mage pets from really far away. That glowing blue dot. Oh, look at this. We got a goblin couple. Little and Biddle. How precious. Uh-oh, they see me. Look at that. Together under the sunset. Shadows. I mean, they could just be siblings. swear after I get this breastplate, I'm gonna go do something more interesting. It's just that thinking back on it, I should not have just given mine away. But it originally took me like it was 3 attempts to make the one that I had. So I didn't think it would take this long to get it back again. So from this day forward, I'm going to only craft pieces that are not the legs or the chest. Because the other pieces are guaranteed successes. And the rate that you improve a skill is so slow that it is literally real life hours. Actually, I've been doing crafting stuff for the last 3 playtests, and I've gained 1 point in smithing. So it is extremely slow to improve. So I don't think it's really worth trying to grind that skill point at this point. So I look at all these other people with their full copper sets as I'm sitting here without my chest part. Find someone that treats you like little and biddle. Are we getting a juke night? This happened before, where just as the sun's setting, it just randomly starts rising immediately and just skips the night entirely. But the last time this happened, it started to become the morning, and it just randomly went back to night again. So I don't know if that's a dev messing with it or if that's just like a weird bug. What time is it in game right now? It is 6 p.m. Okay, so it should still be setting. Alright, I have enough for another attempt. Oh no, I can't let John see me like this without my full copper armor. He was someone that helped me learn how to craft stuff early on. I am disgraceful. Wait a minute. Can go over here. See, I'm gonna go do something in real life, but instead of BRBing, I will line my character up, go all the way down and inside this building and up to the forges, so when I step away, I should be able to come back by the time my character reaches that point. So here we go. I'll BRB. Uh-oh. Now I'm back. Well, for more exciting smelting gameplay, I'm actually being really innovative right now. I am standing while at my computer because my desk is it's tall. It's not a standing desk, but I have it oriented so I can stand by it. And then my microphone is like fully extended upwards. So I might sound a little taller. If that's okay with everyone. I sound tall. Nice. So I think in the far future, when this game is in early access, meaning that, you know, the servers are up all the time, and it's not just short testing periods like this, I probably wouldn't stream this all that often when it's out in, you know, for good. I would probably be playing it a lot, but hopefully by then my life will be more in order so I can just have more organized streaming times each week and be doing variety. I think what I enjoy most about streaming is doing variety, so it is kind of weird for me to have streamed so much of this game. Like, I think I've streamed more of this than just about any other game on my channel. Because I tend to stream as much of the temporary play tests as I can. And I think this is the longest testing period they've had so far. Previous ones are usually just like a day, but this is 3 days. Oh wait, there's more copper. Didn't see it. Just realized it's nighttime. 9 p.m. So that means just left. Silence. Ooh. Something interesting that I learned about the history of metal working is that for a long time that metal was seen as an undesired byproduct of ceramics because people had developed kilns and were making pottery and such out of, you know, earth, of various clay and dirt and things like that. And they noticed that if they accidentally got their kilns too hot, that they would have pieces of like iron and pieces of metal that were mixed into the clay that would get hot enough to melt, and it would ruin their kilns and it would ruin the clay, and they saw it as a big problem. So little did they know that if they could purify the amount of this metal substance and use entirely metal, that they could and produce kilns that can burn at much hotter temperatures, that they could actually work with this material. And then it started getting into, like, I think it was like copper or something like that was some of the first metals that were worked with. Then bronze, like you hear about the Bronze Age. I think bronze is made from, it's like an alloy of copper and iron. Let me Google that real quick. What is bronze made from? Copper and tin. Oh, okay. It's 12 to 12.5% tin, and often with the addition of other metals, including aluminum, manganese, nickel, or zinc. Also, there is no copper in it. Oh, wait, no, primarily of copper and tin, and sometimes more. Huh. That would be a serious change in history to start using metal. Like going from wood and stone to metal. Strudel, welcome. I actually have a question for you. Are you related to, or are you the same person as a chat member named Snoodle? Strudel and Snoodle? I know it's very sound leap of logic to assume that if your names sound similar that you must be connected in one way or another. I'm dropping all my stone on the ground like a boss. Because you can turn stone into sharpening stones, but you get so much of it and you can't sell it. And I already have like 40 sharpening stones in the bank. Okay. Oh, no, I gotta make the plates. 3. Thinking if I fail this attempt at making the breastplate, then I'm just going to just buy a leather chest piece and just use that for now, because I'm getting really bored of this process taking so long. Plus, when I'm streaming, it's not the best entertainment. Wow, okay, I have enough copper for another attempt. I have 2 more attempts. Just say I'm standing in a hot tub. Could work. Gotta do the old annual sitting around waiting for the NPCs to appear. Oh, that's faster than usual. Maybe it's a sign. Copper breastplate. Standing on the edge of the crater where the prophets once stood. Is that a lyric from a song? Here we go. Time for another disappointment. Oh my god. Finally. Finally the stream can move on. Hooray. Or hooray. Quote a wise scholar. We're back in business. What's going on over here anyway? NPCs NPCing. Yo, is this guy dual wielding a mandolin and a battle axe? What a badass. I don't even know if that's a mandolin. Is that? I don't know. The crowd goes wild. Yay. His axe and his axe. Okay, so I got to... Looks like a loot. Ah, yes. The username is a strings instrument expert. At least knows far more than I would. Just realized one of these bankers' names is Moolah. Nice. Okay. I forgot, when I get to be level 10, I'm going to get a game-changing spell called Swirling Shadows, which in EverQuest, this spell is normally called Darkness, and it completely changes how necromancers and Shadow Knights to an extent can play, because it slows down targets, meaning that you can now kite things that are much higher level than you. It's just someone talking in your right ear. It does corruption damage, so it's a dot and a slow. It can just pile on more diseases and stuff. It's a bigger deal for necromancers, especially if they have fear. And I don't think I get a fear spell until I'm a higher level. They do have a bounty for some Ashira. They're outside the place called Tel Akir, which is a scary dungeon. Oh, I'm going to sell this tattered cloth. Is that everything? And I'm going to sell the malachite. And I have a bleeding, disgusting, severed head in my bank vault. I need 3 more of those, but that's going to take too long. I already attempted it earlier. So what am I doing? Going to the tannery. Oh wait, no, it's cloth. So I need to go to the clothery. I was originally going to do leather work on the tattered clothing, because I think you can use leather patches to turn tattered cloth into patched cloth. But I don't totally know how to do that. I really am a little burned out from all the crafting stuff I've been doing lately. I want to just go, like, fight. This looks like a pre-early access proof of concept stage, right? Yeah, this is kind of in an alpha stage. They're not going to be in early access until January of 2026. But there's a lot here already. And right now, there's currently, let me check. There's 142 people on this server, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other servers. So 142 people here, and then there's 154 on the West Coast server. I'm on the East Coast, called RELL, R-E-L-L-E. What is that noise? Is that a bard song? Huh. Never heard that before. And there's 45 people on the PvP server. But we had about, it was like 600 or 700 total people across all servers yesterday. Look at this goblin. When you see a cool goblin, you're obligated to check them out. Look at this face. As he slides. All right, Joan, I'm going to graduate you back to Jones status. You have ascended your singular existence. You can now exist as a plural. Congratulations. Everything is going to do... Oh, I got to sell the malachite. So, for people wondering where you can profit off of selling malachite, here's your top secret insider info. So, you see jewel crafting supplies? Well, you got to go around the back. Over here. Go up the stairs. Very inconspicuously named individual called Gems, who, believe it or not, buys gems. So I just got about 1 silver from selling a bunch of, like, byproduct of mining that I didn't really need. We also have Glitter Sparkle, Giant Ogre. I'll just flash everyone real quick. Someone's asking, can Beast Lords wear chainmail? I think so. Let me check my screenshots. Shoot, I don't think I took a screenshot of that. Oh wait, I'm near a vendor. I think I can check there. Aha. Chain armor, cleric, fighter, inquisitor, paladin, ranger, rogue, shadow knight, shaman. No beast lord. I just checked. Looks like beast lord cannot wear chain. Probably just leather and cloth. Plate armor is cleric, fighter, inquisitor, paladin, shadow knight. Noises. Now to decide where I'm gonna go here. Let me check if people are up to no good in the bathhouse. There's a goblin in there. Uh-oh. Just left. Suspiciously left as soon as I was going in. There's no bathing happening in the bathhouse. Okay, so I started the stream and I went to Deep Dunes, which is a really cool place. Now I gotta figure, where do I want to go now? So let's see, who's in Wormsbane? That's a place I've never really been. Oh man, there's 21 people in Wormsbane. And there's a lot of tanks in there, so I wouldn't really be all that desired. Wait a minute. Chinny. Would you spare fellow another sow smile? And I think he is gone, phased out of existence. Darn. Okay, so the places I could go. So Shaded Dunes, which is ahead where I was fighting the smugglers. There is a crypt that I haven't tried fighting in before, but I think the crypt is even higher level than me. I think it's like 10 plus. What's it called? Ancient Crypt? The players killed the spider before the guards could. I think we saved someone's life. Someone named WTF. And I believe Bard Charity over there may potentially be watching the stream right now. All right, the sun is rising. You know what that means. Okay, so we got Ancient Crypt. I might just go take a look in Wormsbane just by some chance, see if anyone wants me in their group. But I could also go to Sungreet Strand and check out... There's a ghost camp there that I was too underleveled for originally, but I think I should be adequately leveled now to handle ghosts, maybe. I'm always a fan of that. Where else? There's a place called like Glass Flats, which is really far from here, but I believe it is... They made it for the purpose of it being the largest zone in the game as like a technical test, and it's very flat. I don't think it would be that interesting to go walk to, especially when I don't have a movement speed increase. There's Tel Akir. Let's see. Do you spell it E-K-I-R? Okay. Ooh. Okay. That place is full of probably the highest level players in the game right now. There's a level 19 elementalist that's there. So 19 is the highest level I've seen so far. So I'm way under leveled for that. Little and Biddle are there waving at each other. It's adorable. Alright, so what I'll do, I'll sit in the tavern for a few minutes so I get the XP increase buff. And then I'm going to run around Sungreet Strand for a little while. Might be able to run into some Dunes madmen, which could be fun to die to. So at least we'll get some mirthful tavern music. Wait. Right. RP sits on stool, cross-legged like a pro. All right. While we enjoy this, I'm going to grab something to eat real quick, but I will be back after a few minutes. I'm only at 6 hours. I got a lot more hours in. I'm probably not going to stream this tomorrow, so I want to get as much as I can in today. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Excuse me, let's go. Alligator just ran through the tavern and is killing someone. Okay. Interesting. Alright, BRB. Just a few more minutes. Just so I don't have to be eating while talking. Enjoying tavern blues. Not blues. What do you call this? Tavern vibes. As people are brutally murdered in the background. Okay. Took a little bit longer than I thought it would. What I really enjoy is, whoa, how much happened in the background while I was sitting here. Like there was like Benny Hill style people running by, running away from crypt scarabs. Someone got killed back here. I don't know, it was really funny. Deep elves, deep gnomes, deep dwarves. What about depression? Nice. Oh, someone messaged me. Okay, so I decided what I want to do. It's that there's a place in town that I have not been able to investigate yet. Called, I think people just call it the bridge. And there are some scary people that hang out there. So I'm hoping that I don't die. Person's asking where they can craft stuff. There's a place called the Night Market that has all the vendors. It's pretty, like, you'll need a lot of bars to make stuff, especially for weapons. But you might see some things on the vendors that you can buy too. Okay, I'm not completely sure where this bridge place is, but there is a part of town that I have not spent much time in that I can check out. There's like an organization called like the Pale Men, which I already have an affinity towards for some reason. Person's asking about crafting, trying to help them out. Alright, here's the actual harbor of Night Harbor. I don't think I've ever been here on stream. Nice, nice water. Like the complementary color palette going on here. Lots of rats. Always a welcome addition to any household. Here's a cacti. It's the first one I've seen in a while. Who this? Fisher woman? Don't think she wants to talk to me. Too real. But the real sight is get a load of these statues. Let me get up here. Isn't this awesome? Isn't that famous, like, was it Athens? Or there was like some city in ancient Greece? Or maybe it was Rome? I don't know. It was a statue that historically people were never sure if it actually existed. It was like this massive, oh, was it Rhodes? Like one of the biggest statues of its period that was talked about and documented, but we're never sure if it was actually ever a real thing. There's even like illustrations of it. I watched some video about it too. But it's like of a really, really big statue of a guy standing between the, two parts of a canal, and like ships would ride between his legs. This is actually really cool. I haven't even seen all of this stuff back here. Colossus of Rhodes? Okay. The harbor guards have really cool looking armor too. Customs house? Harbor master. What do you have to say? Hello, my friend. How may I help you? Oh, takes a long drag from his pipe before blowing out a plume of richly scented smoke. Do you need any help? I assume not. Dang, this area looks so cool. No idea this much detail was put into this part of town. And there's just a dead ogre in the streets. Oh, I see the bridge. There might be some confrontation coming up here. Love the architecture. Just a little bit ominous. You have like black lion statues. Oh, there they are. Pale guard. And they con red and have full aggro, so they will instantly kill me if I go over there. Well, so much for that idea. Let's see how close I can get. Oh my god, there's dead bodies all over inside that place. Oh, it is a massacre. Hello. Hail, a pale guard. Priest of Yum. Or Yum. Hello, priest. He doesn't have anything to say. Navigation trainer? Huh. Didn't know navigation was going to be a skill. Wonder what that's going to be about. Oh, there's a forge over here. So whatever's going on in that tower, it's shady business, and I want in on it. As people have tried to run past the guards and go up the stairs, so there's like dead bodies going up the stairs as well. Now, who are these people? Watchmen? I had no idea all of this was here in the city. Drunken dock worker and a thug. Whoa, drunken thug will apparently kill me. Rowdy laborer, mercenaries. Okay, I need to leave. Yeah, this is the rough part of town. Came to the wrong neighborhood. But I do want to watch the sunset with the Watchmen. Say, Watchman, could you turn your name off? It's a little distracting from my photo that I want to take. So I'll just have to crop you out. Just noticed that the clouds are moving too. Nice. Just remembered a few tests ago, I think it was last year's test, that there was a hilarious bug where people were like falling into a well, and at the bottom of the well were a bunch of cultists that kept killing people. But then, like, what was the deal? Oh, I think it was you were supposed to die if you jumped down the well, but people were surviving, and that was the glitch. So there's just a whole bunch of people that were hanging out at the bottom of a well, and then the dev had to come like get them all out because they were stuck or something. So gorgeous. RN. Think about this. We are looking at the harbor of Night Harbor as it becomes night. This moment has been a long time coming. You've been waiting your whole life for this? Yeah, man. Yeah, there's something about that when it transitions to night, that for some reason it gets really bright for a little bit before it gets really dark. It'd be interesting if a night walker species speaks in character. They would have jumbled text to the daywalker species. Yeah, I know EverQuest had a lot of different languages that if you typed while having a certain language enabled, it would automatically jumble the text for anyone that doesn't know that language. So it allowed for people to effectively speak different languages. There were so many. There was like, God, like 50 different languages. The funny thing is that the only way that you can learn a new language in EverQuest is just to continually spam the text while that language is enabled. So you'd have like language learning classes that was just people constantly just typing, ASDF, all of the letters and just spamming enter over and over again, and chat was moving, a million miles per hour. Oh, this looks so nice. Taking so many screenshots. Star Wars Galaxies, you would just add a person to your party and do teach language. Oh, that's way too easy. I like how different lights in the city kind of turn on in stages. So it's not just instantly the whole city turns its lights on. You got the gamer towers on the horizon. Okay, it's almost completely nighttime. I just want to get one screenshot when the sun is all the way down. All right. Interesting is that you wait, I'm just reading something. Ooh, some stats of interesting weapons. Dagger of the Damned. Inlaid malachite copper ring. Huh. But if you have a day-night cycle in your game and you have clouds move or the sun and the moon rise, that you're unintentionally giving a lot more information about the geographic location of the city, because depending on how far above the horizon the sun and the moon are will also tell you about what hemisphere you're located in. What is it? The azimuth? Azimuth? How something about like the measurement of how high in the sky the sun is compared to everything else is like can determine what hemisphere and longitude and latitude roughly you are on a planet. I guess that also depends on like the tilt of the planet as well. Stage side teleporter. Kind of afraid to just go into a random teleporter. You know what? Let's be adventurous. Let's see what happens. Okay. This is actually where I wanted to go, so that was convenient. Yeah, it's interesting with the languages you're talking about with Star Wars Galaxies. That I remember in EverQuest there were some like intermediate languages that were understood by similar species. Like there would just be like there was common tongue, of course, but then there was like what was it? There was just some old language like the more ancient races all spoke. And then there's like a general elf language. Something like that. Getting a tavern buff up here? Where am I? I hear fire. You're expecting a teleporter to go to like a faction house? Well, I kind of was too, because there are teleporters all around this tower. You know, the big shots of the world are all these like robe casters, elementalists, enchanters, wizards, and they get their big fancy ass tower here, and it's all covered in teleporters of a similar style. I won't go in it, but like, yeah. Stand on there and it takes you up inside the tower. Oh, hello, Clarpus. Feronia Vi language used in general is Elvish and had to spam a macro at your mercenary to learn it. Oh, funny. Yeah, that was I always forget how you pronounce it. Is it Ferona V? Feronia Vi? But yeah, that whole island. I never totally understood the lore behind that place. It was such a strange city. It was like really, really huge. Like one of the biggest cities in the game. And all I remember it for is a bunch of like really high level people would just camp around by the bank. And then I remember the city was surrounded by scary spider ladies that could see invisible, and then they would like instantly root you if they found you from far away. Magnificent Malkia. Who's this guy? Hello there. Hail to you, brave soul. Only we magnificent few get to live the hardcore life. To commit, one must be new to the ways, and it is too late for you. Ah. So this is how you enable hardcore mode, but you have to probably be level 1, so you can't just like play most of the game and then suddenly go hardcore. Sufi the Pauper? We, the paupers, live a humble life. Unfortunately, it is way too late for you to commit to our ways. Yeah, hardcore, classic, medieval-inspired fantasy term. Here's the secret goblin merchant. You go around the corner. Clint. What do you got? The usual. That's right, it is nighttime. I am going to go into Sungreet Strand, which is at the end of this path, but there's one other place I want to check out. Because I've seen people get attacked by cultists, and when I am made aware of the existence of a cult in a game, I want to do everything I can to take part. But it's also wishful thinking that I'll be able to do anything else besides fight them. Malleable bone ornamented coffin. I bet that is used for necromancer corpse revival. I was allowed into Varun in Starfield. Well, actually, no. I kind of forced myself to be involved with it. Which I think when I play the DLC, my save file is going to be so fucked. Because I messed with all the faction settings and I don't know how to put it back. I did incrementally save an older file, so I wouldn't be starting over entirely. Well, usually you'd expect cults would be, you know, they uh, fool their followers into joining them. You usually don't have to force your way into them. I think most people don't actively go and seek out cults, they find you. So we got some missing walls here. Maybe it's an illusory wall. Yeah, Clarfus, exactly. Yeah, cults in video games are way cooler than ones in real life. Real life cults are just a real bummer. Just some guy that thinks he's Jesus, wants you to surrender your material possessions and probably do bad things to you or your partners or whatever is going on in your life. I'm going to ask in the server, does anyone know where the cultists spawn? Asking for a friend. A cult temple, maybe? Under the inn. Ooh. I'll take a look for my friend. It's another case where a comma can completely change the meaning of that sentence. I'll take a look, comma, for my friend. Or I'll take a look for my friend. Like, are they there or am I doing it on their behalf? Whoa, Shadowkin Defender? I think that's someone's pet. It's invisible. I already checked out the Red Mantle. And actually, I have a bounty quest. That's where I got this. These two mongrel Ashira have raided our lands and killed innocent civilians long enough. Their last known location is near the southern entrance of Tel Akir, found in the Shaded Dunes. Bring their heads to guard Atep. Dead or alive, the Red Mantles. Oh, cultists spawn at night near the archaeology stuff in the Shaded Dunes area. Okay, we got some insider knowledge about some cultists. Archaeology stuff in Shaded Dunes. I don't really want to go back to Shaded Dunes because I've spent so much time there during this stream. I wanted to go check out Sungreet Strand after I check out these other parts of town. Nurlbus, the goblin? Who is this guy? He doesn't have anything to say. Oh. Okay, I'm going to check out the area underneath the inn. There is actually a whole, like, skeleton neighborhood on top of the necropolis area up on the cliffs, and the skeletons that live there are really high level. I think they were still red cons to me when I was, like, level 8. The phantom hups. They still haunt me to this day. Goblino. Oh, oh. All right. Hey, look who it is. Lamau Boat. He played with us during the December test. He's a Vine Sauce adjacent community member. May potentially be watching the stream. Okay, how do we get to the basement? It's gonna be very laggy here. Oh, this is where you register a guild. Where is the basement? Oh, is it back here? Here we go. Sneak around. Ah, loud noise. Whoa. Just a bunch of beetles. They were just hanging around under the tavern. Just doing beetle things. Jones, where are you? It's gonna take half an hour for the AI to rubber band its way over here. Let me buff myself just in case. Uh, come on, spell. Oh. I'm not seeing much here. There's someone in the server asking for help transferring items. I kind of want to help them. But with how laggy everything is, it's going to take a long time. I've already been wandering around the city, not doing much for most of the stream. Not seeing any cultists. Very disappointed. Yeah, the Yelp reviews lied. I've definitely seen cultists around here before. Like earlier in the stream, we saw one run through the tavern and kick someone's ass out in the street. Yeah, this is the basement of the tavern. This is apparently a good starting area because all of these grain beetles that hang out here are all level 1. So they're easy to kill. Much like Lamau boat here is doing. Very disappointed at the lack of cultists in this tavern. Okay, is there anything I need to drop off at the bank? No, this is like the lightest weight I've been in a long time. Okay, well it is nighttime, and apparently the other place is the archaeology site in Sungreet. So I'm gonna go over there. Or no, in Shaded Dunes. Wait, this person is selling this ring. And that's a ring I can use. Someone named Mimi C. I'll buy it. There aren't many rings in the game at all. So, and I have more than enough money for it. Ah, they suspiciously knew exactly where I am. Actually, most people meet here. 2 silver. Thank you kindly. All right, I got a inlaid malachite copper ring. It gives me +1 strength. I'm still wearing Toma's signet ring. It gives me -1 charisma. Oh boy. A dark metal ring bears the face of a snarling rat. It feels greasy to the touch. I've been wearing this the whole time. Anyone have sow available? We'll donate. Hey, we have someone named Kermit. And then we have the alligator named EverQuest. Oh wait, it just changed to "This is my pet somehow." There'd be like a real weird RP you could do where you communicate entirely through naming of your pet. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Alligator named EverQuest sounds like an indie film. It does. Is EQOA person, I'm pretty sure is a EverQuest YouTuber who makes a bunch of videos about a specific part of EverQuest history that a lot of people don't know about, which is when they made EverQuest Online or something. It was like a PlayStation port? No, it wasn't even a port. It was its own special game entirely. It was a weird part of the history. I never played it. I didn't even know it existed until like a couple years ago. You know, I'm going to have to play it the hard way. I'm going to seek out people who can speed up my running speed. Okay, who's at the right level? Played Enchanter and Vanilla EQ. Yeah, and what you'll be pleased to hear is that Enchanters in this game, they get mesmerized at like level 4. And you can... Oh, wait. Yeah, mesmerize at level 1, I think, like right away. And then Charm, I think you get at level 4. So like a lot of people's favorite parts of playing Enchanter, you get pretty early on. Yeah, EverQuest Online Adventures. Yeah. It wasn't very well received by most people, but the people that liked it really like it. Okay, everyone's too low leveled in the zone to be able to sow me. Wait, this person's selling the ring again? Hey, you have a second one? I'll take another. Wait, is it unique? Oh, it's a lore ring. Never mind. The game won't let me have two at the same time. Oh yeah, that's right. There is a... people are already making a wiki for this, so you can look up in advance what spells classes have. It might not be completely accurate though, because like stuff changes between playtests. Come on, game. Is it lagging so hard? Even harder than usual. Oh, they're an enchanter. I thought they were a druid. Never mind. Oh no, I waited too long. The sun's coming up. The cultists hide during the sun. We're looking for one more for Bandit Camp in Shaded Dunes. Do I want to take them up on this offer? Hmm. I don't want to explore new places though. That would be good experience, but like I want to go check out the ghost. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Gills here has helped me a lot in the past. Hey, could you spare thou? I've also donated a bunch of money to them because they're so helpful buffing. Glad I'm not the only one experiencing this. I asked where they were and they're like, oh, I'm waiting for the bag vendor to load. If you run in too quickly, you have to like wait for everything to load. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, wee fast. Yeah, when the sun goes up, I go in. Oh, and they also gave me stone skin. All right, now we can do this. This is this is the real reason why I wanted Sao. Nope, can I make it all the way to the other gate just by walking like this? Really selling you on this game? Hey, yeah, this would get me to play the game if I only saw a clip of this. See how well I know this area. Don't even have to look behind me. Wait, wait, wait. I'll take the advanced route. Whoops. Oh, wrong way. My bad. Here we go. So this is how bards swarm kite then? uh, I have seen some people attempt swarm kiting. I'm not totally sure how well it works. I mean, bards are in the game. All right, we're almost there. Oops. Oh man. Failing. All right, close enough. Dead bodies everywhere. The music for this zone I'm going to go in, like all the music in this game, is very good, but this track will be especially nice. And then we'll have no lag when we're out there exploring. This nice shadow. Gorgeous. Let us pray I don't get the camera bug when I zone in. Wait for it. Forgot, usually when you have music on, you can kind of hear if it's about to finish loading because the music changes. Oh, it's going. Hey, this concept art exists in the game right now. You can go this place. That's the entrance to Wormsbane. Aha. It worked. Oh, no. Oh, I spoke too soon. All right, I gotta reopen the game. This is the most annoying bug, and you can't get out of it besides just quitting the game. It's really frustrating. But luckily, the game reopens pretty quickly. It's so quiet without the music. Whoa. Okay. Now, behold. Concrete Strand. Ooh. Yeah, the music is very nice. Look at this dwarf. Fighting puppies in his scarab armor. Nice. Yeah, very Desert of Roe looking. Look, we got Goblin here with a goblin named Meat Boner with a crocodile companion. We get his Meat Boner, alright. The last time I was in this zone, I had a heroic moment with my team. We are quite a bit lower leveled, and we are running out here in a group, and we are fighting giant scarabs, or giant beetles, fire beetles, and there's a guy out here that I'm looking for called a Dunes Madman, which is just like the Desert Madman. And there was a whole bunch of them, and they all jumped us, and they're way higher level than us, and was kicking everyone's asses, but I heroically taunted all of them, pulled aggro, ran the opposite way, and told my group to run to the zone. Then I kept running and running and running until I was on like the last couple HP of my health, and then I feigned death, so I gave them a huge running start, and everyone made it safely back to the zone line after I pulled the madmen away from them all. It's like I deserve a medal, but no, I did it out of the goodness of my heart. And I didn't even die. Okay, now there's a ghost camp over here somewhere. You're a hero. Okay, they were... Let me turn this on. I saw there was a bandit over here, but it was a red con. Oh, the percussion just kicked in. Yeah, I haven't tried doing the feign death split yet. I want to see how viable that is in this game. Because I don't think the pathing is quite like it is in EverQuest. This pathing is a lot more advanced. I don't think you can exploit flaws in it like you do all the time in EverQuest. Skin Taker? Who is the Skin Taker? They sound like a nice person, right? I can't select them. Skin Taker Sneak? Hans Red? Alright, well, maybe I don't want to hang out with that guy. Thinking everything's going to be too high leveled for me out here. Ooh, lightning. We just watched it strike. Okay, yellow con. Oh, here's the madman. Dune's madman. But I feel like he's probably under-conned, so a lot more powerful than the game is making me think he is. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. I didn't buy food and water. God damn it. And food and water is actually very important because it directly affects your health and mana regen. I can get food pretty easily just by fighting beetles and stuff, but water is a lot harder to get. Even though it's raining and I'm next to an oasis. Yeah, I wish you could just get rainwater and like drink that. There's like a whole like towers up in the distance that you can go to. I've never been this far out of this zone though. Curious what all is over here. Yellow con bandit. Lightning. Well, these bandits are at least split up. And I have a pet. And I can feign death. But I also want to explore as much as I can before my speed buff fades. Ada Mukhtar. Hey. Cool little shop you got going out here in the middle of nowhere. Whoa. Do you buy and sell? He sells water! My hero. Hell yeah. Whoa. Oh, and he even got, ovens? Or grills? Can I use these? No? Whoa! River pirate? Wow, he just jumped me. Uh-oh. Gotta run. Sorry, Jones. Uh-oh. Alright. You scared me to death, man. Now go back. I'm curious, since I can do this. Can I just immediately unfeign? I can. Okay, so I don't have to wait for them to path back. Normally in EverQuest, you have to wait till they go back to their previous, like, patrol point before they'll fully detect it. Oh, I should have preempted this threat because there's a bunch of pirates on board this ship right next to this shop. I believe monks do get feign death. I'd be surprised if they didn't. What's actually really nice too is that the Shadow Knight feign death is considered a skill and not a spell. Because like in EverQuest that was really frustrating. How like necromancers and Shadow Knights could they could fizzle trying to feign death, which is like literally a life or death situation. But it's a skill, so it should always work. Well, it should always work when you click it. But I've heard it doesn't always work successfully. Like some mobs can see through feign death or something like that. Just a giant beetle doing giant beetle things. I'm gonna get a screenshot of this. Yeah, it's just like an Animal Crossing. It's like a coconut crab. God, yeah, those things are terrifying. Wondering what zone is at the end of this path. Is this where, Glass Flats is? That's a zone have not been to. There's a bunch of webs between these trees. Ooh. What are these? Palm Weaver. spiders, but they have like little tents. Interesting. Yeah, everything is way too high level for me out here. Yeah, that's where Spider-Man hangs out. This is a huge zone. In the previous test, I had... I was working on a druid, and I think I got the druid all the way up to like level 8. But it sounds like characters made during last year's tests are just gone. I don't think they're going to come back. But characters from this year's... Ooh, zoning. From this year's tests should persist at least for the rest of the test in this year. Okay, what zone is this gonna be? Please no camera bug. Ah, this is the glass flats. I've never been here. And I've heard that there's a lot of placeholder stuff here. This is, wow. Zone is absolutely massive. I've heard that their main reason for making this zone is to just see how big of a zone they could make. A Jurian Viper. Yeah, if this was EverQuest, it would just be fog. Oh, we get the song. Sand Strider. Friendly Sneck. Kind of afraid to go touch whatever this stuff is in the middle. Is it glass? Ooh, I like the particle effects coming off of it. Well, I can touch it. Yeah, this place needs a giant sandworm. The sun's going down, so I came from southwest. Kind of sucks is that my speed, oh man, this rhythm, my running speed is gonna run out pretty soon. Wonder what this place looks like at night. You need old and calm. Yeah, I keep forgetting those are my tags. In Twitch. Hello, Lord Sai. Yeah, it's this test has been going really good so far. Just been exploring all these places I've never seen before. Oh my god. Crystallized skeleton. It is way too powerful for me. It's a giant, like, black skeleton. Look at that guy. Oh, it's kind of a bluish, like, crystal color. Music, damn. Yeah, I have a ton of regular emote and animated emote slots that I have not done anything with. I gotta think about what else I want. The emotes that I have right now are like, what more could anyone possibly need in life? Even though I do have feign death, if something is powerful enough, it could just like immediately down me, like in one hit. This is very crystal sounding music. I think Robert did a good job making crystal music. Okay, I think I've seen what all is in this area. I think it's all these Skelefriends. First person skeleton holding hands out in front of him. Yes. I think I'll check out Riven. I was watching some people play it. It looks really impressive. Like, I love how they've recreated, like, you know, the game originally is a lot of pre-rendered stuff, but now we can just do it all in real time. I don't think I'll play it myself, but it looked really impressive from what I saw. That's right, I should have my aura on. Who's this? A dusty dire jackal. I'm wondering, because I have to run, I have to run all the way back. Don't know if it's going to be worth going all the way over to that tower. I wish I had like binoculars. Yeah, I've been wearing all this copper armor and just waiting for like the copper to like melt. I'm guessing I'm the only one in this zone, right? Yeah. What's that? A salt elemental. Yeah, a walking heat sink. Who's this? Ancient basilisk. A lot of interesting stuff here. I have no idea what other zones this one is going to connect to. Because I see all kinds of cool stuff in the distance, and my running speed is going to fade any second now. I'll at least stay in the zone until it's nighttime, because I really want to see what the crystals look like at night. But I think I need to start running back, because I don't want to be just stranded out here. This is why classes that do a lot of exploring are usually casters, so that I can just cast Gate and immediately return. And not have to run all the way back. You almost panicked because you were in a Twitch Plays Zelda stream playing Wind Waker. Thought you had the type directions to help you. There's still a lot of like the Twitch Plays channels out there. I saw Twitch Plays Pokemon is still going. The one that kind of started it all. Yeah, the goldfish. I remember the Street Fighter. I don't think they were goldfish, but they're like those fighting fish or whatever they're called. That was pretty funny, where like depending on what part of the fish bowl they would go, they would be pushing different inputs in Street Fighter. Beta fish. I see the particles on the glass or the salt. The particles aren't affected by light, it appears, so they're going to kind of glow. Worried about that dusty jackal, dire jackal. That's the only thing that will kill me on sight. Well, besides the giant skeletons. I'm hoping is that these crystals will emit light once the sun goes down. Oh, there is a path here. I didn't even notice. Oh, hey, Baloo. Pattis was here earlier. We were talking about you. Secretly. No, not really, but welcome. I know, Baloo, you're also one of the level designers for Monsters and Memories here, right? You say the shader for the crystals is busted right now. I noticed, I don't know if it's just how reflections are done in this engine, but it kind of looked like they were all using the same reflection probe, like they weren't actually localized reflections. They're kind of just doing the same thing across the board. But either way, I'm still curious to see what the zone looks like in the dark. Oh, I'm just outside of the viewing range. Or what do we call, like, the clipping? You can see the mountains going in and out there. Changed the lighting a few months back and it took the crystals offline. Oh. You can see they're pretty flat looking at the moment. Is it intentional that... Oh, underground mob. What is that? Hopefully not one that's going to fight me. Oh, it's a snake. Oh, and there's some, like, floating stuff right here. Is it intentional that when the sun goes down, it suddenly gets really bright and looks like the day is about to start, and then it suddenly goes back to night again? 'Cause I don't remember that from previous tests. I mean, it looks cool, but I've seen a lot of other people too where they're like, wait a minute, did we just skip the night? What's going on? So what I've been doing is at night, I really like disabling the music at night. Makes it more mysterious, more tense. I really wish we had some, like, nighttime themes that would play, or just some kind of, like, subtle ambience. Crystals are glowing a bit. Might just be a reflection thing. Is one of the moons. I'm so worried that jackal is just going to kill me, and I am absolutely not going to feel like retrieving my body if I die here. I got to be a little safer. Because this is a long run. Do I have a torch? I have a super exotic deep beetle eye. It looks like this. But I also have a torch. It would be really cool for like the ambient sound of this area if like to get the feeling that like the glass of the glass flats are kind of like giant like sodium like salt flats in real life. It'd be cool if you had some of those effects that happen with like frozen lakes. Or it makes that almost like laser like noises that kind of like as tiny little disruptions to the surface happen, like little cracks that shoot all the way through. It's hard to explain. I mean, I live in a state where we get frozen lakes all the time, but there's just really unique, kind of almost science fiction-y sounds that giant, like crystal structures make when things crack into them. Hey, Lude Shroom, welcome. Modern games use a 360 camera within the center of the screen, occasionally taking photos. Map over, they still have like a peg in it. For real-time engines, I mean, it kind of depends on the engine, but a lot of them use something called reflection probes. I know the Source engine, they call them cube maps, where either manually or automatically, level designers can like place little probes in areas where there's big changes in light, and then the engine will blend between these different probes all over the level so that when something has a reflective surface, it will just load or it will fade between the different probes and apply those like pre-calculated reflections onto models. And then there's screen space reflections, which are when it's a reflection that is generated based on your screen, like how it looks at the moment. It's not a real reflection, but it's like a really cheap way of making like a water reflection or something. It's effective for like things that are really far away, but if you try to, oh, I'm partially under, oh, there we go. It's effective for things that are far away, like water out in the ocean and all that. But once you get really close to a reflective surface, the illusion kind of breaks apart. And then that's when you have like actual real time, like ray traced reflections or like RTX, or those are actual real ones that are accurate and really intensive. But you can kind of, some engines will like blend between all of them, all the different methods, and will you know, start using more or less intense effects depending on how far away from things you are. Live in the Great White North, so you know about them cracking lakes and such. Nice. Yeah, I'm in Minnesota. And one of my favorite events that happens each year is on a frozen lake. In one year, someone built a, what did they call it? Like an ice harp, where they had steel rods that were driven into the frozen lake, and then we use like a violin bows to bow the rods, and it would cause these like reverberations to go through the lake and make these really strange low-pitched noises. It was so cool. I wonder if anyone got a video of that. I got pictures of it, but I don't know why I didn't just take video. Maybe I did take video. This is quite a long time ago. It's the weekend play test. So this is, wait for it, Monsters and Memories, which is a upcoming indie MMO that is in like alpha right now. So a lot of placeholder stuff in at the moment. There's a dead giant beetle out here. Does it mean there's another player? Not alone. But is the game is very inspired by games like EverQuest and like classic World of Warcraft. So it has kind of that style to it where there isn't a whole lot of guidance intentionally. You're just sort of dropped into a world and do a lot of running. There's no maps. A lot of it is social. A lot of how you learn how to play and where the things are to do is just through like word of mouth. The playtest is going until about midnight Sunday, midnight like US EST. Player? Dunes Madman. Oh, well, good thing I didn't run over there. Oh, that has to be a player, right? Oh, it's the guy that I sold my copper breastplate to. He's out here soloing. Oh, wait, no, that's... What is he? Oh, he's with an elementalist, I see. I'll signal to them. I'm sure they'll see. Hey! I actually do know Morse code. I could be like, H E L L, and that's it. Yeah, with the Source engine, I know early on with like Half-Life 2, and I think all the way up until CS:GO, or maybe they still do it, but they just used the cube map method, which is where it just takes like a cube set of low res screenshots of the environment around pre-placed points, and then reflections are blended between all of that. So it's pretty much like reflection probes, except probes are like 360 wraparounds, whereas cube maps are cubes. And it was always like a noticeable thing. You could tell if someone was new to mapping because everything would look like it's glowing because the reflections weren't rendering right. So you'd have like the wrong environment for a room and it really stands out when they're not the right ones being used. Or they would just be that pink and black checker pattern. Oh, here's the ghosts that I was talking about earlier, but they're all red con, so I can't do anything with them. Yeah, in general, this zone is a lot more oriented towards... Seems to be like mid-teens to higher, not for little old level 9 me. But look at the ghosts. How spooky it is. A ghost. Gnarly Nugs is out here. I mean, this group is all around my level. It looks like they're probably struggling to find stuff to fight too, because everything's too over-leveled, or too high-leveled. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know the Source engine evolved over the years, and there was kind of a like a big complaint that people had were like when TF2 was originally made, that it had a very refined and more appealing appearance when it comes to like the textures and shaders and stuff, but just as the source engine got upgraded over the years, it somehow lost a lot of the like intricately tweaked shader settings and such. And it just started to look really ugly and they never totally fixed it. So like TF2 on launch looked way better than it does now in terms of like consistency of shading. Wonder if they're wondering like, who's this guy? Huh, huh. Well, I'm glad I at least got to see the glass flats. That was a zone I've wanted to see for a while. I really enjoyed also the deep dunes. Already hearing fireworks going off by our house. Oh my god, I forgot 4th of July is next week, isn't it? Or this week. Nothing was quite as bad as the 4th of July when was it? Like 2020 where a lot of shows were canceled, but people had bought a shit ton of fireworks and they were like, well, I'm not going to put these to waste. So people just were like dumping all of their like private show fireworks, all their illegal ones just outside. And it was so reckless and just continuous fireworks all of July. And people just had no restraint. July 1st is Canada Day. Oh, how do you celebrate Canada Day? All right, well, that was a nice little jog. I can see the zone isn't really like it's good if you are playing right now. Oh yeah, I didn't even finish introducing the game. Yeah, the playtest goes until Sunday at midnight. And if you go to monstersandmemories.com, I posted a link in the chat. You can play right now. It is kind of an early alpha build, but every class is in. Some are more detailed than others in terms of like how many spells and stuff are available. And about half of the races, I think, are in, or maybe a third of them, but they plan on being in early access by January of 2026. So like a year and a half away. And that's when it's going to be a subscription-based MMO. So right now is a good time to try it while it's free. Wonder if I can snag another sow. And then maybe check out cultists. Grave robbers. Hey, that's almost like a cultist. Let's fight some grave robbers real quick. What? A Shira shapeshifter takes form. What did it do? What is it? It's like Ah! It's fighting me. Ow. Come over here and fight. It's not fair. It's like fighting me from behind a wall. I can't reach it. You're cheating. Well, luckily my pet can cheat just like the other NPCs can, so I'll just hang out over here. Alright, good job, Jones. So the main city, the Night Harbor here, is a bit laggy. That's why if you go all the way down the path away from the gate, in either gate, you'll get to zones that are lagless. There's a lot of these guys. Exiled researcher? It's too many dudes. Oh wait, here's a separate guy. Could be dangerous. Well, I'll take my risk. It's going to be a laggy fight, but maybe we will prevail. So we can get a look at him. He's running. You can't always run from your problems in life, dude. Please don't die in an unreachable place. No, come down here where I can reach it. God damn it. Okay, what faction stuff happened here? The Red Mantles got better, Thorns of Bloom got better, Vernom's Brood got worse, Benu Lakim got better. I don't know any of these names. So your idea of reflections is to have like a camera that is constantly taking a 360 view all the time. Well, wait, what is this? A note from Ari Blast. Take a look. Constantly updating cube maps kind of thing. There is a method that is kind of like that already. Someone does it in VR chat. I know it's not quite as straightforward as that it's just taking a bunch of screenshots. It does some kind of weird video card rendering trick where it like takes data that is already being used and it like repurposes it, or I don't know. It's like some shader wizardry. Because like from what I understand, like usually if you have something called a render texture, where you're taking essentially a screenshot and just turning it into a texture, to be doing that every frame in animation, it's like really intensive to be doing. So usually they have to be extremely low resolution for that to even work. I don't know. I don't know a whole lot about programming and shader technology. Because when it comes down to it, it's like everything about how real-time environments load is relative to your one-player perspective, and all kinds of tricks are done knowing that players are only looking at one thing at a time. So if you introduce a second camera that's doing other things for reflections and all that, suddenly it's going to throw off all the like optimizations and things that only work because you're only having one view, one expected view. That's why like in VR, how optimizing worlds can be really tricky in VR, because there's like you have like a wider field of view, but there's something called foveated rendering that apparently actually works well, but in theory it doesn't sound like it should be able to. But it's where it's actually where your eyes are looking within the headset. It can lower the detail of things that are outside of where your eyeballs are currently looking. Like it can react at the speed of your eye twitches. And apparently it's actually effective. And a lot of the newest headsets out there are going to try to make use of that kind of technology. Like I think Valve's their Project Deckard is supposed to do something like that. Yeah, the headset needs to have eye tracking. It's not something that you could just retroactively make work in headsets. And there are some like janky third-party eye tracking solutions, but it's really hard to hackily piece together stuff on headsets because headsets are so compacted and intricately assembled that you don't really want to mess with them, because they're kind of like cell phones. Like you don't want to take a cell phone apart because they're very precisely manufactured to be slim. And the headsets are kind of like that too. They're not like a desktop computer that you could just pull pieces in and out of all the time. Yeah. I mean, ooh, they're handing out Sow. Uh, even if I had a lot of money, which I don't, but if I did, I don't think I would buy any current headset. I'm still using the original Vive from 2016, and that's just good enough for me. I don't really feel like I need an upgrade. Like, sure, stuff would be better and everything, but I'm waiting for there to be a big enough jump in technology. I don't want to just keep iterating from one to the next and the next, because it's expensive, first of all, but I don't know, it's just not worth the hassle. And I'm using Vive's wireless solution that is not currently supported anymore. And it's actually really pretty stable and good wireless solution, but like the Index doesn't really have a good wireless thing going for it. Quest kind of has its own like remote desktop kind of thing that a lot of people swear by. I don't know. I like everything about my current headset. I really don't see any reason to upgrade it. Ooh, just in time for the storm. Hey, here's my sour. Always donate to your buffers. Hey, Meat Boner made it back. Ah, they're wondering if they could commission me for a copper weapon crafting. Possibly. Scratches chin. As long as I don't have to craft another breastplate, I think that would be fine. Let me buy food before I forget. Yeah, I still haven't tried a pancake lens headset before. I'd really like to see what that's like, because I hear it's like a really big jump in quality compared to what a lot of headsets originally released for. Um... Uh-oh. We got it. I think I need to preemptively go get a bunch of copper. So I think crafting the weapons is a much higher likelihood. See, I think a dagger is probably the fastest melee. But very low damage. I'll take a look. Only thing is that as crafting gets more popular, it's going to be a lot harder to get copper. You used to get a lot of strain and eye fatigue from headsets, but the pancake lens allows your eyes to look around without having to keep your eyes looking straight ahead. Huh. Trying to imagine what that would even be like. Is it just that the lenses can be closer to your... Or the lenses don't have to be as close to your eyes as they normally would or something? Like, what's the main benefit of pancake lenses? I know the idea is that it's multiple lenses all stacked together, as like the name implies. And the Vive that I use has kind of the older method of Fresnel lenses where they'd have all kinds of like kind of jagged concentric carvings on the sides in order to try to reduce distortion, but like a side effect of it is that you get kind of the like halo effect or whatever it's called, where you get like bleeding on the edge of really bright things. That personally never bothered me much, but some people really hated that effect. Hmm. Yeah, I don't have much copper at the moment. Going to grab some. I'll take a risk and I'm going to try to see if I can get some copper from Shaded Dunes, because I'm guessing close to nobody is going to be mining copper out there. And I know a few node locations. Oh, okay. So you're talking about, so Fresnel lenses had sort of a sweet spot. They need to be lined up just right with your eyes or they would get a little distorted looking. Oh my god, the dead bodies. So many. Uh, hide corpse all. Boom. So pancake lenses solve that problem. So there's a, you don't need to be as perfectly lined up. Much bigger and flatter lenses. Nice. Yeah, I'm guessing headsets need to be made with them because it sounds like it's like a whole different form factor. What is going on here? I mean, there's very few things with headsets that you can just add on later. You know, when the Index was being made, they put the frunk, that gap that's in the middle behind the faceplate. That was intended to be a spot where you could add, uh, like add-ons to. And they had the Leap Motion, the finger tracking device, which is actually a really like severely underutilized device, and I don't think it's supported anymore, but we could put, yeah, finger tracking cameras in that expandable slot in the front. But I really, the most customizing of headsets that I ever see people do is just like changing the type of padding or the gaskets, which is the padding that goes between your face and the headset. Lightning. It's getting so much harder to get copper. I really should have stockpiled more. Also, a limit of pancake lenses is there's like a hard limit to FOV. I used the Pimax, which is currently known as being the widest FOV ever in a VR headset. I tried the first generation one many years ago, and I don't know. Like a lot of people seem to think that that is like the holy grail of VR is like the more FOV that you can get, just the all around better experience. And in this case, that it got so distorted around the outer edges that it was distracting. Like it kind of felt like I was looking through like stained glass or something. I mean, it was kind of cool. Not going to pretend like it didn't add anything, but it was just didn't feel like buying a whole headset on the idea that it just has wide FOV. I don't think would be worth it. Unless they figure out some way to make it function better. I remember like the Pimax 2 or whatever that, what was that? I don't even remember what company it was. There's a whole group over there. It is like an all ogre group. I don't think I've seen that many ogres in one spot. There's Huck, John, Galuda, Ogres Only Club. But there was some headset, I don't remember what it was, that just had the absolute like most insane hardware on it. That just sounded like a fantasy item, like something you'd see in a sci-fi movie. I don't know if it ever released. Okay, this is proving to not be very fruitful. Because there's just too much space between the copper nodes. Takes too long. Yeah, it's true. Like, I think games would need to be made to that take advantage of unusual features like that. Like, that was kind of the thing that sucked with the Leap Motion, is that it was such good technology. It worked a lot better than people gave it credit for, but it's just so few games ever integrated it that it never really got to shine. I think it was integrated into Elite Dangerous, which is one of the best uses of it that I remember seeing, where you could just use your fingers to point at and interact with your ship's interface. Hmm. Disney doing stuff with VR headsets. It's like, I don't know. That's the thing with like Industrial Light and Magic. Uh, they're just like an entirely separate entity. Like they're doing their own research, their own just crazy stuff that is like a whole tier of its own. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they have some kind of like proprietary VR solution that they could use in their future rides. Like they already have that whole interesting like omnidirectional floor panels thing that all those videos are getting out of. I see the Darth Vader VR games. If it's the ones I'm thinking of, there's some really old ones from like 2015. I mean, they seemed pretty well made. I don't think I ever played them. Well, I worked at a place that had the very first official Star Wars VR experience when I worked at the Void. It wasn't just like a one-off thing. It was like a full-blown game. You played as, conveniently, you played as rebels disguised as stormtroopers. It wouldn't allow just a full-blown like empire operation. You had to be good guys disguised as bad guys. My God, so much death. Yeah, true. It is kind of ironic that they're so hesitant to allow players to be evil in their Star Wars games, yet when you go to like Galaxy's Edge, there's just stormtroopers and Empire stuff all over the place. Well, the thing with the Void Star Wars experience is that at the Void, it was a multi-room experience, untethered, four-person co-op, huge space that had all kinds of like air pressure or yeah, like air pressure bursts and scent cannons for smell, and it had things called transducers, which are like giant, really low-pitched speakers that are all under the floor to produce like intense vibrations that give you the feeling of movement. I was in charge of maintaining all that along with a couple other people. And there's real physical walls that represent the virtual walls. So when you reach out and touch them, there's that one-to-one component to it. Yeah, I have a pretty big room scale VR space. Not as big as I'd like it to be, but it's okay. Okay, why is there just like no copper? I don't even see people mining it. Unless it's just so lagged that they're not showing up. Yeah, all of that stuff, yeah, reminds me of like the Honey I Shrunk the Kids ride at like Disney World that had the whole thing with using air pressure and stuff to simulate touch on the audience, like that rats were like running along your feet and everything. Cleaning the hollow deck like in lower decks. I've never seen that, but sounds true. Oh, here's one. VR game with non-Euclidean spaces. Is that the one where you're like running a 4-dimensional restaurant or something like that? It had like a really weird story. Because there was one that was supposed to just mess with your like perception of 3 dimensions a lot. And people are like, no way I would ever do this in VR. And then they made a VR version. I never got a chance to try it. This is so slow. Person's probably not even interested anymore. Oh, Hyperbolica. That sounds more like what I was thinking of. Wait, T for God. Let me see. Ow. Jones, where are you, dude? Actually, I can probably just take care of this with a pickaxe. Jones, you're taking so long. There we go. Yeah, I'm looking at screenshots of T for God. You said it plays with like non-Euclidean stuff. Doesn't really look like it does, unless it just doesn't depict that well in the screenshots. Yeah, he was on his union mandated lunch break, and I just pulled him back in. Now he's gonna sue. Hmm. There's always at least one node in this area when I walk by it, and now there's nothing. But, like, I don't see players mining. So I don't think it's just that someone is ahead of me. I feel like something is wrong with the spawning. Maybe I'll try reloading the zone. Maybe something's just desynced. It is really handy being able to reload a zone like this, though, rather than having to just log out of the game and come back. Take a look at your link here. I just want to see if that changed anything. "47 people in this zone." Never gonna give you up plays. Well, I am using Chatterino, which I can just mouse over a link and it gives me a preview so I can see what something is before clicking it. Let me take a look.
Hello.
Whoa. Here, let's take a look at this real quick. This is apparently a non-Euclidean VR game.
A boundary. You can't move through it, I see. Could you walk through that door for me? Just follow the corridor.
Oh, okay, I see what they're doing.
Possible. Yes, these are impossible spaces. Spaces that overlap. Yes, it is a different place. Even if from
I
my
remember
point of
this
view,
was
you're just walking in circles.
like a theory that someone had come up with
Yes, again.
about how to
Still,
make
I
VR
think you've found
games back in like
it. You
2015-ish.
have an idea. I'm all ears.
And some people experimented with it, but I don't think anyone ever made a full game with this concept.
And it would adapt to your very own boundary. And you would like some robots in it. I think I have the game for you.
Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah, you definitely need to see this in motion to understand what's going on. The screenshots do not explain it well. All right. That's pretty cool. Just looking at other people streaming this game right now. There's still a lot of people streaming. Eminem. Ooh. I remember there's like, with the history of VR games, there were a lot of people that had really innovative, cool ideas very early in modern VR's life, and they just kind of like threw out a quick little tech demo just to kind of show off the idea, and then they never really did anything with them. So then I guess it really takes someone, or like stuff that would be too much for the average VR user to handle back then. Like there was a game, I don't remember what the name of it was, but there was one that came out on like the what was it? It was like one of the first. Ugh, I'm bad at talking. The first room scale capable Oculus Rift, one of the dev kits in like 2014 or something, where it was a game where you, like what we just saw, where you would continually walk in circles, but the world would change around you as you move, and then from the player's view, it would feel like you're actually traversing a bigger space, but it's doing all kinds of like these illusions to make you think that you're moving. It's like fooling you. But this one, it involved you crawling through vents and just doing all kinds of like interesting full body things that you wouldn't normally do. But I feel like that level of involvement was too much for people at the time. Like, I don't want to have to do all that to play a game. And then now we look at like Blade and Sorcery, where people are just full on doing roundhouse kicks in their VR space to play the game. So people are a lot more comfortable, especially like in VR chat. Just the amount of time that people spend in VR chat, like those are some of the most VR hardened people imaginable. Like the kinds of stuff that they can do while wearing VR equipment is just crazy. Like if there was ever a VR war where they needed VR gamers to control the army of your country remotely using VR technology, like they would be ready and probably willing. Yeah, the size of your room affects the experience. That was like a thing with Job Simulator too. And I remember the Job Sim devs were very set on this idea that like all VR games need to adapt to the size of your space. Like that was just going to be a necessity of all VR development moving forward. And then now very few games ever did that. I know like Valve's demos did, like the Lab, which is still a really good intro to VR, I think. Job Sim did, and then there was, if anyone remembers, was it Fantastic Contraption? Those are like the big must-play VR games back in the day. This is probably going to be rude of me. This person is clearly trying to figure out how to mine copper, but they don't have the equipment, so I'm just going to... Oh, wait, they are doing it. I guess it's just not loading. Oops. No, I was the asshole. Like with a lot of experiences, and I've noticed this with VR, that it often, like you have to like take a break from some technology for a while to be able to enjoy it more, and not just like a strain thing that like, oh, it's bad for you, you got to take a break. I mean, I'm sure that is to an extent too, but I mean, if you spend so much time using amazing technology, you just get used to it and it kind of loses its charm. Like for a while I was doing, in my own times, doing VR stuff like multiple days a week. I'm doing like Beat Saber and then VR chat and synth riders and all that. And it was still kind of fun and everything, but then it just kind of started losing a lot of its thrill. And then I didn't use it for like 2 weeks. And I came back and put the headset on again. And then all of a sudden they're like, you know what? This is amazing. VR is really such an incredible invention that I'm grateful for being around when it really has made big strides. So you kind of like have to take a break to be able to appreciate something. What headset do I use now? I just have the original Vive. The old faithful. That's kind of the nice thing with the Vive is that I think still it's just the most stable and reliable desktop headset. Because, yeah, it's not the most advanced. It has now, compared to modern headsets, much lower resolution screen. It has terrible microphone, probably the worst microphone in a headset made after 2016. That's why I use a mod mic anytime I use it. There's no built-in headphones, so I had to, oh geez. We got 4 people competing for copper out here. This is why everything's taking so long. Yeah, I had to get the deluxe audio strap to get headphones, and even those aren't that good. Like, there's a lot that isn't good about it, but it has really good tracking. Like, some of the most detailed, reliable tracking around. Like, the placement of the sensors on it is really good. It has treated me so well. I mean, of course, people have had their own problems with stuff, but all reliable. You use VR once and you stop to remember how insane it felt good to experience that. Yeah, that's the really tricky thing, because people don't expect VR to be much. And still to this day, people are like, oh, it's just 3D? Oh, I saw a 3D movie once. It sucked. I didn't like it. It's like, it being three-dimensional is such a small part of it. It's just the whole way that it seamlessly reacts to your body. Like, a VR experience doesn't need to look real to feel real. Because people will see a video of, like, Job Simulator, just some very stylized, cartoony VR experience. They'll watch a video of that, and they'll be like, oh, that looks so fake. Like, why would I even bother spending time with it? Like, they think it needs to look photorealistic to even matter, but it really doesn't. Like, what makes VR convincing is not the way it looks. And also throws people off guard too, because you can't really convey how it feels in a video, for better or for worse. Like, yeah, it'll probably feel a lot better than people realize, but for some people it could feel a lot worse. Like, they don't realize that it's capable of making them feel sick. But I will say, the vast majority of the time, if your initial experience is to feel sick when you try a headset on, that majority of the time you can overcome that. Like, I remember like, it's kind of hard to explain. Like, when I first used my headset, I am grateful that I never really experienced intense sickness. it was a little weird. I remember I got like a headache after I spent like my first hour with a headset on. I was thinking like, oh no, am I always gonna get a headache? But I just kept doing it. Like the next day I'd go for like 2 hours and I just kept using it, and eventually my body just got used to it. And a lot of it comes down to how a headset is adjusted to your head. That is a very underrated thing. Like if a headset is just uncomfortable while attached to your face, no matter what you're doing with a headset, it's going to be a bad experience if you don't have it adjusted to your face right. And that was a big thing that I did a lot of when I was running all these like art installations in VR for like film festivals and working at the Void and everything, is I was there with people and I was able to adjust things on their head to make it as comfortable as possible. Whereas if you're by yourself in your room and you don't have someone who knows a lot about the equipment to adjust it for you, then you're just like, oh, this sucks. It hurts. I don't like it. And they just don't ever use it again because they haven't spent time adjusting all the straps and lining their eyes up with the lenses and doing all the like subtle things that have a big effect on your experience. And that's kind of a flaw of VR too, is that it does require a lot of finagling of the hardware to get it just right that a lot of people just don't have patience for or don't know that they need to care about. Yeah, there's a tricky thing too. Like if you're someone who has, I don't know the right word, like if you are really reliant on your glasses prescription, like if you're very far-sighted, I think, like if you have trouble seeing things up close without glasses, it might be tricky to to get a headset that works with your glasses. I mean, there is a such thing as getting prescription VR lenses, but it's like that's not always going to work for every headset. Like you can't buy the prescription VR lenses once and expect it to work with all headsets. Like a lot of sacrifices probably have to be made in order for it to fully utilize the tech. I'm grateful that, I mean, I do wear glasses, but I don't need them. Like, I don't wear glasses with a headset on. And I think the Index and most headsets have adjustments. To take into account. Oh, I just realized music was really loud for a while here. Oh, no, that's sound effects. Never mind. Yeah, a lot of headsets have like adjustments for allowing for glasses. Not going to be perfect, but there's at least something. Yeah, that's kind of the big thing that makes headsets convincing, is not only just the wider field of view, like we're not used to having a screen cover so much of your vision, but also the fact that screens are running at a frame rate that can be, that your brain can treat as like imperceptible from reality. I mean, it's not like, oh, I can't tell the difference between real life and VR. It's not that. It's just like, you know, these screens run at like 90 hertz or even up to like 120 hertz, which if you're not used to seeing a screen with a refresh rate that insanely high, like your body will just be like, well, what? It's hard to get used to, especially when it's covering all of your vision. Or not all of, but most of. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend just buying a VR headset just out of the blue, like if at all possible, I would recommend at least trying it at like Best Buy or Microsoft Store or any places that have a a greasy, disgusting headset that's been used by a ton of people and not washed. But a lot of times if you're at one of these places where they're demoing VR, that if you ask them specifically, could you clean this off? Like they're required to have cleaning materials there. It's just they're usually like lazy high schoolers running it that don't care. But if you specifically ask them to clean it off, then they probably will. But I wouldn't just be like, oh, I'm just going to go buy $1,000 headset just because I want to try it. Like you should try it somewhere else first and then consider buying. So you don't really have enough room for VR. Well, what I always say is that if you have enough room to stand in the middle of a room and then put your arms out as far as you can go and then rotate in a circle without hitting anything, you'll be able to play and have fun with the majority of VR experiences. Like, I think people think you need a whole huge room to get, the most out of VR, which, like, sure, a bigger room the better, but you don't need to have a lot of space for most of the stuff. Like, a lot of VR devs these days, like, they know a lot of people are more limited and they'll incorporate locomotion techniques, which is, the way you move within a VR experience. And then you can kind of pair that with real life motion. And that's like a good compromise between the two. Like Half-Life Alyx is a good example where they allow you to do a lot of movement by moving joysticks around like you would in a normal video game, but you use it in conjunction with your actual body movement. So like the big movements you do to actually traverse through an environment is done through joysticks, but then you're crouching down and peeking around corners and just reaching out on tables and grabbing things. Like all the fun stuff you can still do just by standing still. Like when I played through Alyx, even though I had a lot of room, I didn't walk around much because the game is designed in a way that you can still have a lot of fun without having to physically walk a whole lot. I just kind of stood in place for most of it. And you can even sit down and play a lot of it. I rarely ever sit down in VR. I think that's boring. Like, I play VR because I want to stand and move. Like, it always gets me that when Vinny does anything in VR, he really doesn't want to stand. He doesn't want to walk. He just wants to sit down, like, in a reclined position when playing, like, a really physically active game. But to each their own. Anyway, I'm just coppering it up here. I think the person that wanted me to make them a weapon probably left by now, but I'll at least have a bunch in my bank. So I don't have to run out and take all this time to mine it first. I still want to try Apple Vision Pro, even though I have no urge to buy one at all, even if I had the money, it would be nice to at least try it, because I've heard that the hardware itself is very impressive, but what's there doesn't really justify however much it was. I know, talking a lot about VR, but hey, I've been streaming for almost 10 hours, running out of stuff to talk about. But another thing too with using VR in general is that you, without even thinking about it, you develop kind of a sixth sense for the environment around you, where without even thinking about it, you just kind of instinctively know how you should and shouldn't move without ever having to look outside your headset. And that also kind of goes with if you're using a tethered headset with a cable behind it. A lot of people are like I don't even want to use a headset that has a cable. That would be too annoying. And then they get like a big, expensive, hacky like pulley system in their room because they're so opposed to a cable. But it's like cable is not nearly as much of a problem as people make it up to be. And I'm someone who has over 2,000 hours in a headset of many different types and different places and for a hobby and professionally. And I don't think the cable is that big of a deal. Like, you really just develop an instinct for it, or without even thinking about it, you'll move in a way where the cable doesn't get in your way. I do have a wireless solution now, so I don't have to worry about it. But for most of my time, I didn't need one. It's funny that like when I'm streaming, I kind of just like lose track of what's happening on the internet. So I'm not really looking at my phone. Not really reading Discord. Uh, but I do have to keep my stream time under 12 hours. Because YouTube has that limit of where it'll start splitting videos apart if they're over 12. And that really sucks to be like, all right, here's part 1 that is 12 hours, and then here's part 2 that's 15 minutes. Just an awkward chunk of a stream. I really wish I could just put the whole stack in the forge and just be like, all right, automatically do this. Instead of having to manually click all of this. Almost done. Okay. So we have 33, which technically I could make. Oh no, that would be, I could make 1 breastplate and 1 greaves. Greave? I guess that's kind of like pants. If you make 1 pants, is it just a pant? The things that we ponder. See how many people are playing right now. We are at... this is probably the quietest it's been. 75 people in this server right now. There was like, in just this server, it was like 300 or 400 people earlier today. And the EU server is just completely empty. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 7 servers. So right now the US East that I'm in is 75. US West is 103. And then the PvP US server is 24. Then all the rest of the servers just have like 5 people, 6 people, 2. The game probably isn't laggy for all those other people. Oh, I wonder if the EU server is just down entirely. Is that why there's no one in it? This is kind of the awkward times for the tests because why am I hearing all these jumping sounds? But these are kind of awkward times because it's when most of the dev team is asleep. So if something happens with the server, it just stays down. There's so many bodies outside the gates. Yeah, you can hide the bodies with slash hide corpse space all, and it will improve your frame rates quite a bit. Oh, I already had 18 copper bars. Nice. Well, time to add 30, 32 more. 33. And I still have all this copper. I mean, I still have pieces of cloth and rawhide canvas, like crafting materials for a lot of other things as well. Yeah, there's no way I would have enough energy to get to level 10 during the stream still. So get a bunch of cool new spells at 10, including a really important one, which will allow me to fight things that are much higher level than me. There's always kind of this weird mechanic. I don't know if later MMOs or newer ones do this kind of thing, but there's like very particular behaviors regarding how an enemy will attack if a given what debuffs are applied to it. Oh, thanks for the follow, Vom Muffin. Lovely. Sorry, I sneezed. No, my voice is even more nasally than usual. There's a... So there's a big in EverQuest, and it might still work in this game too, but big difference between if an enemy is rooted, like completely immobilized, or just slowed down. Because you'd think, oh, you could just root an enemy and then just keep blasting it with spells. Easy. But the game had taken into account that players would try to do that. So like if too much damage is dealt to a rooted enemy, that the roots break, and then they just run at you as normal, back at full speed again. So that's why ideally you don't root enemies, you just slow them. Because being rooted compared to slowed completely changes their aggro priority. So there's always kind of a janky thing where if an enemy's rooted and you have a bunch of people attacking it, it no longer cares about the whole aggro rating or how much hate or whatever that you've accumulated. It just cares about who is in proximity the closest to its origin point, like the middle of it, which really can throw things off. So that's why you slow an enemy, so that way it maintains all of its normal aggro priority, and you can continually do damage to it, and it will never break its slow. So oftentimes it's better to snare or slow than it is to root. Yeah, then there's also a the whole deal with what's it called? Well, it's like crowd control, but like in EverQuest, you call it mezzing, which is like enchanters and now inquisitors. Because inquisitors are kind of like fighter enchanter hybrids where they have some crowd control, like mind manipulation things, but of course not as good as enchanters. But yeah, it's where enemies are all attacking and you can mez them, causing them to forget where they are for a while. So that way, if you accidentally aggro, 10 dudes, the enchanter can go and even use like an AoE mez to like temporarily wipe the memories of all the nearby things, and they'll just sort of sit there in a stupor for a moment of time. But there is anytime you're playing an enchanter, it's always a big gamble. Like enchanters are notorious for getting themselves killed over and over again because like a lot of their best moves require them to put themselves in like obscene amounts of danger and there isn't much time for the team to react to save them because they're a robe caster, meaning that they don't have armor and they cannot take much damage at all. And if they make a mistake, they'll get like maximum aggro and the enemy will just beeline it to them and kill them immediately. Like an example is, a big technique that enchanters have is charming. So while necromancers and elementalists can, or mages for that matter, have their own pets that are forever in servitude to their masters and their loyalty will never waver no matter what. And enchanters can temporarily charm any enemy that is around their level, but they generate a huge amounts of aggro by charming an enemy so that as soon as the charm breaks, the enemies are going to just beat the shit out of you as much and as soon as they can. So enchanters have to use like tricks to recast the charm. So they usually have like a very fast casting stun spell. Like when you're an enchanter, like you can't leave your computer as you play. Like you gotta be like constantly paying attention. So if your charm breaks, you're immediately doing a bunch of button combinations to like throw a stun on it really quick, and then throw a magic resistance debuff on them so that charm has a less of a chance of fizzling or being resisted. I mean, because there's a chance where you're like, oh yes, I'm going to charm this really powerful thing that will fight for us and do tons of damage, but instead it just resists the charm and it just immediately runs up to you and kills you. So like sometimes like, okay, I need to slow down I need to debuff my own pet so that it has less capability of killing me when the charm breaks. And you're like casting 4 different spells in rapid succession in order to maintain a really powerful pet. So like if you do everything right, you can have a pet that is more powerful than any other classes at your level, but you're taking the giant risk that it can just kill you on a whim, no problem, if you're not paying attention. So Monsters of Memories it does a lot of stuff to introduce kind of the core fun parts of a class earlier. Because like usually with EverQuest, it'd be like, well, you get your first class specific spell at like level 8, and then you get the next one at like 12, and then 24, and then 36. Like you require so much more playtime before you even start feeling like you're playing a class, and it's really annoying. But then again, the game was made in the 90s, and there really weren't other examples to make it, to model it after. So that's what's nice with M&M here is that, yeah, they're able to get players feeling like their class earlier. Like, I think you get, as an enchanter, you get Mez at, like, level 1? Like, 4? Whereas in EverQuest, I think it was, like, 16 or something. And I've only played, I think, half of the classes in M&M here so far, so I don't really know how they all play. I played Inquisitor for a little bit, and I think Inquisitor right now is, like, the least fleshed out. Like, they haven't really added a whole lot for it yet. Yeah, bards. I never played a bard in EverQuest, and I don't fully know how they work. All I know is that kind of the way that all of their stuff works, is without mana. So bards are able to just rapidly switch between different songs, which I think they call like twisting or weaving, where it's like songs can kind of overlap. I could be getting this wrong. I'm just trying to remember it. So correct me if I'm wrong. But I believe songs can overlap. What are these noises? So you could have like a health regeneration song or no, you could have a like health regen and mana regen, and if you are like rapidly switching between them, you can get really powerful effects as long as you're like continuously blending them together. And then what else? And bards also have like a crowd control. So if your team suddenly has a whole lot of stuff fighting it, bards can whip out a song that kind of calms them and keeps them under control. And I think the risk with bards is that if you aren't skilled enough with certain songs or don't have like the right instruments or something, there's a chance that your song will just end and the effects of it immediately stop, like without warning. So if you're like crowd controlling a whole bunch of enemies, all of a sudden just boom, everything loses its mez and just chaos ensues. So like they got to be like ready to react also at moment's notice. But I don't know, I've never played one. But I think the most famous thing in EverQuest anyway, and I'm sure in this game too, that bards will get to be known for is what's it called? Swarm kiting. And I talked about this earlier in the stream, but it's just such an absurd and hilarious thing that they ended up being known for. Like when you think of a bard, you think of like a sort of like whimsical musician that plays instruments and dances and entertains and stuff, but instead you see them running into a big open field at crazy high speeds while frantically playing songs, and like 1,000 things are chasing them, and they're just continually throwing like fire songs onto them for like half an hour as they're fighting like 30 things at the same time. So I think the idea with like swarm kiting is that they've aggroed way more things than they could ever handle normally, but they're running slightly faster than them, just enough so that they can't catch up, and they're doing an AoE attack spell at the same time as running faster. But the thing is if their increased running speed drops for even like a second and those things catch up to you, you'll be instantly dead and you'll get no experience. It's like you have to completely follow through flawlessly with this whole technique. And you'll either get a shit ton of experience, like more experience than you would ever normally get in any situation, or you just wasted like 30 minutes of running around and praying that they don't catch up to you and praying that the server doesn't lag, and then you get nothing. So it's like the highest risk, highest reward method of like leveling you can do. But people who like playing Bard like swear by it. Like they love it as like their favorite MMO class. At least in classic MMOs. Yeah, you'd never guess that a Bard would be the fastest moving class in a game, but it's true. You know what Bards are on when they when the chat is suddenly so and so is ready for war. Yeah, Eminem luckily isn't as spammy as EverQuest is. Like when you're playing Necromancer or Shadow Knight, well Shadow Knight especially, in order to maintain aggro as a Shadow Knight, you're just like spamming aggro generating spells over and over and over, and you just get like particle effects or just covering your screen, you can't see anything, but then the message on the screen, it says like, you know, I feel so much better. I feel so much better. And it's just like saying that because every time you use like a life tap or like a vampiric effect spell, your character forcibly in chat says, I feel so much better. And that just fills the chat. And also like giving pet commands where the pet will be like, yes, master, changing position. And then that is spammed like 50 times in chat. Oh, and the sun's coming up. And the 10-hour mark on my streams is usually when I'm like, I should start winding things down. And then it will go on for like a couple more hours. But I have to keep it under 12 because YouTube. Yeah, 10 hours are rookie numbers. Like it never feels like 10 hours. Like to me, this just feels like maybe 3. All right, the sun is rising, so don't know how I do it. Well, I don't recommend it. I still have never done a 24-hour stream, and I can't even think of any time where I would even want to. I think 16 hours is my new record for longest stream, but let's see, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I mean, that's still quite a few more hours. Like, I definitely would be tired, but I just, like, I don't really know why I would do a 24-hour stream. And it's not necessarily like, oh, I just love the whatever game so much that I just can't get enough of it, so I'm willing to stream that long. It's more like, well, I'm just not doing anything else. I would just be playing this off stream anyway, so why not just have the stream on? What was I even doing? Oh, that's right. Just emptied a bunch of stuff out in the bank. Come on, lag. Oh. Hey, it's Chinny. Other person that's streaming right now. Just rubber banding along. No big D. That's what she said. What is going on in the out of character chat? That is a good song they sing in that episode. Also, devs, why no default chat channel? Well, local say is the default channel. 'Cause I was so confused when I played World of Warcraft for the first time about how the chat channels work. It just didn't feel intuitive at all. But I guess it keeps things cleaner and more separated by having all these different channels. And Moffs, Moffs. I think all you really missed was I visited the Glass Flat, which is the largest zone in the game. It's just giant open space that you can see all the way to the end in, and it was like had massive crystals and some giant crystal skeletons, which are just kind of like bluish, huge skeletons roaming around. But it had exceedingly nice music. I had a couple different devs showed up. There was Pattis and Baloo, who were the two main level designers who put together most of these zones. And Baloo said that unfortunately the reflections on the crystals were broken when they updated some kind of lighting system, and it hasn't been fixed since then. But the crystals still looked pretty cool regardless. It's just that at night they kind of looked jank because like the wrong reflections were showing. Gonna say too, Moths, if I see that you're in game, if you need any money, you know, I got some cash. If you're like trying to buy spells or anything. Just need friends. Yeah, I know the feeling. It is kind of hard to level in Night Harbor right now because of the lag. Like, I really recommend if you're trying to get experience to come out to one of these other zones. Yeah, it's 100 copper per silver. EverQuest is 10 per one, which has confused me a lot at first. So the lower value money is a lot more used, which is nice, because like normally in EverQuest you just completely ignore copper and silver. It just seems pointless. So now it gives a lot more value. The lower stuff. How do you exchange? You can go to the bank and you can click on your coins down here and then just click into the next slot and it will convert it over. Or when you buy something from a vendor, it'll automatically start with the lowest amount of money first. So if you, or the lowest value of money. So if you need to get rid of a lot of copper, because money has weight. So if you have like 1,000 copper on you, that's actually weighing you down. So you could just go to a vendor and just buy something that's worth like 1 silver, and it will take 100 off of the copper before it starts using the silver. Yeah, you call it like, what's the word? Like, jank banking. Where instead of going to the bank and getting the full refund, or not refund, but like the full exchange, you just go to a vendor and continuously buy and sell an item until it exchanges everything, because you're going to be losing money by doing it. But sometimes if you're an evil race and you're really far away from any evil cities and you have no other options for banking, you can just find a vendor that won't kill you and then and bank that way at a loss. I don't recommend going near this Ashira camp that's in the middle of Shaded Dunes, because there's invisible ambushers that patrol, and they will asterisk teleport behind you asterisk and do a lot of damage. Wow, these are the most chill caimans I've ever seen. Look at them just hanging out on this ruined column. Just stuck to it like flies. Look at these guys. Like admiring the models. Water looks real cool. I haven't heard this joke brought up a whole lot more recently, but there was like an ongoing joke in this game about ship versus ship PvP combat. Because I guess there was a bug early in development where like the ships were just treated like regular NPCs, and then the ships started fighting each other even though they weren't coded to have any combat capabilities. So then, like, as a joke, they were like, okay, so if players can drive ships in the future, that we're gonna have ship by ship combat. And I guess they tried to do it as a joke just internally, and it like completely destroyed something. So now it's supposed to be like, oh, it's the cursed feature that will never happen. Is this Chompers? The named crocodile? It is. And apparently it will attack me on sight. But I think Chompers drops a tooth that can be used as a pretty good dagger. There he is. Yeah, welcome back, Hexagon. Experiencing the certified monotonous stream moment of watching before you go to sleep and then you wake up and I'm still streaming. And then I will completely lie and say, well, I am trying to wind down the stream. / lies. Used to fall asleep watching my Starfield streams. How could anyone fall asleep while watching Starfield? It's just such an action-packed experience. It's like someone honking their car like crazy outside right now. I'm gonna go look out the window real quick. Huh. It's just someone parked like a total douchebag outside where they're like, oh, it's a two-way street, but let me just park in between the two lanes so cars of neither direction can pass. It's all good. I'll just leave the emergency flashers on so that they know that I am completely blocking traffic. Yeah, but if you fall asleep in the middle of the stream, you're missing all of the like action-packed, insightful, life-changing commentary. Oh yeah, you're playing the classic American pastime as fireworks or gunshots. Like, I've heard so many actual gunshots in person in my lifetime now that I'm getting pretty good at deciphering between the two. Alright, we're back to the secret rat boy camp. Actually, let me get everything set up. Alright, Joan. Wait, I need to unleash his full potential. Going Jones mode. He is full Jones. He doesn't have a weapon right now. You stay here. And catch the VOD after. Yeah, just 10 hours. Just watch it easily in an afternoon. Definitely doesn't take like literally half the day. You know what's going to happen? I can absolutely see this be a thing because all the tech already exists. Someone's going to make like a browser plugin for YouTube that uses some kind of AI speech recognition thing that will automatically cut out all the space between commentary in a video, so you just watch it and it's just rapid fire, completely like breathless, non-stop commentary all the way through. So like my streams would just end up being like an hour with everything condensed without all the useless like gameplay and non-talking between everything. I mean, people already edit their videos that way. Which sometimes I get it. Like, sometimes I'll be watching a video that I feel like, holy crap, this doesn't need to be this drawn out. Where I will just scrub ahead and be like, okay, I get it, okay. Like some people that want to have like a unnecessarily long intro to their video, like this really self-indulgent intro that uses like video of themselves. And it's like, oh, come on. Which, I mean, good for them. I'm glad they, you know, they want to put a lot of effort into their videos, but I don't know. I forgot I had this thing. Once you've gotten your hands on the urn, bring it to me immediately within the tomb of the Wormsbane. The ritual can't wait. You mean to tell me there is a ritual happening in Wormsbane that I am not participating in? I'm hearing phantom hups. Yeah, I think I have everything. Yeah, and people talk about mutual attraction. What about ritual attraction? That sounds like the best way to find love. Definitely talking about that too. I know, right? Oh, he's healing himself. I gotta pay attention to that. Don't run, please. Thanks. Wait, what was that? Pungent healing herbs. I gotta pronounce it like an American. Oh god. This is an even con and a caster. I am probably going to be blinded and annoyed. Wait, no, I'm gonna get my pet a weapon first. So I've noticed in M&M, the effect that weapons can have on pets seems to be much greater than it was in EverQuest. A lot of times in EverQuest, it would just be better to not give your pet a weapon, but here it seems to always be an upgrade. We got some choices. We got a spear. I think a spear is going to be my only choice. I think so. Oh, I'm being messaged. Well, let me get this dude first. I swear, if smugglers social aggro with zombies, I'm gonna be upset. Oh, stay. Stay, stay. Jones, stay, stay. Good boy, good boy. Here's the... Enjoy these zombie noises. Oh, is what I sound like getting out of bed in the morning. Yeah, Mech, that's true. Listen, like how jovial the skeletons are with their cackling, and then zombies are just like, oh. So, scientific proof that the less skin you have, less flesh on your body, happier your life is. Suddenly, rain. Suddenly, the water gets really blue. Peel your skin off now. Hmm. What's kind of weird is that the wood nodes from earlier are just gone entirely. I was able to get resources to build a fire pretty easily when I was here earlier in the stream, but now they're just all gone. And I didn't think the wood nodes despawned at all. I guess they do. Wait, wait, come back, come back. Don't join your friend, join me instead. Actual, never mind, not gonna say it. Let us fight. Yes, human meat. Lightning. Man, the chat just hasn't been the same since what was that name? Lonely E-Girl. Since they left the chat. Which is like one of the most prolific chat bots around Twitch. For some reason, I didn't have to ban Lonely E-Girl. They just like left on their own volition. They probably just listened to me and my commentary and like, no, this guy isn't worth even botting. And I'll be like, yeah. Listened to me and was no longer lonely and left. How about that? Actually, what does that say about a person if they feel less lonely when they leave someone? That's like a real deep-seated problem. Gonna have to face my fears and fight this guy. Medium con, or even con, and as a caster. So they're probably going to blind me. So my whole monitor will just turn black. Do not blind, please. Oh, they debuffed me. No, 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 no. Nope. Nice. I interrupted their heal. Okay. I'm going to agonize. Boom. Not gonna take the risk of dying again. So my Grip of Agony spell has like a cooldown of like 1800 seconds, however long that is. Let me maths real quick. 1800 divided by 60. Oh, it's 30-minute cooldown. Okay. It's not too bad. In EverQuest, that was like 2 hours. It's basically the harm touch of this game. Whereas like Paladins have an emergency, really intense heal spell. What is Jones doing? Jonesing up the place. WoW used to have 30-minute cooldowns and they put them down to 10. Sounds about right. That's right. I wonder if I think I do have to use this weapon. That makes me weaker. Because that guy that was here claims that the heads that I need for this quest only drop when Shadow Knights use their weapon, their special weapon. The weapon kind of sucks, and it's going to make me so much weaker. You know what? I'm going to risk it. I'm going to try a super pro strat, because this is an ideal situation to test it. I'm going to try splitting these two by using Feign Death and Line of Sight blocking. Okay, they're both pretty low con, so if I grab this guy, they're both going to come over here, and then I'm going to Feign Death. Okay, now ideally they will return staggered from one another, and then I will quickly oh, here it goes. It's happening, it's happening. Okay. Oh, that was way easier than I thought. Nice. An EverQuest, and I get tired of hearing that, but an EverQuest, as soon as you unfeign, they would immediately aggro you again unless you allow them to fully return to their last, like, patrol point or whatever the navigation point. But here it looks like that doesn't need to happen, which makes it way easier. Ow. No, 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 no. Pet, no. Oh my god, Jones, you almost aggroed a second dude. Oh, and I'm blind. God damn it. Okay, and we're back. Stop healing yourself. Stop it! Stop it! Oh my god. This is getting bad. Ooh. Okay. I wish I could give armor to my skeleton pet. Ah, yes, there's moths invading my game and whispering in my ear. Yet again. Honestly, that does kind of sound like for FF11, each class had 1 2-hour cooldown ability that was super powerful, and it was kind of like your emergency button. I think I have to do some low effort gaming right now. My cat's constantly begging for attention. I've never heard of cats begging for attention, especially when you're doing something that doesn't involve them. Came back with coffee just to hear your name and some nefarious accusations. Well, I guess you'll never know. I like this lighting situation that's going on here, because the sun is going down and everything is dulled a bit because of the storm. I want to go up here. Yes, yes, yes. God, I think in life in general, one of my favorite lighting conditions is right before an intense storm, when like shadows disappear, when it's cloudy but the sun is at like such an angle that I don't know how it works exactly, but it's just that super tense moment before a storm. I just love that. Yeah, and the reflection in the water too. However, we sad to report that Sean, the head of the game, said that there will not be any cat people on the moon in this game. At least not if he can help it or something like that. Okay, it's nighttime. And I turn the music off at night to make it more intense. Hello, Mr. Kritz. Welcome back. Oh, you're heading out right now. All right. Well, I hope you enjoy your sleep. Hope your nightmares aren't too bad. Ooh, that lightning. Beautiful. Your main was a cat bard. What are they called? The Vashir? Oh yeah, I should explain what I was even talking about. It's that a lot of people consider the death of classic EverQuest to be as soon as they introduced the cat people from the moon with the expansion called Shadows of Lucklin. So they're like, as soon as you introduce cat people from the moon, your game is dead. I bought the expansion. It was one of the only times as a kid where I was given a computer game for like my birthday because I was like 14, 15 or something. And I was grateful to be given a thing, but I was just like, I don't really feel like playing this. Like it was kind of at the end of my time of even having interest in EverQuest. Like I felt burned out. Ooh, screams. Yeah, it was the third expansion. There's Runes of Kunark is the first one. Scars of Velius, second one, and then yeah, Shadows of Lucklin. Which I always called it Looselin, but apparently it's Lucklin. And that's what it introduced the Beastmaster class. But I think one of the biggest negative points that it added is it added HD models. Like it redid all of the player models. And it's another case of like the models themselves aren't that bad, but it just clashed so much with the rest of the game. It's just kind of like the Blue Shift models of Half-Life. But Shadows of Lucklin was like, oh, let's just upgrade all these models, and it just like removed the personality from them all. They just became so like generic fantasy character looking. The ogre was the worst. Like the ogres are so charming in the original EverQuest because they're really big and really wide, and they look so different from all the other races. But then when they did the like upgrade to their appearance, they just looked like just tall dudes. Oh yeah, total expansions. God, I don't know. There's It's got to be like 30 something expansions. Like the current form of EverQuest is just so convoluted and just UI upon UI upon UI. But how else do you keep a game going after how many years? What, 25 years? I don't blame them for just trying to pile more and more stuff onto it, but it's just, ugh, doesn't appeal to me. All servers are resetting in 10 minutes, I see. Oh, so yeah, Daybreak Games that owns the EverQuest IP now. They have a bunch of aged MMOs and they keep them alive. Yeah, I do appreciate it. Like people, well, people in general that preserve old games, especially ones that require a lot of maintenance, like an MMO is something that has to be attended to constantly. You can't just like release a final version and be like, there it is. Lord of the Rings Online is going through a similar thing right now. Expansions after expansions. I didn't even know Lord of the Rings Online was still going. At least not like in an official capacity. Did anyone look into there's a former Star Wars Galaxies developer announced his like next game, and I saw some of the teasers for it. It wasn't really even a teaser, it was just really vague, uninspiring, like grandiose claims. Ooh. Where it's just like, imagine living in a universe with unlimited possibilities where you can do anything, you can go anywhere, you can create your dream. It's like, I don't, like, I play video games to be given limitations and to overcome limitations. I don't want to play a game where you can do anything, go anywhere, at any time. It's boring and can almost never be executed well. Also, we have the very ominous giant in the distance. If you guys can see it, it's very dark, but like where my cursor is. That is very spooky. To just have a shadow of a giant just standing there and staring at me. It is alive, it's just not moving for some reason. And I love it when lightning strikes near it and it lights it up. Like the Fell Reaver in Outland. A game called Outland? I mentioned this the last time I was here, but there was a really amazing discovery that people made during the last stress test. I'll have to find a screenshot of it, but There's apparently giants in this game that are not like those giants, but are like mountain-sized giants. And there's some part of a zone where, like, if you go way out into the water and look onto the horizon, you'll see like a silhouette of one of these like mountain-sized giants. I don't think they even move or anything, but someone got a screenshot of one and they were like, one of the devs was like, someone finally found it. I think it's too far away to travel to, but I'm excited for that. I like really creative depictions of creatures like that. Oh, it's a zone. Outland is a zone in World of Warcraft. There's a big robot that snuck up on players and killed them in one shot. Sounds cool. Yes, Strudel, exactly. It's like people have played enough video games and we've heard enough like marketing bullshit that advertising your game is like unlimited possibilities and all that. We know that that doesn't mean anything now. We can't fool people. Now, usually the only time you hear those kinds of terms used, you know that like NFTs or some blockchain stuff is inevitably going to be introduced if they're using terms like that. Like, imagine a world where you can own all of your creations and you can bring them with you everywhere you go. I'm like, no. Lord of the Rings Online's overworld is 30,000 square miles. This about the size of Portugal. Really? Did it have like fast travel? That sounds insane. No! Didn't give like a 10-second warning. Oh no. It kicked off the server mid-combat. I'm gonna come back dead or something. I'm dying. Maybe Jones can save the day and fight for me when I am in my weakest point, my darkest time. Bones Jones. Uh, I gotta think of a clever phrase. Bones Jones, knowns, no bounds, no. Not used to not being blasted with the title screen music when the servers go down. I wonder how many people who are streaming this are going to be like, all right, I should probably head out. Okay, I at least want to make sure I'm not dead before I leave, because this is technically my final hour before the YouTube VOD division. Jones All Bones. Did the servers ever reset? I didn't see them come off the list. Name a skeleton Bone Jovi. God. I think they might have pulled the servers down too early. Let me look at the Discord to see what they're saying. Because sometimes they'll be like, oops, sorry guys. See. Oh, I just saw a server go down. I think they might actually be resetting now. Oh, Great Sword of the Dragon Crusader. Gold trimmed black tunic. And people are getting some cool stuff. Okay, just got a message on the Discord 20 seconds ago. Servers are being restarted. Complete silence. I know what song would be good right now. Wait a minute, no. No, that's not it. Is this it? No. Maybe this is fine. Yeah, these are most of the songs that I would, like the only songs I would hear in the game, because I would always be playing at ridiculously late at night / early in the morning hours. So I wouldn't hear all the like upbeat daytime music. I'd hear the like, what the hell are you doing awake music like this. But one of the best Animal Crossing songs of all time is I learned to play this one on the piano too. Anyway. Oh no, I survived, but camera bug. Okay. Gonna restart the thing. Yeah, I think games like Animal Crossing, ones that try to position them as like a lifestyle game, where it's not like, oh, I'm gonna sit down and just play a round of a game and then be done for a while or do a run. Animal Crossing is tries to just become a part of your life, a part of like the ritual of waking up or going to bed and things like that. So you have a lot more like emotional investment and time played in it. So I think it's really hard for anyone to judge the games uh, without a bias of some kind because of like the role they played and all the other outside memories of like what was going on in your life at the time of you playing that game. Like when I think about playing New Leaf, I was living in the first apartment that I ever lived alone in. It was like a feeling of independence. And I remember when I had financial stability for the first time. I had like a salary job that I ended up having for 5 years, and I was able to buy the 3DS to play the game. And I just had these vivid memories of like being up like 2 in the morning, even though I had to get up for work at like 6 or 7, and I was just playing New Leaf and thinking about, I don't know, it was just like so many other memories associated with it. I mean, it was New Leaf I enjoyed. It was all well and good and everything, but it's just all the other outside things attached to those memories were like skew my view of the game. And I do know that the older games, the characters had more personality. And there's been a ton of what do you call it? Video essays about like what happened to Animal Crossing. And it's so funny to go back and look at the original game and see that the villagers just hated you. and they'd make fun of you and taunt you all the time. And then you compare them to New Horizons, and they're all just nonstop positivity, and it's just so boring. Yeah, they get annoyed, but they don't get, yeah, like snippy and just straight up mad at you. I see people are working on the Eminem wiki. Surprised I wasn't first to get in on that. Yeah, I mean, I'm not, like, even though the... Shit, why is the game so loud all of a sudden? My audio get reset? Oh, wait, Jones, do not taunt. Just gotta kill this guy real quick. Okay, let me turn this back down. Hmm. Wait, where did my audio get changed? Weird. Well, anyway, yeah, like, even though, like, with the Book of Travels wiki, I was on top of that pretty quickly, I think that was just because it was such a unconventional game that I knew would take a lot of special care to make sure that it gets off on the right step. Whereas I feel like this game is following in the footsteps of a lot of games that have done similar things, and people already have it set in their mind about, like, oh, this is an MMO, and this is how you structure wikis for MMOs. And there's a lot of similar games that already have wikis, and so they already had a lot of, like, fundamentals set up for it in this game, but I didn't really feel compelled to, like, jump in and help. Whereas Book of Travels is just so weird, and I feel like it needed special care. Yeah, I remember the New Horizons. I don't know if they've changed it because I haven't played New Horizons in quite a while, but um where, yeah, there weren't activities that you can do. Oh no. All right, Jones. I'm going to have to feign this one. Sorry, Jones. Just gonna see what happens here. Yeah, caster and melee at the same time is too much. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. He saw through my fake. Let's try that again. Blarg, I'm dead. Okay, it worked that time. So I guess they can see through it sometimes. Luckily these things... Well, luckily I'm a really tanky class, but... they don't hit that hard, but if this was like a life or death situation, I probably could have died. Anyway. Reading back, people are saying... Yeah, inner evil. It always kind of is like the breaking of the illusion where you're just like trying to be friendly and get to know your virtual villagers, and then they go and point out your own real life insecurities. It's like, I get enough of this in real life. I don't need a virtual animal person thing to reinforce my self-deprecation. Am I thinking of going back to Book of Travels? I would like to. I'm just kind of waiting for the big opening of Casa, which I know you can get into Casa through secret means. But I remember the last time I checked in on the Discord, the devs were like that they're, to continue to do content updates, but there will be a lot of fanfare once they reach the milestone of like the official opening of the city. And I feel like that would be a time for me to go back. And when I was just talking earlier too about 24-hour streams, because that's a game that is closely linked to real life time. I don't think I would do 24 hours. I mean, I would definitely just do like a 12 so that I can experience all different times a day. I would have to do it like... It would probably be like a 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., which is bad hours. I'd rather go really late into the night, but I don't know. It all just depends on like what's available, what's been discovered, and if it seems worth putting that much time into. Yeah, there's like Moth says there's a weapons merchant in the night market, but there's also one if you happen to be over by the necropolis. There's that area like when you're looking out from the necropolis gate, if you go left into the canyon area, there's like a little concrete tower with a person named Rusty Weapons that will buy stuff there too. Oh yeah, Moths, of course. You're always very fun to hang out with and be around in games, strictly. Kidding, but yeah. So we do Book of Travels. The more the merrier. I think things got... I think they did an overhaul to combat. And I think the game got a lot more difficult in that regard, from what I've heard. The game used to be permadeath, and then they backtracked a bit and were like, well, just kidding, we're going to turn off permadeath while we figure out a better solution. And then they decided to reintroduce it, and now there's some kind of method that you have to go through to undie. And it might have to do with gambling. Because I know they had that whole game. I always forget the name of like the game that they invented with like dice and cards and stuff, where you gamble with like lost souls to like exchange, or no, you gamble with living people, and if you win, you exchange life so that they become a ghost, and then you come back to life or something. I don't remember. It's been so long. Yeah, so it's like if you're living, you can gamble with ghosts. And then if you're, I think the thing that they're doing, that if you die, the way you get back to life, I think, is as a ghost, you gamble with living, and if you win, you like come back to life or something. I don't know. Because there's, other than the big ghost, if you use, I can't remember the name of the knot. There's like one of the knots that lets you see spirits, that you could find other ones to gamble with too. Gambling keeping you alive just like real life. Yeah, I don't remember the name of it. But one thing that I'm sure they'll fix, but will make me sad if they fix, is this major exploit where you could move extremely fast around the world. Like, what is it? There's a knot that's called like flagpole or something, where it just shoots you straight up vertically in the air, and you're supposed to hover there for a few seconds, and you can like overlook the land, and then you're supposed to come back down. What the exploit was that if you just continuously like spam that knot or the spell over and over again, that it negates your like collision with the ground, and you could just fly with no restrictions extremely fast. And that was the way everyone got around for a long time. Even got into some like areas you weren't supposed to be able to get into that way. It is 11:30. Okay, what I'm gonna do, I was hoping to get another head, but for some reason all of these clearly headless people aren't dropping their heads. So I'm gonna go peek into this crypt real quick, and then I think I will run back to Night Harbor and call it a stream. I'm gonna get some oats. I'm very jealous. Even though I ate oats earlier when I BRB'd with my high budget BRB graphic. This and this. Anyway, I ate oats and it was nice. Overnight oats? Is that like a DoorDash service? Also, hello, Primary Denizen. Nice to see you. I don't know if I want to peek into this place. Oh, you soak them instead of cooking. I've never heard of that. I know, I'm all about convenience with foods. If there's And I don't mean like, oh, I'll eat really unhealthy, gross things if it's convenient, but it's like, I don't like having to wait a really long time because usually by the time I something is technically prepared, I'm like no longer feel like eating it. Everything's telling me that I shouldn't go in here. And all that I know about this place is someone came out of here and was like, don't go in there. There's an invisible spider that will kill you. But that was like 5 levels ago. I am bigger and stronger. I mean, to quote a famous wise philosopher, what could possibly go wrong? Okay, at the very least, I don't have normal invisibility, but here, I'll buff myself real quick. And I have invisibility versus undead, but not just regular living. So if the spider happens to be undead, I'll at least be invisible that way. Huh. It's the first time I've seen that spell cast. Alright. Okay, these webs are decorative. Just a Halloween decoration. Oh, I have to turn the corner. Okay. Please do not kill. Do not kill, please. Ruined crypt. I'm the only one in here. That's not a good sign. And there's a dead body right at the entrance. Whoa. Oh my god. Crypt brood mistress? Okay, I'm leaving. Leaving. And that's enough crypt for today. I see what they mean. Yeah, those are dead players. There is a spider that defies video game logic, just casually walking through the zone line. So not even the zone is safe. So hello, Goblin. You knew that was going to happen. Luckily, I am high enough level that I didn't get immediately like rooted by that thing. But Brood Mistress doesn't bode well. Especially it brings back nightmares. Ooh, these normal maps and the sand looks so nice right now. Did I con it? No, actually. It didn't do that much damage. I'm more worried that it's gonna like root me and then I just can't do anything. See you later, Strudel. Thanks for watching. Because it brings back bad memories of playing EverQuest and walking around. Was it Feronia Vi? That was surrounded by the spider ladies that could see through invisibility. They could see you from really far away. In the instant they recognize you, they would root you to the ground, and there's nothing you could do to escape. And they were always way stronger than their level. This reminds me of Worm Online. That's one game that I never really got into. That was the one that had like really detailed mechanics to it, right? Like city building mechanics or something, like player run cities or something like that. It's the deepest MMO I've ever seen. That's what I remember hearing about it. Because there's Josh Strife Hayes, like a YouTuber that does really detailed reviews of MMOs, even ones that like nobody plays anymore. And he did one of Worm Online, and I remember he had to like give so many disclaimers at the beginning of explaining it, where he was like, he's already preempting a backlash that people are going to give him for saying that he doesn't like it and thinks that there's a lot of bad design decisions in the game because like the people that did play it were like very hardcore into it. And it sounds like almost nobody plays it anymore. Economy was real. You actually paid for other skilled players to make you things and paid with silver that you could use to buy subscription time. 90% loading bars. It's a game you'd recommend only to sickos like yourself. Yeah. Like I always say, it's like I don't even really like MMOs, but there's just something about EverQuest and this that keeps me playing. Like I don't think I could ever really get into like FF14 or any of these other games that require a lot of time commitment. As I say, going on 11 and a half hours of streaming. Yeah, Goblin, I agree. It's kind of like I like the amount of downtime. I'm sure a lot of people would watch this and be like, you're just running all the time. Which is true, but when I'm just sitting between stuff and uh sitting in a dungeon, healing after a big encounter, like I really appreciate the amount of time that's given between stuff happening. Like I get overwhelmed very easily in games when too much is happening all at once and it's just a non-stop thing. Like that's how I felt when I was playing retail WoW a few months ago. It was just like it was just one thing after the next, after the next, after the next, and it's just like my brain just can't keep up with all this. And I don't think it's just a matter of like, oh, these games are too complicated these days. It was just I felt like if I really cared, I could probably put enough effort into it to do well, but I just feel like I don't really want to get good at playing this. Or at playing WoW. You think I would like RuneScape? I've mentioned that before. I don't know. I think there's still a balance. Like, sure, I do like slower paced gameplay and stuff. And I know RuneScape, from what I've seen, can be really, really slow. But there's kind of like a lower boundary, too. Like, if something is too grindy and too much downtime, then I just kind of don't feel engaged anymore. Yeah, Goblin, it's like you just kind of want to hang out with people and occasionally be put to the test, not like a constant test. And if you fail even a little bit, everyone hates you and wants you to leave. Like, that's how I felt when I was playing WoW. I felt like I was always wildly inadequate every time I would do something. Because the people's like expectations were so high. Oh my god, so many bodies. Even though I know EverQuest can kind of feel that way sometimes too. Maybe it's just because well, talking about P99, but like maybe it's just because how the community has evolved over the years. Like only the most dedicated people actually come back to the old classic game, but just the personality of people that tend to be attracted to games, they tend to be more understanding and social and less try hard min-maxing types. It's just all around more pleasant to spend time with those types of personalities. Like I've never had a group of buds to go and play games with. It's kind of, this is like my life story in a nutshell. It's like I've always been alone, never really had groups of friends or anything like that. So I've always relied on random people I meet online. So I think a lot of modern MMOs have directed away from the idea of cooperating with strangers because so many people just don't like the risk of like, well, I don't know this person. I don't want to talk to them. I don't want to even try to learn all of this. Like they're not my friends. I don't like them. But what I liked about EverQuest and what I like about M&M here is that like people are so open to strangers and it's just kind of treated more casually and you feel like you could just go on any time of day, any time of night, and there'll always be someone there who is also looking for someone to play. And I'm like, oh, we got to organize, get the guys together at this time, but we have to stop at this time, and we have to do like maybe there's fun in that in its own way. But for me, I just don't like being so constrained to specific time and place, and I don't know. Yeah, like I guess if you're playing a game that is like if a really high stakes, particularly intensive game, I can understand like the fear of strangers because it's like, okay, we need a lot of coordination and I might be playing with like a literal 12-year-old who's going to be annoying and ruin it for us and stuff. But I guess I just wouldn't even be playing a game like that to begin with. So it's like I want to play multiplayer games, but I don't want ones that where your expectations as a player are so high that you will actually ruin other people's experiences if you don't perform to their expectation. And like dungeons and raids and stuff in WoW felt exactly like that to me, where it's like you are ruining their day if you don't do what they expect you to do. Just reading what you guys are saying, like. So yeah, it totally depends. Do you like games where you can play sometimes and skill while basically watching a show or being distracted? Then old school RuneScape and Wormaline would fall into those categories. Skilling takes a long time, it feels rewarding. Okay, well I guess maybe that's the thing that's different for me is I don't want to just leave the game open and be doing stuff that I'm only like very partially invested in. Like I'm not a type of idle game player. Like I know a lot of RuneScape people just like leave their character doing a thing. Like when I'm playing multiplayer, I like to know that all the players that I see are mostly invested in doing the thing that they're doing, that they're not just like an idling character that someone checks in on every 15 minutes. When I think Eminem is also in kind of a an unusual position here where it is a new world and new conventions that people are particularly open and accepting because like no one really knows how you should be playing kind of thing. And that's honestly my favorite point in any game's history are the early very early times when everyone's still learning. And I start to shy away from playing games once people start knowing too much about it to where they start laying down the expectations on players. Like I know it's a completely different type of game, but I try to think about like what were some of just the best video game moments that I've experienced in games. And one of them was actually the total opposite of everything I'm saying, which was when I was playing Battlefield 2 back in whenever that was new, like 2006 or something. And I just wandered into a tactical gamer server, which I didn't know was a group that is really hardcore about like strategy and organizing and stuff. But they allowed anyone in, but you would just be kind of under the not control, but like you'd be the lowest rank watching over or just like you'd be commanded around by your officer and the general of the team and all that stuff. But I would go into the server and I'm still new to the game, and immediately people are like, all right, we're getting this and this. We just got word for the commander where you gotta move over here, and we're gonna have these units moving at this time. So if you guys wait over here and look at about like 15 minutes from now, just start heading that way. Like we're just being tossed around all over. It was such a like highly coordinated thing, and there's like a chain of command. And I know like raids and MMOs are like this, but there was something about the fact that they knew we were new, so their expectations for us were low, and no one was getting kicked or banned because we weren't performing. Like they knew that we were low level, and that really helped. It was a dynamic of a lot of coordination and organization, but an understanding of the varying skill levels. And that was like one of the most fun rounds of a game I've ever played, was just this really intense, organized game of Battlefield 2. And it's hard. I don't even remember much of what happened during it, but I just remember coming out of it feeling like I feel like I contributed to something really big. And those servers were like 64 players, and I don't know. It was just a weird moment that I didn't expect to like that I really did. And I'm not even that big into like shooters. Just reading what other people are saying. Wasn't EverQuest super open and player driven, even with the player driven economy and shops and stuff? Well, modern EverQuest has a whole kind of automated bazaar trading thing where like you set up things you want to sell on like an NPC, very similar to World of Warcraft and stuff. But classic EverQuest, the whole trade economy is all people who are there at their computers for the most part. So you actually be like, hey, so are you selling this for this? And then be like, yeah, hey, would you mind if I traded this and 100 platinum? Like, oh, yeah, sure, okay. And it was a lot more social in that way, where just being a nice person would go a long ways. And it was a lot more just human, the human interaction, rather than, okay, let's click through all of this UI. I don't care who the person is. Okay, who's doing the cheapest thing? Buy. Okay, and then I'll sell this. What's the, the ideal price for this? So, it's so like mechanical and void of emotion just to get the task done. Like I feel like where I enjoy moments in games are when it's split between the challenge and the gameplay and just the feeling of presence and community and feeling like you're a part of a living world. Like I don't care if I'm losing if I'm dying, losing money, not having the best gear for something, as long as I felt like that experience made sense for the situation. Like if my group all dies horribly in a dungeon, and it's clear that we went into it like, yeah, we don't have the best class composition, and like this person's really low level, but we're all cool with it. Like we knew we were gonna lose. I'm totally fine with losing because it all made sense in that situation. Like rather than some players might be like, why did we ever invite this guy in? He's not healing. He's not even at his computer. Like I had moments in P99 where people were like, no, we don't need another DPS. We need a healer. Don't even invite him into the group. And they're like, come on, man. Like we're just having a nice time enjoying our little fantasy world. We don't really need to be at our best. Hey, who's waving at me down there? Erghodhog. How can he even see me? I'm gonna get a screenshot. Wave. Oh, that's you. Oh, oh, that's right. You're the monk. Very nice. I was gonna say, like, players normally aren't looking up here. Also, this is a nice view. Used to play a source mod called Resistance and Liberation. They had servers like that. Everyone had ranks and chain of command. You had to listen to your NCO. Yeah. Earlier in the stream, I went and visited the actual, harbor of Night Harbor, and I had not been in it before. I didn't realize how much more to this city there is. Like I thought I had ran around and seen everything, but it was really beautiful over there, and I'm probably going to use a screenshot from that moment in my thumbnail to this stream. This is perfect timing because I have to keep the stream under 12 hours, and the sun is setting right here as we overlook the absolute bloodbath of like hundreds of dead players. A guard. Yeah. I never really noticed too. There's like a siege weapon over here too. It's like a um trebuchet or whatever. But why would there be a trebuchet on a castle tower? I thought the whole point of them is to be a siege weapon to be used against towers. Oh, hey, Short Talk. Did you get a chance to play Eminem? I remember you were talking about joining in on the test. I do wish there was a key to hide the glowing names, because sometimes I'm trying to get a really good screenshot and then I have like a guard, which becomes the focal point of the screenshot. So I kind of have to like hide things strategically. You got to frame it just right. Why are there so many corpses? Well, let me tell you about classic MMOs. Yeah, it's uh yeah, it's just the low level player, I guess, or low level zone, I guess. Like you start out with very little health and you're in an area where stuff is higher level than you, and a lot of people will go into it thinking that like, oh, I just started. It's going to slowly ease me into the experience, but instead, like the first thing you fight will probably kill you. And as you can see, it has happened a lot. Well, and also the game is lagging quite a bit. Like they're still working on trying to get this zone to not be so laggy. So if you're not used to how to fight with lag, then it can be kind of hard to get into. Okay, so even if the stream goes a little bit over 12 hours, I had a bunch of, intro to the stream that was just a blank, well, that was my intro screen with no talking or anything, so I can trim a few minutes off. Because the big reason is, like, for anyone that doesn't know, is that YouTube has a limit of 12 hours, and I put all my VODs on YouTube, and it would be really annoying to have a 12-hour video and then a 15-minute part 2 that is pointless and nobody watches. But I feel like I don't want to just erase history. Yeah, I'm reasoning how I can stream longer. Wow, I can even see the shifty gnomes, shifty little bonfire from here. No, anyone that buys fangs. Yeah, the cooks in the tavern will buy just about any, like, organic thing. I just saw someone else look at me and jump around. See, this is during, I think, the first public play test of this game. I think it was Nick or someone unleashed the capsule dragon into the town, and it just ran around and killed everyone, like including NPCs. And I was watching it happen from up here. And I have screenshots of it too. But it was like the dragon had really weird attacking methods where it would just kind of look at people and they would die. Like, I remember seeing it for a second and then I died. Guard, no, please. How dare this guard enjoy the sunset? Okay, so maybe from up here I'll be able to confirm whether or not this is happening, because there's a weird thing where as the sun's setting, it will suddenly get really bright as if it's rising again, and then it'll get dark again. Which doesn't seem intentional. I brought it up to Baloo when he was here, and he doesn't think it was intentional, but at least we'll have video proof of it. Oh, look at this photo bomb. Yeah, see, look, now it's like the sun's rising back up again. Hey, everyone's here. There's 100 copper and 1 silver. Everything is like 100 of the next tier. See, look, it's like the sun's rising. Did we just skip nighttime? Wow, and then the voice that sounds like moths whispering through, I don't know, a towel into your ear just happened a little while ago too, so I think that's proof that it was you the whole time. And now it's getting dark again. Hey, there's Erghatog. Okay, we hit exactly 12 hours, but I can trim a couple minutes off of the VOD. The gamer lights have been lit. Bam. On the distant green tower castle place. Did moths just fall off the wall? Probably. Oh, hey, Butt Charity. Yeah, I recognize your character. It is weird for me to be playing a character that doesn't have the word mono somewhere in its name, considering like all of my EverQuest characters have MON or MONO somewhere in them. This character doesn't. So sometimes when I'm reading chat and someone's trying to talk to me in game, like I don't even think that they're talking to me because I don't recognize it. Is the sun setting maybe? Oh, you think that maybe the reason why it suddenly gets bright in the dark again is maybe that the light from the moon is turning on and the sunlight is getting dark, but the moonlight is a little overpowering it or something? Well, there are 3 moons. All right, well, if we look back here. Hey, it's Gloob. Oh, Gloob, that's your mech, right? Oh, yeah, you're the dwarf. Nice. So there's the 2 moons. 3 moons. I think you can get to the distant fortress castle thing over there. You can at least get to the base of the mountain like that. The smugglers I was fighting are at the base of that mountain. I thought I remember asking Sean, who's one of the devs on the team, asking if you can get into the castle, and I think he said no, not yet. But it has its own soundtrack that's on the YouTube channel, which it's very epic, the music. Okay, I think it's fully nighttime. All right, suddenly UI. Oh, I see you guys were talking in chat. In the in-game chat. And Butt Charity probably died. Oh, they disabled fall damage because there was like a glitch where it was being not being calculated. Otherwise, you probably absolutely would have died from this fall. Or just actually die. Oh, wait, no. He's faking it. He's faking. Hey, I can do that too. But then watch as I actually die. Whoa. Amazing. You healed me. I was gonna say we should all go kill something real quick, but because there's that Noel guy that you do actually kill, but I think you only do that if you're a Shadow Knight. He patrols around here. Okay, oh yeah, see you later. Primary Denizen. Always nice seeing you around. So, I won't be streaming tomorrow, but I will probably be playing a bit on and off tomorrow. Or today, I guess, technically. So, let's see, how many hours from now? About, like, 20 hours from now, I think, is when the test ends. It's like around midnight EST Sunday. So if you still have a chance to play, if you go to monstersandmemories.com, I don't think there's any planned tests that have been revealed between now and their early access release of January 2026, but there will probably be some future stress tests and stuff. Like, this is the longest series of tests they've had, was this weekend one going on, and it's been great. So what I'm gonna do is look for someone to raid real quick. Aha, it's just Chinny D and I are the only two streaming right now. Chinny, he does streams longer than me. He's really into it. I mean, he streams like all the time too, not just like once a month or once a year like me.